Chapter 133. When Yensong heard about what Li Qingshan had done in the past 2 days, he became so surprised that his mouth hung open. The organization of the school was so great that it ranked towards the top even within the entire Clear River Prefecture. It was not something that the Green Vine Mountain or the Qian family could rival. Even the Iron Fist paled in comparison. The Sacred Hall, the main building of the school, was located in the Clear River Prefecture. That was a place where noble people came and went, so they had a very wide network of friends. Even Vice Commander Hua of the Hawk Wolf Guard often visited there. It was said that the sect master of the same school was the most familiar with him. Li Qingshan had actually destroyed the school as soon as he arrived in Jiaping City. He was absolutely audacious. Li Qingshan said, "I just want justice." He subconsciously pressed down on the hilt of the wind-entwining blade on his waist. He already knew where justice was. There was no moon tonight. In the dead of night, Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed in a small, pitch-black building with his eyes closed. True qi constantly revolved around his body, circulating through his body according to the third layer of the innate method of practicing qi. Even with the assistance of qi-gathering pills, it grew at an extremely slow rate. The Sumeru ring on his finger did not seem like anything special in the darkness, but it did not respond at all to the pure true qi that Li Qingshan channeled into it. He felt like he was guarding a great treasury, yet he was unable to enter it. All he could do was pace up and down the entrance, trying to guess what was inside. He could resist the temptation from the collection of a golden core master over all these years. However, he could not resist the words that Oxen had said before they parted. "I've left something in there for you." Oxen had casually taught a terrifying ability of the demonic path like the path of white bone and great beauty to little N. What kind of secret treasure would it be to tell him about it so seriously? A legendary god artifact? A supreme ability that could overturn rivers and seas? A wondrous pill that could allow one to ascend to beyond the 9 heavens after ingesting it? Normally, he didn't dare to think too much about it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like 100 claws were scratching his heart. He sighed in his heart, brother Nyo, if you want to give me something, can't you just give it to me directly? Why do you have to make things so difficult for me? Furthermore, you have to use the human method to open the Sumeru ring. Back then, it was you who wanted to become a demon, so I became a demon. Although he was so emotional, he also felt that there must be a deeper meaning behind the Azure Ox's actions. The Azure Ox must have expected that he would return to the human world as a human. Could it be that the reason why he gave him such a test was because he wanted him to cultivate and achieve success as a human? If he couldn't figure it out, then there was no need to think about it anymore. He needed this identity as a human. He had only been in Jiaping for 2 days, and he had already obtained more than 100 qi-gathering pills. The stronger he was, the easier it would be for him to obtain pills, and the safer he would be. After all, he could not transform in front of others. Most of the time, he still had to rely on the path of qi refinement, and the first layer of qi refinement was indeed too weak. He suddenly stopped cultivating. The essence of the 4th tier of the Xiantian method of training of qi slowly flowed through his mind. Every word and sentence was crystal clear. He was trying to open the Yang Heel Meridian of the 8 extraordinary meridians and break through the first layer of qi refinement to the second. This was the first meridian he was about to open. He would knock on the door of the path of qi refinement and truly enter the next level. It could be said that compared to the first 3 tiers of the Xiantian method of training of qi, it had a completely different meaning. Driven by his will, his true qi flowed like water into his left leg, sinking into his ankle, where the Shinai Meridian was. This was the beginning of the Yang Heel Meridian. If he wanted to open the Yang Heel Meridian, this was where the door was. He no longer sat cross-legged on the bed. Instead, he changed into a strange posture. He leaned forward and stretched his left leg like some kind of yoga movement. Little and was originally squatting by the bed, concentrating on the large pile of Buddhist scriptures that Li Qingshan had brought back. At this time, he also put down the book in his hands and looked at Li Qingshan with concern. What Li Qingshan wanted to do was knock on the door. His true qi rushed towards the Shinai Meridian like a tidal wave, but the door was tightly shut, showing no signs of opening for him. Forget opening the meridian, he couldn't even move it at all. He knew that his accumulation of true qi was still too weak. His true qi reserves had not reached the peak of the first layer of qi refinement. The normal way was to continue accumulating true qi and slowly plan. In a few months' time, the true qi in his body would be able to gather into a large river and break through the dam that was blocking his way. But what he wanted to do now was to use a small stream to break through the dam. The difficulty could not be said to be low. But 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute. He had to try and gamble before he was willing to give up. He chewed another qi-gathering pill to replenish his true qi. After trying many times, he still didn't gain anything. Finally, he stopped. However, he didn't give up. Instead, he focused even more on controlling his true qi, condensing it again and again. He turned the stream into ice and then into a spear. It was 100 times smaller, but also 100 times stronger. Then, when it could not be condensed any further, the ice spear suddenly pierced towards the dam with an unstoppable force. The bottom of his foot suddenly hurt, but Li Qingshan did not care. Instead, he revealed a look of surprise. This time, the true qi was not blocked. It pierced deep into the Shanai meridian, and under his urging, it penetrated deeper bit by bit with great difficulty. There seemed to be a soft sound in his body. The dam in front of the stream was pierced through, and the true qi continuously flowed into the Yang-Heel meridian. A spot of light suddenly lit up in his body, like the first star shining in the endless universe. But before Li Qingshan could be happy, the true qi hit another barrier in front of him, the Pushan meridian, which was also located in his ankle. The true qi was smashed into pieces. It could not be condensed and was forced out by the invisible pressure in the Yang-Heel meridian. The meridian had failed to open. Even the Shanai meridian that had been opened closed again. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. Tonight, he had been praised by Yan Song as a cultivation genius many times, but now he could not even open the first meridian. It was already so difficult to cultivate to the second level of Qi Disciple. Only then did he know that the path of Qi Disciple was not simple. Comparatively speaking, Yao cultivators were much more brainless. As long as they blindly breathed in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or ate spiritual herbs and elixirs, they would constantly strengthen their Yao Qi. Once it reached a certain level, they would naturally be able to condense a Yao core. The following cultivation was also the same as before, constantly gathering the Yao Qi into the Yao core. Once it reached a certain level, the heavenly lightning would strike. If they could pass it, they would transform into a Yao general. If they could not, they would turn into charcoal. It was simple and clear. Most of the monsters started as wild beasts, and some even started as plants. They all relied on their instincts to cultivate. If they needed a bit of intelligence and thinking, then there would be no monsters in the world. But even though it was simple, it still took time. Not to mention plants, a normal wild beast in the wild would need at least 100 years to become a Yao general. They would also need to eat spiritual herbs at the level of spiritual ginseng in the wild to have a slight chance. There were many monsters that took 300 to 500 years to transform. As for the meridian, it was a gift from the heavens to humans, and also a shortcut discovered by humans. But no matter how good the shortcut was, it had to be walked step by step. Take Li Qingshan, for example. He had only practiced Qi for a few days, and he already wanted to open his meridian. He had failed and still lamented that it was not easy to practice Qi. In the eyes of other practitioners, he was simply unreasonable. But Li Qingshan was not discouraged. He first grabbed a handful of qi-gathering pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He did not swallow them, and then began to break through again. With his first experience, it was much easier for him to break through the Shinmai acupoint. And after breaking through the Shinmai acupoint, he did not dare to be distracted. He clenched his teeth and crushed a qi-gathering pill. As he replenished his qi, he focused on breaking through the next checkpoint. For hours passed. He had eaten 25 qi-gathering pills and broken through 13 times. His highest record was breaking through 3 acupoints on his foot, the Shinmai, Pushan, and Biang acupoints. His qi flowed along his left leg, but when it reached the Juheng acupoint on his crotch, it was blocked. and once it was blocked, it was like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not advance, he would be pushed back. His chi would be directly pushed out, and even the acupoints that he had unblocked would close again. There were 12 acupoints on the Yang Chao acupoint. If he was a normal practitioner, he would probably have to give up. But Li Qingshan was different. In any case, the medicinal power that he could not digest in time went to the Yao core. The Yao core did not have to worry about wastage, and there was no need to worry about the accumulation of medicinal power. This allowed Li Qingshan to experiment more and more recklessly. It was good if he succeeded, but there was no harm if he failed. And he felt that as long as the acupoints that he had unblocked were closed again, it would be slightly easier to open them again the next time. And in this process, Li Qingshan had also accumulated a lot of experience. He had a deeper understanding of the fourth tier of the innate formula of training of qi. After some consideration, Li Qingshan took out a medicinal pill. It was like the clear dew on a flower petal at dawn. It was not a qi-gathering pill, but a pearl dew pill that he had exchanged with Diao Fei. This was the spiritual medicine that Diao Fei had saved for breaking through to the fourth tier. It was a bit of a waste to use it to break through to the second tier, but for Li Qingshan, who had not accumulated much, it was just right. But if he did not succeed after eating it, it would be a waste of a good medicinal pill. Without much hesitation, Li Qingshan decided to take a gamble. When the pearl dew pill slid down his throat into his stomach, Li Qingshan could still clearly feel its coolness and smoothness. But as soon as it entered his stomach, it turned into a raging torrent. The torrent merged with his true qi, immediately turning the flowing stream into a raging river. He broke through the 3 acupoints, Shenmai, Pushin, and Biang without any obstruction. Then, he broke through the Juju acupoint and reached the Jianshu acupoint on the back of his shoulder. Only then did he meet with a slight obstruction. But Li Qingshan had already focused all his attention, so how could he be obstructed here? He broke through the Jianshu, and Jogu acupoints on his shoulder one by one. At this time, his true qi began to show signs of exhaustion, but he was already prepared. He chewed and swallowed qi-gathering pills one by one, continuously stimulating his true qi and pushing it towards the Daikang, Juju, Chengqi, and Jigming acupoints on his face. His true qi was already extremely close to his brain, so he needed to be extremely careful. Many qi practitioners would lose control, and their true qi would rush to their brain, turning them into idiots. Of course, Li Qingshan did not want to end up like that. Along the way, he broke through these 4 acupoints, and in his body, 11 spots of light lit up. They were like stars in the dark universe, connected by a faint path of light, like a star chart. He finally saw the last point of the star chart, the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head. As long as this acupoint was broken through, the Yang heel meridian would be opened, and a path for true qi to flow through his body would be opened. This was what people called the second level of qi cultivation. But there was not much true qi left, and the medicinal power provided by the qi-gathering pills could not be replenished from so far away. It was like an army without food supplies about to collapse. He felt exhausted, as if he had just experienced an extremely difficult journey. He could clearly see the end, but he could not take another step forward. As long as his true qi collided with the Feng Qi acupoint, all his previous efforts would be in vain. However, he could not stop his true qi from advancing. Chapter 134. A scroll of the Diamond Sutra was thrown onto the ground. Little and leaped behind Li Qingshan and pointed at the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head with his bone finger. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of a bell ringing in his ears. True qi rushed towards its final target, the impassable dam. Then, it easily penetrated through, as if it was no longer an impenetrable barrier, but a soft sponge. The last bit of light lit up and spread in all directions, like a river returning to the ocean. True qi continuously passed through the Yang heel meridian, no longer obstructed. Li Qingshan finally opened the first meridian and reached the second level of qi training. The Yang heel meridian was like a broad road that flowed through his body from head to toe, connecting his entire body. From then on, his acupoints would no longer close, and every time an acupoint lit up, his entire body would undergo a change. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The scenery in the room became clearer and fresher, as if a layer of dust had been wiped away. The cries of summer insects outside the window were loud and layered. He even felt like he could count how many summer insects were singing. Occasionally, a leaf would be blown by the wind and fall on the roof tiles. The sound was as clear as thunder. His sense of smell improved the least, but he could still smell the blooming of a wildflower outside the window and the smell of grass steamed by the hot summer night. His sense of taste improved a lot without even testing it. This was the increase in his 5 senses from the opening of the Diet Sang, Jugu, Chengqi, and Jingming acupoints. When he got off the bed and stepped on the ground, it was as if there was an additional layer of air beneath his feet. His body became extremely light, and he felt like he could fly with just a little bit of force. This was the change brought about by the Shenmai, Pushin, and Biyang acupoints on the soles of his feet. He casually raised his hand, and the 3 acupoints on the Jianyu, Jugu, and Jugu lit up. True Qi naturally flowed along the True Qi to his palm, breaking through his palm and hitting the wall, leaving behind a palm print. Every single movement was so natural and smooth. He felt as though his entire body had been connected by this meridian from top to bottom, and his Zhenqi circulation was many times faster than before. Holy Church, it was just like when Emperor Yang of Sui opened up the Grand Canal to connect the north and the south, allowing people and goods to travel freely, driving the economy and transportation of the whole country. And those acupoints were important communication hubs. However, none of the hubs seemed to be as important as the Fengqi acupoint, because it was connected to more than just the aura within the body. The Fengqi was the place where evil wind gathered. In the Gukong Luan, it was said that wind was the root of all diseases. When the pathogenic wind entered the brain, all kinds of diseases would occur. It was an extremely important acupuncture point in the human body. The moment he opened the Fengqi acupoint, a stream of air seemed to gush out. It was as if a new acupoint had been chiseled out of his mouth and nose. He could breathe, but what he breathed was not air, but the air of heaven and earth. Of course, this could not be considered as communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this was the first time he felt the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was like the wind, an aura that flowed endlessly. When he circulated the 4th stage of the Xiantian art of training of qi, he would occasionally feel a gust of wind blowing into his body from the back of his head to the bottom of his feet. He couldn't help but shiver before his entire body felt comfortable. There was a transverse bone at the back of the beast's head. Only by refining the transverse bone could one gain intelligence. Humans, on the other hand, had a wind pond at the back of their heads. Only by opening up the phoenix pond could they communicate with the heavens and earth. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. This qi refinement technique created by humans was indeed very impressive. Furthermore, he could sense that qi refinement was also helpful to demon cultivation. It was just like how his demon body had naturally become stronger after it grew taller. The two complemented each other and benefited each other. Could it be that the reason why Brother Ox left me the item in the Sumeru ring and encouraged me to cultivate qi was so that I could fuse these two completely different cultivation methods and find my own path? This was what Li Qingshan guessed, but no matter which path he took, he was still a small fry who had just started. He was far from being able to do this. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to attack jade. Now that he was sitting on 2 jade mountains, what kind of sparks would be produced when they collided? Li Qingshan suppressed the anticipation and joy in his heart and said to Little and, "Did you help me just now?" It was definitely not a coincidence that he could so easily open the Fengqi acupoint. Fengqi acupoint, the blood flames in Little An's eye sockets were rather dim. Just now, he had expended quite a lot of effort on that finger. While Li Qingshan was cultivating with his eyes closed, he had been watching closely. Gradually, his gaze pierced through Li Qingshan's skin and muscles. Like modern medical instruments, he analyzed Li Qingshan's body, but it was clearer and clearer than any image obtained by any instrument. He saw the existence of that meridian. He saw Li Qingshan's true qi continuously climbing upwards until it reached the highest point, rushing towards the Fengqi acupoint at the back of his head. However, it clearly did not have the power to open it. As a result, in this critical moment, he tapped the Feng Qi acupoint with a finger. The so-called human body was essentially composed of bones and flesh. Even the wondrous meridians and profound acupoints were based on flesh and blood. As for the path of white bone and great beauty, it was an ability that manipulated the two. Little N's current cultivation was still too weak. He had not even mastered the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Otherwise, he only needed to tap casually, and he would be able to shatter his bones and strip his flesh. Although he did not have such strength right now, he could lend Li Qingshan a hand at a crucial moment. He had to be extremely careful with this tap. The back of the head had always been a vital point for humans. If he missed, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan's body was extremely tough, Little N would not have dared to attempt it. It had also exhausted all of his mental strength. It was even more tiring than battling a terrifying demonic beast. Little N held the weasel brush and finished the final stroke. Only then did Li Qingshan understand the whole story. He could not help but click his tongue. Isn't this path of white bone and great beauty a little too powerful? If I had your help, wouldn't it be much easier for me to cultivate qi? Little N shook his head. He dipped the brush in ink and wrote down 5 words. More haste, less speed. Li Qingshan said, "Is that so? I just want to finish the innate method of practicing qi as soon as possible and then switch to another cultivation method." On the paper, Little N asked Li Qingshan a few questions regarding the innate method of practicing qi. Li Qingshan was actually unable to answer. Only then did he realize that he had not completely comprehended the innate method of practicing qi. He then asked in surprise, "You've practiced the innate method of practicing qi as well?" Little N shook his head, then nodded. Afterwards, he began to write furiously. As it turned out, when Yensong taught the innate method of practicing qi to Li Qingshan, Little N had been listening quietly. He felt that it was rather familiar. Tonight, when he watched Li Qingshan break through to the second layer of qi, this sense of familiarity became even stronger. He naturally understood the many important points of cultivating the innate method of practicing qi and understood its general outline. Afterwards, he felt that Li Qingshan's cultivation method seemed to be slightly off track, so he could not help but ask him a few questions. Originally, Li Qingshan did not feel that the innate method of practicing qi was anything profound or complicated. However, after hearing Little N's opinions, he felt as if he had been enlightened. In terms of the path of practicing qi, he was like a primary school student who had just entered school. He was busy adding things up when a multiplication table suddenly fell from the sky. He rubbed Little N's head and smiled bitterly. So my comprehension is really that bad. In fact, it was not that Li Qingshan's comprehension was too bad, but rather that he had never received guidance from anyone on the path of practicing qi. The path of cultivation was particular about wealth, companionship, method, and location. Companionship was secondary, and it mostly referred to the relationship between master and disciple. Anyone would need guidance from a senior. Standing on the shoulders of a giant was far more effortless than fumbling around by oneself. Little N did not rely on his own comprehension, but the knowledge hidden in the depths of his memory. For a moment, Little N did not know how to comfort him. Li Qingshan smiled. "I'll need your guidance in the future as well. However, it's too inconvenient to not be able to speak. It'll be fine once you refine your flesh and blood. Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long." Li Qingshan then continued to meditate. Following Little N's guidance, he once again cultivated the innate method of practicing qi from the first to the 4th tier, slowly stabilizing his current level. After swallowing a few more qi gathering pills, he realized that he had less than 30 qi gathering pills left. In an instant, he had fallen from being well off to having enough to eat. This was the price of walking 2 paths at the same time. In the coming period, he would probably not have much income. He would have to carefully calculate the remaining qi gathering pills. The sky was bright, and there was a knock on the door. Li Qingshan went downstairs to open the door. He saw Diao Fei and Qian Rongji standing at the door. "What's the matter?" he asked. Diao Fei and Qian Rongji were just about to speak, but forgot what they wanted to say. They looked at Li Qingshan in shock and said in disbelief, You broke through to the second tier of Qi training. Last night, they were still marveling at Li Qingshan's cultivation speed. Today, they were hit in the head again. It was just like how Li Qingshan lamented his poor comprehension to little and Diao Fei and Qian Rongji could only feel jealousy. Li Qingshan nodded nonchalantly. Yes, it took some effort. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to cultivating. He was about to close the door. Wait, didn't we agree on this last night? The trial. Li Qingshan came to a realization. Oh, I almost forgot. The two of them congratulated Li Qingshan reluctantly. Afterwards, Li Qingshan tidied up slightly and took little and with him before accepting the mission with the two of them. The Black Wolf guards he came across along the way could not help but be surprised when they saw Li Qingshan. They all congratulated Li Qingshan with various expressions. After all, to cultivators, there was nothing more joyous than breaking through. No matter what they thought inside, they would never lack etiquette. There was also respect for strength. Second-layer Qi practitioners were the weakest in the Hawk Wolf Guard. However, Li Qingshan was someone who could easily defeat second-layer Qi practitioners and even kill third-layer Qi practitioners when he was only a first-layer Qi practitioner. Now that he had broken through again, he could be regarded as one of the stronger ones in the Hawk Wolf Guard of Jiaping. Arriving at the main building of the Hawk Wolf Guard, Zhuo Zhibua was waiting there personally. The first trial mission for new people had always been personally handed over by the commander. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was surprised at first before smiling. You've broken through again. You really are young and promising. Your future is limitless. Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. I was just lucky. Commander Zhuo, may I ask what our trial mission is? Zhuo Zhibua waved his hand, and an attendant in black brought over a scroll. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look. Even with his composure, he could not help but be stunned. Chapter 135. If Zhuo Zhibua had the intention to kill him and sent Li Qingshan to any place of danger, he would not have been so surprised. The sacred church, however, the front of the document was clearly written in vermilion, Ancient Wind City, Qian family. Diao Fei and Li Qingshan looked at Qian Rongji at the same time. Qian Rongji was not surprised at all. She continued to smile. Zhuo Zhibua said, You don't need to look at it. Rongji has placed justice before family, reporting the Qian family for their many violations of the laws of Great Xia. It's all written here. Diao Fei also looked at the file in his hand. It listed the various crimes of the Qian family. A few tenant farmers had caused trouble because the rent was too high, and the Qian family had massacred them in a single night. Qian Yannian had taken a fancy to a woman on the streets. He knew she was already married, but he could not get her from the family, so he ordered his subordinates to kill the husband and take the wife away, forcefully taking her in as a concubine. There was even a district magistrate who was murdered because he refused to be a puppet. There were several dozen crimes listed in detail, and every single one of them was a crime punishable by death. He came from a sect which was sparsely populated. Although there were some dark corners, it was nowhere as dirty as this. He could not help but ask, is this true? Li Qingshan did not doubt the veracity of these crimes. The Qian family was the sole power in Ancient Wind City. They did not even have any organizations to keep them in check. Absolute power meant absolute corruption, so it would not be strange for them to do whatever they wanted. He only wondered why Qian Rongji would do something like this. He thought to himself, place justice before family? Was Qian Rongji trying to lure him to the territory of the Qian family and then kill him? This was the most logical deduction, but just what was Qian Rongji trying to do by bringing trouble to her own family in order to harm him? Would the Qian family ever end up on the list of the Hawk Wolf Guard? Li Qingshan continued reading. Below were the cultivation levels of the various members of the Qian clan. The first one was the head of the Qian clan, Qian Yannian. He was in the 5th layer of the aura refining realm. There were no 4th layer cultivators, 2 3rd layer cultivators, 5 2nd layer cultivators, and 13 1st layer cultivators. Li Qingshan raised his head. Commander Zhuo, Isn't our first trial mission a little too difficult? At least on the surface, the three of them definitely did not have the ability to shake the Qian family. Takhitara, really? Zhua Zhibua stared at Li Qingshan as if he was trying to find clues about Zhao Liangqing's death from his face, but he was disappointed. I can't be biased either, so the mission this time is not to kill, but to investigate. If Rongji is right, then report back. I'll clean it up myself. It'll be Qian Yanyan's birthday in a few days' time. You can go under the guise of wishing him well, and you have Rongji as a spy, so it can't be any easier. Li Qingshan said, I'm just afraid it won't be that simple. Zhua Zhibua continued to chuckle. All missions of the Hawk Wolf Guard carry risk, but the greater the risk, the greater the rewards. You can flip to the second page and take a look. Li Qingshan flipped to the second page of the dossier. It was actually an analysis of his wealth. It predicted the pills, spiritual artifacts, and many other benefits that he might obtain after defeating the Qian family. It even mentioned that it was possible for his harvest to be even greater after the birthday banquet. Unless they were people of the Qian family, it was impossible for them to know so much detail. Zhua Zhibua said patiently, if the investigation turns out to be true, I obviously hope you can directly end this matter. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Although Qian Yanyan is a 5th-layer Qi practitioner, he's already extremely old, so he doesn't live up to his name. And, according to the rules, everything you obtain from the mission will belong to you. Originally, trial missions don't give you any contribution, but if you succeed, I'll give each of you 500 contribution points. Li Qingshan said, it doesn't seem like I can turn it down. All right, I'll accept it. When do we set off? It was pointless to turn it down anyway. Since Zhua Zhibua still wanted to maintain peace on the surface, he would keep it that way for now. No matter how many schemes there were, he would use force to overcome them. He would face them head-on and see just what kind of trap could trap a demon like him. Right now, on the surging waters of the clear river, a sailboat that stood 2 stories tall tore through the waves. The white sail depicted a hawk spreading its wings. This was a ship specially used by the Hawk Wolf Guard. Its design was intricate, and the workmanship was exquisite. The decorations inside were extremely luxurious, and its performance was extraordinary. As it sailed upstream, it actually moved much faster than when Li Qingshan sat on the dragon boat in the past. Wherever the sacred hull passed by, all ships would avoid it. Even the dragon boat was no exception. A young man sat on the railing of the boat as if he was admiring the steep scenery on the 2 shores. Waves would sweep over from time to time, drenching his clothes. He fiddled around with a few spiritual stones in his hand, completely ignoring them. Li Qingshan was considering his plans for this trip. However, he was clearly not a wise man. He was unable to devise a strategy. All he could do was adapt to the situation. However, there was one thing he was certain about, which was that he definitely could not transform into a demon again. Otherwise, even if he could avoid detection, he would still become a target of suspicion. However, he believed his strength was enough for him to deal with most situations. Sir, the 2 lords have invited you to the cabin. A boatman respectfully stepped forward and said. Li Qingshan returned to the cabin, and Diao Fei said politely, Qingshan, let's discuss our plan. Li Qingshan said, let's just ask her. Qian Rongji, just what are you trying to do? You want to lure me to ancient Wind City and kill me? Avenge your unlucky elder brother. Qian Rongji smiled charmingly. Do you think you're that easy to kill? You finally admitted that you killed Qian Rongming. I originally suspected Diao Fei, but it really was you. However, he's not my elder brother. Li Qingshan said, so what if I admit it? If he's not your elder brother, then could he be your younger brother? Qian Rongji said, he's nothing. We're actually not related by blood at all. I was adopted by Qian Yanyan because I had the potential to practice Qi refinement, so we could barely be considered siblings. However, he's dead, and I have no intention of avenging him. So, you don't have to be so guarded against me. The 3 of us came and left on the same ship, so it's fate that we're on the same boat. Now, we should be working together. Li Qingshan was stunned. So you guys aren't related by blood? Is this even considered a family? Qian Rongji sneered. What family? They can only bully ordinary people. I've heard that the real big families are able to concoct medicinal pellets and allow children with no potential to become qi refinement cultivators. As for families like the Qian family, who can't even maintain their own bloodline, they're just trash. Only then did Li Qingshan know that there was such a saying. Hearing her words, he asked curiously, "Are you really going to go against the Qian family this time? Didn't the Qian family owe you a great debt of gratitude?" Allowing an ordinary person to become a qi refinement cultivator was practically giving them a new lease on life. However, Qian Rongji's attitude was very strange. Qian Rongji rubbed her cheeks and chuckled. "Yes, a great debt of gratitude. Aren't I going to repay it?" The sinister expression on her face made Li Qingshan and Diao Fei, who were used to seeing life and death, feel a chill in their hearts. Qian Rongji said, "Don't look at me like that. I've acted and endured for long enough. As long as you help me this time, I'll let you do whatever you want." Not only Li Qingshan, but even Diao Fei was unmoved by this kind of proposal. As long as one was mature enough, there was no way they would be bewitched by mere beauty to the point where they would disregard their own lives, unless they were like Hibiscus, who knew the art of seduction. Diao Fei said cautiously, "I don't want to become enemies with a fifth-layer qi practitioner. Our mission is only to investigate. You come from the Qian family, so you must know where the alchemy room is. There's no need for us to openly oppose Qian Yanyan." Qian Rongji cursed, "Coward. Once the pill is refined, it'll be delivered to Qian Yanyan immediately and stored in his 100 treasures pouch. You haven't even seen him yet, and you've already been frightened by the name of a fifth-layer qi practitioner." Diao Fei stood up furiously. Li Qingshan extended his arm to stop him. He said to Qian Rongji, "I have no interest in becoming enemies with a qi practitioner 3 layers above me. If that's your plan, I'd advise you to give up. We'll leave after the investigation." "Do you think that Qian Yanyan will be bold enough to make things difficult for the Hawkwolf Guard?" Qian Rongji finally said sternly, "Do you know why the Qian family doesn't have a 4th-layer qi practitioner? That's because that old bastard is already old and feeble. He doesn't even have the confidence to suppress a 4th-layer qi practitioner anymore. He's afraid that someone will take over the position of clan leader, so whenever anyone tries to break through to the 4th layer, he'll cut off their supply of pills." Li Qingshan and Diao Fei were both shocked. He was willing to go as far as to harm the development of the clan just to protect his own rotten authority. A clan leader like that was basically terrifying. Qian Rongji said, "When the time comes, I'll ambush him first, and we'll kill him in a single strike. The rest shouldn't be enough for the two of you to take seriously, right?" Li Qingshan and Diao Fei exchanged glances. Not only did Li Qingshan look down on 3rd-layer qi practitioners, but even Diao Fei was confident that with his battle experience, he could not be compared to the trash raised by the clan who had not even experienced life or death battles. In the end, Qian Rongji threw down a heavy blow. There are at least 300 qi gathering pills in Qian Yanyan's 100 treasures pouch, as well as a few other extremely precious spiritual pills. They're no worse than the Pearl Dew pill. Although the spiritual artifacts can't compare to the Hawkwolf Guard, there are still quite a few of them. They're worth several hundred qi gathering pills. Coupled with the items in the hands of the other qi practitioners, it's very likely that the total value will reach 1,000 qi gathering pills. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei were both shocked by this number. The Qian family really was like its name. It was a living treasure trove. Although it was a clan that did not make the cut, it was still a clan after all. It had existed for over a century, so what it had accumulated was nothing to scoff at. As the saying went, wealth moves people's hearts. The greed of qi practitioners towards pills and spiritual artifacts was no less than the greed of regular people, or even greater. Qian Rongji extended her hand. After a moment of hesitation, Diao Fei placed his hand on it. Afterwards, Li Qingshan extended his hand as well. The three of them stacked on top of each other. As a result, for the sake of a common goal, the three of them who suspected one another or even viewed one another with hostility temporarily formed an alliance and set off towards ancient Wind City. They took a boat first before switching to horses. They traveled by day and rested by night. 5 days later, the three of them arrived outside ancient Wind City. Immediately, Someone saw Qian Rongji and called out, "The young miss has returned. Go report to the patriarch." Chapter 136. Ancient Wind City was a mountain city, situated on the outskirts of the boundless mountains. The entire city was built against the mountain, so the roads in the city all sloped down. The holy church passing through the gloomy city gates, a wide, open road appeared before them. It slanted upwards, and at the end was a manor that seemed like a city of palaces. It occupied the entire ancient Wind City. It was even more impressive than the Hawkwolf Guard in Jiaoping City. On the two sides of the road, the households were all decorated with lanterns and streamers, as if they were preparing for a grand celebration. However, the people on the road showed no joy at all. The news of Qian Rongji's return as a Hawkwolf Guard quickly reached the majestic manor. Afterwards, as if they had triggered some sort of mechanism, over 100 men in tight uniforms surged out noisily, herding all the people on the road into the alleyways on the two sides. There was a person every 10 steps, standing on the two sides of the road and looking straight ahead. As the three of them rode past, the men mustered up their breaths and called out, "Welcome back, young miss." Even though the sound of the hooves reached the entrance of the manor, Qian Rongji held her head high and rode at the very front. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei followed behind her by half a horse's length, following beside her like they were her attendants and guards. This was what they had discussed during the past few days. They had to respect Qian Rongji so that the people of the Qian family would not be wary of her. For the sake of 1,000 qi gathering pills, they obviously had no issues with something as trivial as this. However, Li Qingshan could sense that Qian Rongji's current state did not seem to be an act. Instead, she really did possess some satisfaction and pride from returning triumphantly. The main entrance of the manor stood several meters tall, and there were several dozen steps at the front, which made it seem even more grand and noble. A pair of stone lions gazed down majestically. In Li Qingshan's eyes, they seemed rather vicious. The vermilion door swung open loudly, and a skinny old man in luxurious robes emerged. He was the leader of the Qian family, Qian Yannian. He had personally come to receive the three of them. "Patriarch, I fulfilled your orders and joined the Hawkwolf Guard." Qian Rongji dismounted and bowed gracefully. Before he could kneel, a pair of skinny hands grabbed his arm. "Didn't I say it before? Just call me Grandpa. You are now an official. How can you bow to an old man like me?" Li Qingshan and Diao Fei glanced at each other. Qian Yanyan's movements were shockingly fast. He didn't have the slowness of the old man at all. Although his words were polite, his body had a threatening aura. This was the natural pressure that strong qi practitioners exerted on weak qi practitioners. Qian Yannian said, "These two are Ji Er's colleagues." Diao Fei clasped his hands. "That's right. Under Serge's orders, we've come to accompany Rongji to visit our relatives and congratulate the great-grandfather Qian on his 132nd birthday." Li Qingshan clasped his hands as well and smiled silently. He only studied the greatest target of this trip. Qian Yanyan's white hair was sparse, and his face was covered in faint age spots. His nose was so soft that it drooped down like it was about to melt. His skinny body pushed against the luxurious clothes, making him seem like an old monkey wearing human clothes. It was slightly comical, yet also slightly disgusting. If it were not for his shining eyes and his swift movements just now, Li Qingshan basically would have doubted whether this old man who was about to die was their greatest enemy on this trip. First-rate masters who practiced internal arts could only live for around 100 years without any hidden injuries. A fifth-layer qi practitioner could only live for a few more decades. At Qian Yanyan's age, his cultivation had already begun to decline. Qian Rongji's information was indeed true. He glanced at the 100 treasures pouch on Qian Yanyan's waist and wondered whether there were several hundred qi condensation pills in there. However, his gaze had already passed over his shoulder and landed on the group of people behind the main entrance. More accurately, it was a group of qi practitioners. There were men and women, young and old, scholars and monks, but they were not from the Qian family. Moreover, they were people who had come to congratulate him. Their gazes towards him were no longer as enthusiastic. Some of them even carried contempt and coldness. Li Qingshan remembered what Zhou Wenbin had said. They, the hawks and dogs of the empire, were very shunned by the entire cultivation world, especially those from sects and clans. Everyone liked their freedom, free from supervision and control. However, the Hawk Wolf Guard just happened to be the representatives of legalism that watched over the world and upheld the law. Qian Yannian waved his hand. Please. In a secret room, Qian Yannian's face no longer possessed the same valiance he displayed in front of everyone. Instead, he stared at Qian Rongji with bloodshot eyes. Where's Qian Rongming? Qian Rongji said sorrowfully, Rongming, he's been killed by someone. What? Qian Yannian grabbed Qian Rongji's shoulder firmly. Who was it? Who did it? Why are you fine? Qian Rongming was not an adopted surname. Instead, he was the true bloodline of the Qian family. He had taken in a lot of wives and concubines, finding a suitable descendant among over 100 descendants. Qian Rongji said, It's Li Qingshan. He's the kid who came with me today. He's the one who killed Rongming. She actually told him the entire story in detail. All Qian Yannian could do was accept this reality. He said viciously, if he weren't a Hawk Wolf Guard, I would definitely tear him to pieces. Afterwards, he used his skinny hand to touch Qian Rongji's tender cheek. But fortunately, you're here. His eyes flickered with an obscene light. Qian Rongji said, Grandfather, you're willing to spare them, but they're unwilling to spare you. What did you say? Qian Yannian was surprised. We've come on a secret mission from the Hawk Wolf Guard this time. We've come to investigate the Qian family. How is that possible? I've managed ancient Wind City like it's an iron bucket. I've never been stingy with what needs to be done. Why would the Hawk Wolf Guard target me? The silver light in Qian Yannian's eyes vanished, replaced with some panic. Small clans like them feared the Hawk Wolf Guard the most. Once they were in the sights of those hawks and hounds, they would be hunted down by the falcons and eaten by the wolves. Qian Rongji said, It's still that Li Qingshan. He stole Brother Rongming's 100 treasures pouch, and he became greedy. He resented me out of jealousy, so he spoke ill of the Qian family to our commander Zhua. Qian Yannian said, Didn't you speak up for the Qian family? What's the point of having you around? Bitch, have you rebelled against the Qian family? Qian Rongji said, How could I not speak up? However, Li Qingshan even has some background in Clear River City. He joined the Hawk Wolf Guard without taking part in the competition. Zhua Zhibua was afraid of offending him, so he ordered us to investigate. Rongji has only achieved her current glory because of the Qian family's great kindness. Without the Qian family, there would be no grandfather, and there would be no Rongji right now. Why would she betray the Qian family? As she said that, she was on the verge of tears, as if she was tempted to die. Qian Yannian recalled how obedient she had been in the past, and his expression eased up slightly. Then what do we do now? Why don't we give him some bribes? If not, you'll have to sacrifice yourself for the Qian family. Qian Rongji said, Grandfather, he's a ravenous wolf who eats people whole. As long as he swallows the entire Qian family, how can they be defeated with just a single bone? If you don't believe me, just watch their reactions carefully. Qian Yannian said, What do we do? If I hadn't listened to you and sent you to join the Hawk Wolf Guard, why would we have attracted such a disaster? Qian Rongji became vicious. We can't let them, especially that Li Qingshan, leave ancient Wind City alive. Qian Yannian said, You want me to kill Hawk Wolf Guards? As long as Li Qingshan remains, the Qian family will never be at peace. I'll blame their deaths on something else. Grandfather, this is all for the Qian family. Quite a while later, Qian Rongji emerged from the secret room. The resplendent sunlight seemed to purge the gloom in her heart. As she emerged from the courtyard, a middle-aged man blocked her way. Big brother. Qian Rongji bowed politely. The middle-aged man reached out to touch her cheek. Qian Rongji turned her head and dodged. Big brother, don't be like that. The old man was Qian Yannian's eldest grandson, Qian Xingwei. Although he did not have the talent for practicing qi, he had practiced internal martial arts. He was the main caretaker of the entire Qian family. Qian Xingwei was furious. He pinched Qian Rongji's chin. Stop putting on an act. Just because you've become a Hawk Wolf guard doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. As long as you're still a part of the Qian family, you have to listen to me. Don't forget about the great kindness the Qian family has shown you. Qian Rongji said, yes, big brother. Rongji wouldn't dare. Suddenly, a few servants rushed over from afar. Only then did Qian Xingwei release her. He ordered, come to my room tonight. He watched Qian Rongji leave before spitting on the ground. So what if you're a Qi practitioner? He could not see the sinister smile on Qian Rongji's face. Everyone had to pay the price. Night fell, and lanterns were lit up. Everyone in the hall were important guests who had come to attend the birthday banquet. Although the birthday banquet was only tomorrow, most of them had arrived a day earlier to show their respect. Among them, the most distinguished ones were obviously the dozen or so Qi practitioners. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei sat in the seats of honor due to their identities as Hawk Wolf guards. Qian Yannian introduced everyone. When he reached Li Qingshan, he said, this is the young hero of the Hawk Wolf Guard, Li Qingshan, surly. No matter what everyone thought, they all said things like, I've heard a lot about him, or I admire him. You're called Li Qingshan? A sharp voice rang out. Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a scholar sitting on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed quite wild. He was also a third-layer Qi practitioner, and he currently looked over with hostility. Li Qingshan said, that's right. And who are you, sir? This is Gong Lianbai, known as the Mad Scholar of the Jianghu. He comes from the humble Maple Academy. Qian Yannian introduced the two of them first. Afterwards, Gong Lianbai said, what, do you recognize Surly? In this world where even the district magistrates were powerful Qi practitioners, places like academies were not just for studying. Just like in Buddhist and Taoist temples, practicing martial arts and practicing Qi were part of the curriculum. Gong Lianbai did not even look at Qian Yannian. He only stared at Li Qingshan. Do you recognize Wei Dongdong? Li Qingshan said, I don't. Gong Lianbai said, but he does recognize you. If I've guessed correctly, you come from Qingyang City, right? That junior brother of mine paid a visit there a few months ago. His body has always been frail since he was young. Originally, he wanted to find a way to treat it, but he never returned. Suddenly, Li Qingshan recalled the sickly scholar who had come for the spiritual ginseng back in Qingyang City. He was the first-rate master to die to his hands in front of the Wind Mountain Divine Temple. The other first-rate masters were all middle-aged men. Only he was in his 20s, so he had a rather deep impression of him. I think I've met him a few times. Gong Lianbai straightened his back subconsciously. And then? Chapter 137. Gong Lianbai suddenly stood up. He widened his eyes and pointed at Li Qingshan. He was momentarily speechless, as if he had never expected him to admit it so straightforwardly. Li Qingshan drank his wine calmly and said indifferently, you're still in academy, and you've studied the books of sages, yet you've raised bandits who kill and steal, and you even need me to clean up your mess for you. Go back and properly reflect on yourself. He had never thought he would run into an enemy here. Thinking about it, this place was not too far from Qingyang City, which was why he ran into Qian Rongji as soon as he emerged from the mountains. The news of the spiritual ginseng had drawn over all the masters nearby. There were not a lot of Qi practitioners in a radius of several hundred kilometers. Even if they were pulled out, they would only form a small circle. It was nothing strange for them to appear in ancient Wind City. Though, if I kill that thieving scholar, then I kill him. What about you? The guests discussed among themselves. So there's a grievance like that. This Hawk Wolf guard is just too arrogant. He killed someone, yet he says he's cleaning up his mess for someone else. Yeah, he dares to speak to a third-layer Qi practitioner like that as a second-layer Qi practitioner. Keep your voice down. Don't cause trouble. Although they had no idea what had happened, most of them stood on the side of the humble Maple Academy instinctively. Logically speaking, the school of Confucianism and the school of legalism belonged to the 100 schools of thought. They were a part of the Great Xia Empire, but to most Qi practitioners, scholars were much more pleasing to the eye than police officers. As for Qian Rongji and Diao Fei, they had grown rather accustomed to Li Qingshan's attitude. As long as he was in the right, he would ignore everyone. He was like that even when he faced Zhao Lianqing and Zhuo Zhibua, let alone a scholar. Invisible true qi burst out of his body, causing Gong Liangbai's robes to ruffle. The heavy table before him toppled over, producing a series of clattering sounds. That junior brother of mine was only a step away from breaking through to the innate realm. Originally, he could have reached the second layer very quickly, and it's all because of you. Li Qingshan remained seated. It's a good thing that I made my move early. He's only a first-rate expert, yet he dares to bully others like this. If he were to advance to the innate realm, it would be terrible. With a flash of white light, Gong Lianbai drew his sword from his waist and pointed it at Li Qingshan from afar. Others might fear the harsh laws of your Hawkwolf Guard, but I, a disciple of Confucianism, do not. It's not a question of whether I'm afraid or not, but a question of whether I'm right or not. If I'm wrong, it's fine even if I have to kneel. But you're also a scholar. You don't follow justice and only care about personal feelings. Have all the books you've read gone to waste? You're pissing me off. Gong Liangbai couldn't argue back, so he took a step forward and slashed his sword down at Li Qingshan's head. Holy Church Jiao Fei's expression changed. He pressed down on the wind-entwining saber, and his body went from kneeling to half-kneeling. Li Qingshan's expression did not change. He did not move at all. He lowered his head and tasted his alcohol. He said indifferently, "If you touch even a hair on me, I'd like to see if there's still a place for you in the world. Can the humble Maple Academy protect you?" The sword stopped above Li Qingshan's head, trembling slightly, but it was unable to fall down. Gong Liangbai's expression changed as he gazed at the swordsman Li Qingshan. This young man had not given off any aura at all the entire time, but when he did things, he possessed a boldness that no one dared to look down on. As the boss, Qian Yannian had allowed the matter to develop without interfering. It was exactly because he had heard what Qian Rongji had said that he wanted Li Qingshan to suffer at the hands of someone else. However, he never thought the matter would end up like this. He could not help but reevaluate Li Qingshan. This young man who could kill Qian Rongming really was not easy to deal with. It would be inappropriate if he still did not make an appearance at this time. He said, "Both of you are my guests. What are you doing? Do you have any irreconcilable grudges? Just treat it as giving me some face." Li Qingshan put down his wine cup and raised his head. He said, "Have you thought it through? If you have, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself here." With a swish of his sword, a corner of the table was cut off. Gong Lianbai looked around and felt that everyone was looking at him, as if mocking him for not daring to touch even a hair on Li Qingshan's head. He then ran out of the hall with large strides. Qian Yannian hurriedly ordered his men to chase after him. His eyes turned, and he already had a plan in mind. He glanced at Li Qingshan and thought, "Brat, you won't be able to be arrogant for long." The banquet resumed. This time, the main character of the banquet was actually Qian Rongji, the young mistress who had brought glory to the Qian clan. With her laughter, the atmosphere gradually became lively again, as if nothing had happened. Many young Qi practitioners stared at her as their hearts skipped a beat. Qian Rongji used the time she spent toasting to shoot a glance at Li Qingshan and Diao Fei, expressing that the plan was going smoothly. Afterwards, when she looked back at Qian Yannian, the look in her eyes seemed to have changed again. Li Qingshan only smiled and tipped his head back, drinking all the wine in his cup. The moon hung high in the sky. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei returned to their residence, reeking of alcohol. Diao Fei said, "I thought I was arrogant enough, but you're 10 times more arrogant than me." Li Qingshan said, "That's not arrogance. I'm telling the truth." "What's wrong with telling the truth?" Diao Fei said, Yeah. The Hawkwolf Guard won't let them do whatever they want." As he thought about the great fortune he was about to receive, he seemed to become even more intoxicated. Li Qingshan said, "I have some things I need to discuss with you." Suddenly, Diao Fei discovered that Li Qingshan's eyes were even clearer than the moon, and they gave off a faint murderous aura. They seemed to shine with red light. Although he said it was a discussion, Li Qingshan turned around and returned to his room to rest as soon as he finished speaking, leaving Diao Fei standing there blankly. This was not going according to the plan. Some people were ruining the plan, while others were coming up with a new plan. I've already convinced Gong Liangbai to stay a few more days and introduce you to him. There are too many people right now, so we'll take action after the birthday banquet. We'll make it seem like they've died together. As long as we succeed, you'll have done a great service to the Qian family, Qian Yannian said to Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji said, Rongji is willing to do anything for the Qian family. In the dead of night, little and fiddled with a few qi gathering pills in Li Qingshan's hand. She raised her head as if she was saying, that's all there is left? Li Qingshan rubbed little and's head. Yeah, and I'm using them sparingly. But don't worry, there'll be a lot of them very soon. 1,000. He casually tossed another qi gathering pill into his mouth and began to cultivate. He needed some time to consolidate his current cultivation. The bright moon disappeared before rising once more, illuminating the mountain city. Lanterns were hung everywhere in the Qian estate. They were bright red, as if there was a mountain fire. Guests gathered, and all sorts of people came to congratulate the Qian family. The banquet spread from the inside to the outside of the hall, from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain. The noise of people filled the air as if a noisy river of fire was flowing. The entire ancient wind city was alarmed. However, there were only a dozen or so tables in the main hall of the Qian estate. They were specially used to receive esteemed guests. The eldest grandson, Qian Xingwei, personally received the guests at the entrance with a list of gifts. He announced loudly, the profound sage of the Sky River sect presents a pair of blood crystals. Gong Liangbai of the Humble Maple Academy presents 10 jade fragrance fruits. Most of them were rare treasures that Li Qingshan had never even heard of before. When he and Diao Fei stood before Qian Xingwei, he thought about it and took out the last qi gathering pill, placing it in his hand. Qian Xingwei was stunned. Only a single qi gathering pill? Li Qingshan said, go ahead. Sir Li Qingshan and Diao Fei of the Hawk Wolf Guard presents a congratulatory gift of a qi gathering pill. The guests looked over in surprise, wanting to see just who was so stingy. However, all they saw was Li Qingshan looking around calmly, while Diao Fei lowered his head deeply. The bystanders only thought he was embarrassed, but they failed to notice the mixed emotions on his face. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he muttered in an almost undetectable voice. Sending a goose feather from a great distance away is a great gift. A gray-robed old man with grizzled hair walked over with a smile to smooth things over. The aura he gave off was that of a third-layer qi practitioner. Li Qingshan said, Sir, you must be one of the 2 elders of the Qian family. That's something or other. It's an honor to meet you. The only 2 third-layer qi practitioners of the Qian family were known as the 2 elders of the Qian family. They were both Qian Yanyan's foster sons, and they had come to receive the esteemed guests in Qian Yanyan's place. The corner of the old man's eye twitched, and he suppressed his anger. That's right. This way please, sir. Last night, Qian Yanyan had urgently summoned the core members of the Qian family to discuss a plan against Li Qingshan. He had already learned about Qian Yanyan's plan. After tonight, Li Qingshan would be a dead man, so there was obviously no need for him to argue with a dead man. Li Qingshan said, May I ask where that elder is? Afterwards, he followed the old man's gaze and saw another old man. He said to Diao Fei indifferently, Brother Diao, why don't you go over and get closer to him? The old man found this rather strange. Li Qingshan could actually order around a third-layer qi practitioner Hawk Wolf Guard, and why did he want to get closer to him? However, he did not have the time to think too much about it. Li Qingshan pulled him by the hand and made his way over. He asked, Is it over there? He left Diao Fei behind as he stood in the flow of people. He looked around rather blankly with his slanted eyes, basically like a child at a loss for what to do. Then he glanced at Li Qingshan before finally moving his feet, making his way over to the other old man. He muttered a little louder, and a female attendant walked past him. In confusion, she heard the sir from the Hawk Wolf Guard say, That's far too fucking arrogant. Qian Rongji stood beside Qian Yanyan. She felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and her expression changed abruptly. The old man brought Li Qingshan to his seat and discovered that Li Qingshan had suddenly stopped talking. Li Qingshan gazed at him with his deep, pitch-black eyes and said, "You're trying to harm me, aren't you? You sure know how to joke." The old man smiled, but he was unable to smile anymore very soon. He felt like Li Qingshan's grip on his wrist had become like a pair of iron pincers, gradually tightening. His expression suddenly changed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions rang through the hall, echoing through the entire Qian estate. Air surged into the surroundings, and the crowd parted in fright. All they saw was a pitch-black person pointing at Diao Fei with difficulty. He wanted to say something, but he was unable to say anything. He gave off a burnt smell. Qian Yannian said in surprise and fury, "What did you do?" Diao Fei had only used this opportunity to stick 3 scarlet fire talismans on the other elder of the Qian family. Afterwards, he did not look at anyone. He did not even look at the furious Qian Yannian. Instead, he passed through the crowd and looked at Li Qingshan nearby. In the past, Diao Fei had once thought that even he would be in danger if he was within 10 steps of Li Qingshan. And just how far away was the old man from Li Qingshan? Half a step? Back then, Li Qingshan had only been a first-layer Qi practitioner, but now he was a second-layer Qi practitioner. Within the cries, Li Qingshan grabbed the old man's neck with a single hand and raised him high into the air. An arrogant smile filled with murderousness appeared on his face. With a crack, Li Qingshan snapped the old man's neck and tossed him towards Qian Yannian. "I'll also give you 2 corpses. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great. Please accept it." Chapter 138. The 2 elders of the Qian clan were at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. They were not small fries. Diao Fei could not have easily killed either of them in a direct confrontation. Sacred Hall, however, they did not expect that someone would attack them during the birthday banquet in front of so many people. They were killed on the spot without being able to put up any resistance. From then on, the Qian clan no longer had a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner. Surrounded by the Qian clan's experts, guests, and dozens of Qi practitioners, Diao Fei nervously approached Li Qingshan. For the first time, he felt a sense of security when he was close to someone. Last night, Li Qingshan only said 3 sentences to him. "Don't tell Qian Rongji. Do it tomorrow night at the birthday banquet. I'll deal with Qian Yannian." These 3 sentences caused Diao Fei to hesitate for a day and a night. In the end, he decided to go all out. Li Qingshan ignored the dozens of Qi practitioners. He took out a document and read it out loud. According to Qian Rongji's report, the Qian clan has committed the following illegal acts. First, killing the innocent. Second, murdering an official of the imperial court. His voice was filled with true energy. It was even louder than the rumble just now. It even reached ancient Wine City at the foot of the mountain. Everyone stopped eating and drinking and raised their heads to listen. Qian Rongji. This is impossible. Qian Yannian originally wanted to take action, but when he heard the name Qian Rongji, he became stunned. Out of all the children, the cleverest and most obedient girl who had brought him so much joy, how could she be condemned to him? However, when he turned around, Qian Rongji was no longer by his side. Unaffected, Li Qingshan continued to read. Under the orders of Jiaoping City's Black Eagle commander, Zhua Zhibua, we are here to investigate. After finding out the truth, we will execute Qian Yannian and the other criminals on the spot. Qian Yannian searched for Qian Rongji in the crowd, only to discover that she had somehow made her way through the crowd to stand beside Li Qingshan and Diao Fei, staring at Li Qingshan with a dark expression. Li Qingshan had completely ruined her plans. The words, "execute him on the spot," continued to reverberate in the air. All schemes and plots were nothing in Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan put down the file and said, "Those who are not involved, feel free to leave and avoid being implicated. If anyone dares to obstruct justice, kill without mercy." Qian Yannian's eyes widened. "It's really you? You bitch." Gong Lianbai said, Miss Qian, is this true? Qian Rongji bit her lips and said, it's all true. You can ask any citizen of ancient Wind City and they will know. Our commander Zhua is on his way. Everyone, hurry up and leave. Although she hated Li Qingshan to the core, she had no choice but to stand on his side. Otherwise, she would definitely be destroyed by the furious Qian Yannian. Near Jiaping, there was no one who had not heard of Zhuo Jibu's name. Who would actually be willing to openly oppose the Hawk Wolf Guard for the sake of the evil Qian family? The Qi practitioners all looked at one another. Who knew who moved first, but they all made their way out of the hall. However, their gazes towards Li Qingshan and the others were like they were looking at dead people. They did not plan on staying behind to help the Qian family. Most importantly, the Qian family did not need their help at all. A third-layer Qi practitioner and two second-layer Qi practitioners would be destroyed by Qian Yanyan's wrath in the blink of an eye. Thinking of that, they instead moved even faster. If Zhuo Jibo really did come and saw the corpses of the 3 Hawk Wolf Guards, they would be treated as accomplices of the Qian family. That would be an undeserved disaster. They moved very quickly, and the servants and maidservants all used this opportunity to leave as well. In the blink of an eye, the hall was empty. Only the people of the Qian family and the 2 corpses remained. Countless guests made their way down the mountain. Only the people of the Qian family went against the flow and made their way to the hall. Li Qingshan said, Qian Yannian, you've committed a heinous crime. Compared to sneaky assassinations, he still preferred a situation like this, where he was straightforward. Looking back at Diao Fei and Qian Rongji, he used a special method to unite the 2 of them who were on different sides with each other to face the enemy before them together. Qian Yannian walked over furiously, and the tiles on the floor shattered loudly. He stared straight at Qian Rongji. You ungrateful bitch! With Li Qingshan's loud declaration, there was no longer any room for negotiation. All schemes were useless. Even if they killed Li Qingshan and the others, the Qian family would appear on the blacklist of the Hawk Wolf Guard, becoming targets that the Hawk Wolf Guard had to kill. The Qian family was already on the brink of destruction. All of this was caused by Qian Rongji, whom he had raised after so much difficulty. He called out hoarsely, I've given you everything. Qian Rongji smiled instead. Her smile was very sweet. Grandfather, haven't I come to return the favor? Afterwards, she said to the remaining second-layer Qi practitioners in the hall, we'll only kill those of the Qian family's bloodline. You've been oppressed by Qian Yannian for all these years, so do you want to die with the Qian family now? Among the 5 second-layer Qi practitioners, only one of them was a direct descendant of Qian Yanyan's. Originally, they all stared at Qian Rongji furiously, but when they heard that, they looked at one another. It was impossible for the furious Qian Yannian to let the 3 Hawk Wolf Guards leave, but they all understood the consequences of killing a Hawk Wolf Guard in public. If they remained here, they would really be implicated in this terrifying crime. They would become criminals hunted down by the world, and they would no longer be able to hide. Shut up! Qian Yannian struck out furiously. A hand condensed from true qi shot through the air towards Qian Rongji. With a flash, the blade was drawn from its sheath. It sounded like a tiger's roar. The wind-entwining blade was placed before the pale-faced Qian Rongji. The hand of true qi that had been cut in half landed on the ground and the door beam. A great pit was left behind on the ground, and the entire door beam had collapsed. Between it was the pale-faced Qian Rongji. Li Qingshan gripped the wind-entwining blade and said to Qian Rongji without even looking back, keep going. This woman sure had a glib tongue. It was rather useful. However, Qian Rongji's response was to turn around and run. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He really had overestimated this woman. However, he never thought that the second-layer Qi practitioners of the Qian family would all break through the window and flee at the same time. Even the one who was related to Qian Yannian by blood, basically his own son, was no exception. This wasn't just because of Qian Rongji's words. It was also because Qian Yanyan's rule over the past few years had caused the entire family to fall apart. There wasn't the slightest bit of unity in them. Normally, they could still maintain their unity by relying on their strength and medicinal pills. However, once they encountered a huge crisis, they would immediately collapse into a pile of loose sand. Qian Yannian ignored Li Qingshan and the others. He struck out with his palm again, and a second layer Qi practitioner was slammed into the wall. All of his bones and internal organs were crushed. He looked at Qian Yannian and said, "Father." He was Qian Yannian's only biological son among these people. Qian Yannian's eyes were bloodshot as he said, "Traitors must all die. I'll leave this place to you. I'll go after them." Diao Fei said and actually followed him out. He didn't have the courage to face a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. Due to different reasons, the Great Hall became a place of disaster that everyone avoided. Only Li Qingshan and Qian Yannian were left. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, "This is good too. All the benefits are mine." Then, he raised his head and said to Qian Yannian, "Today is your birthday. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Qian Yannian walked up to Li Qingshan step by step. His skinny, old monkey-like figure seemed to suddenly grow taller, almost casting a shadow over Li Qingshan. 132 years ago, a child was born in ancient Wind City. He was born into poverty, never had enough to eat, and was bullied by others. Until one day, he was noticed by a passing Taoist who brought him to the mountains to cultivate. 30 years later, he returned. He was already a middle-aged man close to 40 years old. He went to those who had bullied him 30 years ago, and those who were now also close to 40 years old, and killed them one by one. Then, he established the Qian family. He didn't have a woman, so he madly took in wives and concubines, turning all the women he fancied into playthings. He didn't have a decent residence, so he seized the property of a country squire and expanded it into the Qian manor. He wanted to make up for everything he didn't enjoy. Almost 100 years had passed, and the Qian family became the only big family in ancient Wind City. 5 generations lived under the same roof, and there were hundreds of children and grandchildren. He wanted to continue his bloodline of power. Qian Rongji ran out of the hall, her mind racing. She had to leave this place as soon as possible and find a place to hide. After Qian Yannian killed Li Qingshan, she would be his next target. "You bitch. How dare you betray the Qian family? You will die a horrible death. Grandpa will kill you." Qian Rongji hadn't gone far when she heard someone shouting at her from behind. She turned around and saw that it was the eldest grandson of the Qian family, Qian Xingwei. He didn't dare to participate in the battle between Qi practitioners, so he took advantage of the crowd just now to reach the outside of the hall. However, he was unwilling to leave, so he hid in a corner and waited for his grandfather, Qian Yannian, to settle everything. Qian Rongji stopped. She turned around and gazed down the mountain. The people surnamed Qian were currently killing their way up. Among them, countless familiar faces appeared in her mind too. Lewd faces, contemptuous gazes, threatening fists. Countless faces merged into a single, blurry face. She held her forehead and felt a stabbing pain in her mind. 2 thoughts began to struggle. One was life, and the other was death. Qian Xingwei saw that Qian Rongji had stopped, lowered her head, and her body was trembling. He thought she was afraid and roared, "You bitch! Slut! The Qian family shouldn't have taken you in. I should have skinned you back then." Qian Rongji raised her head and smiled. She even used her slender fingers to tidy her hair and walked toward Qian Xingwei. Life was the desire to live, and death was the evil fire of revenge. At this moment, life was no longer important. Death occupied her heart. What are you trying to do?" Qian Xingwei finally felt a trace of fear. In the past, with Qian Yannian around, she wouldn't resist no matter what he did to her. He was also used to her meekness, which was why he dared to jump out and scold her. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly remember that Qian Rongji was a powerful Qi practitioner. "Grandpa, save me!" Qian Xingwei used his qinggong and leaped out while shouting loudly. Qian Rongji reached out with her right hand and grabbed Qian Xingwei's shoulder. She pulled him in front of her and pointed her index finger at Qian Xingwei's forehead. "Why are you running?" Her long fingernail pierced through, and a trickle of blood flowed down. Stop. Stop. I'm your older brother. Qian Rongji smiled and said softly, Skin me? Is this how you skin me? Her fingernail slid down like a sharp paper knife, and a scream resounded in front of the hall. Chapter 139. Xingwei. Qian Yanyan couldn't help but take a step forward when he heard the scream outside the hall. How could Templar Li Qingshan let go of such an opening? His wind-entwining blade slashed horizontally at Qian Yanyan's waist. Qian Yanyan's expression changed. He never thought that a second-layer Qi practitioner would be able to unleash such a ferocious strike. To Qian Yanyan, the fact that Li Qingshan was able to kill one of the Qian family's 2 elders, the gray-clothed elder, was a shameful sneak attack. Therefore, he did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all and only treated him as a bug that could be killed at any time. The reason why he did not strike down immediately was because he was still hesitating over the consequences of killing a hawk-wolf guard. He wondered if there was any way he could turn the situation around. However, Li Qingshan clearly told Qian Yanyan that it was not a question of whether or not he wanted to kill him, but rather, he wanted to kill him. Kid, you're courting death. Qian Yanyan bellowed. His chicken claw-like left hand stretched out and grabbed the blade, stopping the swift and violent strike. If one looked carefully, there was only a hair's breadth between the saber and the palm. Qian Yanyan's true qi and Li Qingshan's true qi clashed intensely within this small distance. It was as if 2 armies were fighting on a long battle line. One side was made up of elite soldiers, but they were no match for an enemy that was 100 times their size. The blood vessels in Li Qingshan's body expanded, and he exerted all his strength on the saber, but he couldn't make the saber move an inch. Qian Yanyan was also surprised. With his strength, he actually couldn't snatch the saber from Li Qingshan's hands. This brat's strength was simply astonishing. The indestructible wind-entwining saber let out a teeth-aching groan. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through their minds, but in reality, it only took an instant. Both of them reacted almost at the same time. Qian Yanyan threw a punch at Li Qingshan's chest, while Li Qingshan grabbed at Qian Yanyan's head, completely ignoring that palm. When they exchanged blows just now, it was as if they were going to perish together. Li Qingshan was not confident in anything else, but he was extremely confident in his own defense. I have a lot of HP and high defense. Enduring 8 or 10 moves from you is nothing, but if you take a single move from me, you will die. Qian Yanyan felt like if that claw landed, even his head would be crushed. With it, just when Li Qingshan wanted to take advantage, he saw 17 or 18 fists condensed from his true qi. Qian Yanyan's condense, rush and defend himself. Just when Li Qingshan wanted to use this opportunity to gain the upper hand, he saw 17 or 18 fists condensed from true qi rush towards him. The wind-entwining blade turned into a streak of light, protecting him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of banging sounds could be heard, and a strong wind blew. The huge table was overturned, and all the candles in the hall were extinguished. St. Teet, san, ant. St. Teet. Li Qingshan with the Li Qingshan, St. Li Lis. He leet, king T his feet to his T, you're a body practitioner. Qian Yanyan exclaimed. If he was an ordinary second-layer qi practitioner, his true qi would have already shattered his lungs. He might even have been torn to shreds on the spot, unless he used a body tempering technique to strengthen his body. Li Qingshan didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt like he was stretching his muscles and bones. He stared at Qian Yanyan with bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Qian Yanyan looked at Li Qingshan. The disdain in his eyes was gone, replaced by a little more caution. However, it was only a little. He had been too careless just now, giving Li Qingshan the opportunity to swing his blade at him. A second-layer qi practitioner was definitely no match for a fifth-layer qi practitioner. This was common sense. Do you really think you can kill me just because you blocked a few of my moves? Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Then I'll go kill that bitch, Qian Rongji. Outside the hall, Qian Xingwei's screams became more and more shrill, but Qian Yanyan turned a deaf ear. Although he liked this eldest grandson, he had many grandchildren. It didn't matter if one or two died. While Qian Yannian was speaking, Li Qingshan didn't stay idle. He held his saber with both hands and raised it high. The pure true qi in his body flowed through his yang heel meridian and flowed into the wind-entwining saber. It turned into a layer of bright light on the saber. As he waved his arm, a sharp wind blade whistled through the air towards Qian Yannian. Holy Hall! Qian Yannian snorted coldly. He sucked in a deep breath, and a streak of golden light emerged from his nostrils. It pierced through the wind blade and shot towards Li Qingshan, leaving behind a thin, golden line in the air. Flying sword? Wasn't it only available to those in the 6th layer? Li Qingshan was a little surprised, but he immediately realized that it wasn't a flying sword, but some kind of spell. However, it was much more powerful than normal spells. It allowed a 5th layer Qi practitioner to have the skills of a 6th layer Qi practitioner. The information Qian Rongji had given him said that Qian Yannian was only in the 4th layer of Qi practitioner. That was completely false. As a 5th layer Qi practitioner, Qian Yannian obviously didn't cultivate the innate method of training of Qi, which only allowed him to reach the 3rd layer of Qi practitioner. Instead, he cultivated the even stronger gunmetal fiendish Qi technique. And this move was the gunmetal sword technique of the gunmetal fiendish Qi technique. The metal lungs condensed fiendish Qi within. The lungs opened at the nose and came out to form a sword of Qi. The sword light pierced through the air, creating a sharp whistle. If it was a normal person, just hearing this whistle would be the end of them. Li Qingshan bent his knees slightly and leapt high into the air. The sword Qi brushed past the soles of his feet. Taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't retrieve the sword Qi, he leapt towards Qian Yannian and quickly closed the distance between them. Qian Yannian looked at Li Qingshan, who was pouncing towards him, and let out another cold snort. His eyes were filled with malice. Suddenly, another sword Qi came out of his nostrils and stabbed towards Li Qingshan in midair. At the same time, another sword Qi turned around and stabbed towards Li Qingshan's back. There were 2 lungs on the left and 1 on the right. The gunmetal sword Qi also had 2, 1 on the left and 1 on the right. Li Qingshan hooked his right foot around the beam and flipped up, avoiding the crisscrossing swords of Qi by a hair's breadth. However, in the next moment, the sword Qi pierced through the beam from bottom to top. He abruptly leaned back, and the sword Qi brushed past his face, illuminating his eyebrows. Li Qingshan was already prepared. The blade in his hand flashed, and like an antelope hanging its horn, it struck the sword Qi without a trace. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. The wind-entwining blade actually made a small nick, but it also broke the sword Qi. However, before he could celebrate, the broken sword Qi once again condensed, just that it lacked a trace of fiendish Qi. Li Qingshan leapt backwards, and the sword of Qi pursued him relentlessly. He constantly leapt and twisted in the spacious hall, avoiding the sword of Qi by a hair's breadth every time. He was as nimble as a monkey. When he couldn't dodge, he would use the wind-entwining blade to forcefully strike the sword Qi, temporarily blocking it. He realized that although the sword Qi was close to a flying sword, it wasn't as agile and fast as Zhou Wenbin's flying sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge it with his body. However, it must be because Qian Yannian's strength wasn't there yet. If he had cultivated to the 6th level of Qi refinement, this sword Qi would definitely be a weapon no less powerful than a flying sword. Qian Yannian was so angry that his face was pale. He grunted continuously, focusing even more on controlling the gunmetal sword Qi to chase after Li Qingshan. However, he was extremely cautious, leaving a sword Qi around him. It wasn't just because he was worried about Li Qingshan's golden body assassination, but also because he was too old and his mental state had declined. It was difficult for him to control 2 swords at the same time. However, he believed that with just 1 sword Qi, it was enough to kill Li Qingshan. With 1 attack and 1 defense, he was in an invincible position with no openings. Li Qingshan was shocked. So, a 5th level Qi refinement cultivator was already so powerful. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? Although he didn't know the name of the gung-metal fiendish chi manual, he understood that these two swords must be the intrinsic spell of the cultivation method. That was why he could control them so easily. In comparison, the innate training of chi manual was just like its name. It could only refine chi and didn't have a proper spell. When he killed the naked man, Zhao Lianqing, he crushed him with one move using the absolute difference in strength, so he didn't experience the strength of a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. Now, although there was no one around, he wasn't in a hurry to transform. It was easy to kill Qian Yannian in one move, but the whole world would know that he was the one who killed Zhao Lianqing. Therefore, he had to think of a foolproof plan. Right now, he would just play with this old man and train his martial arts. In actual combat, he would understand the essence of the 2nd level of chi refinement. Qian Yannian thought he had the upper hand, but he didn't think that Li Qingshan only saw him as a piece of meat on the chopping board. Li Qingshan was thinking about how to cut him, and before he cut him, he had to have some fun. Seeing that he couldn't easily kill Li Qingshan and that Qian Rongji might escape, he was also worried that what Qian Rongji said was true and that Zhuo Zhibua was really on the way. He had to get away as soon as possible, so he took out an exquisite 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He finally saw the biggest goal of this trip. Then, he saw Qian Yannian take out a talisman and was about to use it. Li Qingshan bellowed, "Stop, you old bastard." Qian Yannian mocked, "Are you finally afraid?" Li Qingshan said coldly, "The things in your 100 treasures pouch, no matter if it's spirit pills, spirit stones, or talismans, they are all my property. You better not use them carelessly, or else you'll die very quickly. Your things are mine. Don't use them carelessly." These words were simply outrageous and arrogant to the extreme. Qian Yannian was also angered to the extreme. Without hesitation, the talisman in his hand exploded into a ball of light. A few 100 feet away from the hall, there was a large platform. There were 5 flights of stairs that led to all parts of the Qian residence, and there was only one path up the mountain that led to the main hall. Tonight, because of the birthday banquet, everyone in the Qian residence had come out in full force. All of their power was mobilized. They were alarmed by the unforeseen event on the mountain and gathered from all directions. Even many of the Qian residents who didn't know martial arts or chi refinement wanted to know what was going on. In the distance, a figure could be seen standing in front of the platform. Someone with sharp eyes shouted, "That's Qian Rongji. Kill her." Everyone in the Qian residence heard Li Qingshan's words just now. Many people hated this great traitor of the Qian residence to the point of gnashing their teeth, but when they got closer to take a look, they were all stunned. Qian Rongji was covered in blood, but there was a psychedelic smile on her face. Under her feet, there was a person who looked like a bloody gourd lying on the ground, moaning miserably. And in her hand, there was something that floated along with the night wind. Chapter 140. Ah! Many of the more timid ones screamed and almost fell down the stairs. In the main hall behind the holy hall, the rumbling sounds were endless. The magnificent hall was shaking in the darkness as if it would collapse at any moment. Qian Rongji looked back. It seemed that Li Qingshan could still hold on for a while, giving her enough time to do what she wanted to do. She was really grateful to Li Qingshan. Of course, it would be a big mistake to think that her personality had changed. In her mind, the best outcome of this battle would be for Li Qingshan and Qian Yannian to perish together. Master, is that you?" A middle-aged woman recognized the identity of the person on the ground from the hoarse scream. She scolded with a sobbing tone, "Qian Rongji, you slut, you lunatic. What did my master do wrong to you? Not only did you seduce him, you even want to kill him." "I seduced him?" Qian Rongji licked the blood at the corner of her mouth. "He said he wanted to skin me? I asked him if that was the case, but he didn't say. Do you know?" She kicked the bloody gourd off the platform, causing it to roll down the stairs. As if avoiding the plague, the crowd parted. When everyone's attention was attracted by the bloody body, a wind blade pierced through the crowd, and blood shot up into the sky. The woman who spoke just now had a huge gash from her shoulder to her waist. She looked down in disbelief. This little slut actually dared to attack her? This was the last thought in her mind before she collapsed to the ground. It seems that you don't know either, Qian Rongji murmured. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the sky was pitch black. Thousands of Qian family members gathered around the platform, and more were coming. The flickering torches illuminated her beautiful blood-stained face, twisting with the flickering light. A luxuriously dressed young man wailed, "Father! Mother!" Then, he looked at Qian Rongji with extreme hatred. "Everyone, kill this crazy woman and help great-grandpa. The Qian family will definitely get through this crisis." Upon receiving the order, over 1,000 people rushed forward together. Their imposing manner was enough to scare ordinary people to death. Even Qi practitioners would run out of true Qi, not to mention that there were more than a dozen first-layer Qi practitioners among them. Qian Rongji was in danger. However, there was no fear on her face. With a psychedelic smile, she opened her red lips and casually called out a string of names: Qian Ronghui, Qian Rongqing. Among the people she called out, there were big and small ones, men and women, but the one thing they had in common was that they were all Qi practitioners. None of them originally had the surname Qian, but they were adopted by the Qian clan because they had the aptitude to practice Qi refinement. Startled, they stopped in their tracks. "Haven't you been bullied enough by the Qian clan? They treated us like pigs and dogs, and now we have to die for them? The Qian family is doomed. All of the people of the Qian family will be killed by the Hawk Wolf Guard." Qian Xingwei's son, the luxuriously dressed young man, called out, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Great-grandpa will settle everything very soon. All those who betray the Qian family will die horrible deaths." The people with the bloodline of the Qian family all agreed. They pressed forward once again. The forest of blades and spears was less than 10 steps away from Qian Rongji, but due to their fear of Qian Rongji's martial prowess, they could not help but slow down. Before they knew it, the people Qian Rongji had called out had been separated from the crowd. Some of them even looked at them cautiously. Qian Rongji said, "That old bastard Qian Yannian is in the main hall at the back. If he could come out, he would have done so a long time ago. If you don't think for yourselves now, it'll be too late." Rumbles constantly rang out in the main hall. Clearly, an intense battle was taking place. However, the leader of the Qian family who had ruled over ancient Wind City for almost a century, Qian Yannian, had clearly encountered a powerful enemy. If Qian Yannian were here, then all of the objections would cease to exist. However, Qian Yannian was not here. Many people thought uneasily, is the Qian family really going to be destroyed? Just now, the first person to be called out, Qian Ronghui, could not help but ask, "What do you want?" Qian Rongji said, "It's not too late to leave the Qian family right now. Otherwise, when the nest is overturned, no one will be able to escape unscathed." Qian Ronghui hesitated. Many people hesitated as well. The young man called out, "Qian Ronghui, are you bold enough to betray my Qian family?" Qian Rongji said with a demonic voice, "Do you see that? Is this the attitude of the Qian family? Or do you want to die to the wind-entwining blade of the Hawk Wolf Guard?" Qian Ronghui glanced at the main hall in the darkness one last time and bellowed out, "All right, I'll leave the Qian family. I have nothing to do with the Qian family anymore." He turned around and made his way down the mountain. He did not plan on getting involved in this mess anymore. He did not resent the Qian family as deeply as Qian Rongji did. With him taking the lead, the others were tempted too. They were about to leave. The people of the Qian family cursed. Many weapons and spears were aimed at Qian Ronghui. Qian Ronghui bellowed, "Move. Did I say you could leave?" Qian Rongji's icy-cold voice made Qian Ronghui stop. He turned around and said furiously, "What else do you want?" Qian Rongji said, "If you leave now, you'll be hunted down by the world." Afterwards, she said to everyone, "I know all of you. None of you can just leave like this today. As long as you're not a direct descendant of the Qian family, you can be spared if you offer up the heads of members of the Qian family as proof of your loyalty. Otherwise, only death awaits you." She was in deep danger. Not only did she not beg for mercy in fear, she even threatened everyone fiercely. Everyone panicked. There were only a few direct descendants of the Qian family. Even they did not have the determination to live and die with the Qian family. They were just tied to the Qian family's war chariot. They had no choice but to persevere, not to mention the others. She vaguely understood Li Qingshan's feelings. This feeling was really great. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. In this hot summer night, under the illumination of the fire, many beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads. Everyone looked around vigilantly, trying to distinguish who was not their own kin from the fire and who was a possible proof of allegiance. This century-old clan had a dense web of interpersonal relationships. There were countless grievances and hatred. In the darkness, it was unknown where the first saber fell, but it was unknown where the first scream came from. It was as if a fuse had been lit. The first flash of blood was like a spark falling on a wasteland. It quickly spread into a prairie fire. Someone shouted, "Kill these traitors. Surround the Qian family." There were also people shouting, "Take revenge." But there were more screams and wails. Pairs of eyes were dyed red with blood. They did not have the time to distinguish whether the people around them were enemies or relatives. They waved their sabers at anyone who approached them. Talismans turned into lightning and flames, exploding in the crowd. The sound of spears piercing into bodies and sabers cutting through bones interweaved into a soul-calming song. The Qian family mansion turned into a Jura purgatory. And in the center of the purgatory, Qian Rongji laughed crazily. Great joy surged into her heart. All of her memories were burning. She forgot about the potential threat of Qian Yannian. She even forgot about the difference between life and death. She felt that this place was heaven. She was happy now. Even if she died immediately, it did not matter. There were also people who wanted to assassinate this traitor of the Qian family out of anger, and there were even people who became blinded by bloodlust. They tried to kill her. However, in this place, who could possibly kill a second-layer Qi warrior? They were all killed by the wind-entwining saber and turned into corpses that formed a circle around her. Gradually, no one dared to approach her, and this circle of corpses became the only safe haven in this purgatory. None of the people of ancient Wind City could forget this night. They raised their heads and watched from within the city. They watched as the clan that had ruled over ancient Wind City for a century collapsed in the flames of tribulation. Their faces were filled with mixed emotions of fear, surprise, and joy. Most of the Qi practitioners who had come down from the mountain did not leave. They also watched from the darkness. They were extremely surprised and astounded by the horrifying sight in the firelight. No one had expected things to develop like this. Originally, they thought Li Qingshan's declaration was a joke that had overestimated himself, that he was looking to die. However, Qian Yannian would kill 3 Hawk Wolf guards with lightning speed before fleeing with the core members of the clan. However, the development of the matter had taken them by surprise. The Qian family was being destroyed. However, Qian Yannian remained in the main hall. He did not stop all of this. It was as if someone had stopped him. That was impossible. Even if a third-layer Qi practitioner and 2 second-layer Qi practitioners worked together, Qian Yannian would not be able to kill them with a single hand. Unless the Hawkwolf Guard had someone else, or perhaps Zhuo Zhibua had already arrived in ancient Wine City silently. This was the most logical deduction, and it also explained why Li Qingshan was so arrogant. The Qi practitioners all felt fortunate that they had not remained on the mountain. In their eyes, the Hawkwolf Guard was not an organization that could be reasoned with. As a result, there was even less of a reason for anyone to go up the mountain to save the Qian family. When the flames ran out of fuel, they would be extinguished. The flames of tribulation used people as fuel. Once most people died, they would gradually extinguish as well. In an extremely short amount of time, over 1,000 people were dead or injured. Blood flowed on the mountain steps as corpses littered the ground. In the canopy where no one noticed, Little An's eyes flickered with blood-red flames. He had seen all of this horrific sight the entire time, but he did not show surprise or fear like ordinary people. Instead, he seemed to be in thought, as if he had comprehended something. Tonight, Li Qingshan had made up his mind to fight, so he did not take him with him, just in case he was trapped in the jar and could move about freely. He still did not trust Li Qingshan at the end of the day, no matter how powerful Li Qingshan was. As a result, he used the darkness to arrive outside the main hall on the mountain, and when he saw this, he was unable to shift his gaze away anymore. Li Qingshan's aura was extremely powerful, so there was no need for him to worry at all. The path of white bone and great beauty had originally been created by a great figure of Buddhism. The essence within it all originated from Buddhism, so he had read many Buddhist scriptures to comprehend the true meaning within. However, the path of white bone and great beauty completely reversed the scriptures, reversing the meaning of the scriptures. The mysteries and mysteries within it were something that even he, who had been confirmed by Oxen to be extraordinarily talented, often found puzzling. In Li Qingshan's eyes, he could devour flesh and blood easily, and his cultivation could advance rapidly. He did not even need to ingest pills. However, only he understood the difficulties involved. Hiding in the gloomy jar, he had never felt bored for a single moment. As a matter of fact, he had never even thought about being bored. He constantly thought about the path of white bone and great beauty, like an ascetic monk in secluded cultivation. Today, when he saw this, he comprehended something. Chapter 141. The spirit talismans transformed into lightning, instantly lighting up the dark hall. However, it couldn't hide the two red dots that suddenly lit up. Holy Hall, the blazing white lightning lashed fiercely against the iron-like skin, but didn't leave a mark. Qian Yanyan took a step back. Looking at the tower-like monster in front of him, he revealed a panicked expression. Demon, demon. Although he didn't sense a trace of demonic aura, the enormous, almost tangible pressure still pressed down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. His mind was a mess. How could the seemingly ordinary and weak second-layer Qi refinement youth have such a transformation? It was completely beyond his imagination. Li Qingshan unfurled his body. The sharp horns on his head almost touched the ceiling. He lowered his head and looked at Qian Yanyan. He said in a booming voice, "I told you to stop. Why won't you listen?" Qian Yanyan roared. The two gung-metal Qi swords turned into two rays of golden light and stabbed at Li Qingshan. It was difficult for his huge body to dodge such an attack, and Li Qingshan had no intention of dodging at all. Before the gung-metal Qi swords could touch Li Qingshan's skin, they crashed into the turtle shell-like shield and were countered by the demonic Qi. They turned into powder and couldn't reform again. Qian Yanyan instinctively touched his 100 treasures pouch. There were life-saving talismans and spirit medicines that could be used to turn the tables. The 100 treasures pouch was a Qi refinement cultivator's second life. An iron pillar-like index finger shot out a claw that was as sharp as a machete. With a sharp clang, it stopped in front of Qian Yanyan's forehead. Qian Yanyan froze, not daring to move an inch. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react. If Li Qingshan wanted to kill him, the sharp claw would have pierced through his head and taken his life. Qian Yanyan trembled. "What do you want? I can give you anything. Don't kill me." Li Qingshan hooked the 100 treasures pouch from Qian Yanyan's hand and held it between his fingers. Then, he picked up the toy-like wind-entwining blade. A complicated expression of flattery, fawning, and fear appeared on Qian Yanyan's face. Then, it collapsed like a mask. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan pierced Qian Yanyan's chest with his saber. For a fifth-layer Qi practitioner, this wasn't a fatal wound, but it was enough to make him lose most of his battle prowess, especially for a 100-year-old man. Qian Yanyan widened his eyes and opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Li Qingshan flicked his index finger, breaking Qian Yanyan's jaw like a siege crossbow. Then, Li Qingshan unsheathed his wind-entwining saber and took a few steps back. His figure gradually shrunk and finally returned to human form. He said to Qian Yanyan, "Now, let's continue. Pay attention, I'm going to kill my way over." After losing his 100 treasures pouch, 2 gung-metal Qi swords, and being stabbed in the chest, Qian Yanyan was like a heavily injured beast that had its claws and teeth plucked out. He let out meaningless roars. As if he knew it was impossible to escape, Qian Yanyan forcibly sealed his wound with true Qi, stirred up all the true Qi in his body, and pounced at Li Qingshan. Qian Yanyan didn't know who he was, but a gust of wind hit him in the face. A layer of pale golden luster appeared on Qian Yanyan's body. Li Qingshan slashed down with all his strength, but Qian Yanyan didn't dodge. His hands formed pale golden chi blades and stabbed at Li Qingshan's ribs. Clang! The wind-entwining saber, which contained Li Qingshan's true chi and great strength, broke through Qian Yanyan's gunmetal true chi and left a bloody mark on his shoulder. Li Qingshan also turned a blind eye to it. The wind-entwining saber slashed at Qian Yanyan's neck. There was another sound of metal clashing, and 2 stabs of pain came from below his ribs. Qian Yanyan's knife hand easily penetrated the black wolf robe, which could withstand crossbow bolts and Li Qingshan's true chi. However, it couldn't penetrate Li Qingshan's tough Dade demon ox hide. A series of thunderous sounds rang out. In the narrow space, the two didn't take a step back, and neither did they dodge. They attacked each other for dozens of times. The black wolf robe on Li Qingshan's body was tattered beyond recognition. Qian Yanyan was also covered in blood, and the wound on his chest was constantly oozing blood. Qian Yanyan's eyes were red, and he was like a mad tiger. In the end, he didn't care about any moves, and he grabbed Li Qingshan and slammed into the pillar. Dong, 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 dong. 5 pillars collapsed in a row. The hall shook, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Li Qingshan's body was covered in dust, and he cut a sorry figure. However, his eyes were still as calm as water. This kind of crazy attack obviously couldn't hurt him, and this kind of earth-shattering battle effect was exactly what he wanted. A 5th-layer Qi practitioner who knew he was going to die and fought like a cornered beast was tenacious beyond Li Qingshan's imagination. Even in a situation where he was heavily injured, he still displayed shocking battle strength. Li Qingshan discovered that with just the strength of a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner, even if his body was strong, it would be very difficult to win. Under the violent bombardment of true Qi, Li Qingshan didn't even have the strength to fight back. Finally, a punch landed solidly on his chest. He didn't control his body and let it fly more than 100 feet away, landing heavily on the platform. He didn't forget to say, "So powerful." Of course, all of this had a purpose. He wanted to kill Qian Yanyan openly, but he definitely couldn't kill him in one move. He wanted to purposely cause a commotion, draw a line between him and Zhao Liangqing's death, and hide his identity as a demon. Not only could he show weakness to his potential enemies to numb their nerves, but he could also confuse some of his potential enemies so that they wouldn't be in a hurry to attack him. This would give him more time to grow. This was a very deep plan. But before Li Qingshan could feel proud of the show he had directed, he was stunned by the scene around him. The thick smell of blood enveloped the entire platform. The wet blood had dried and turned black. Thousands of corpses, men, women, adults, and children, were piled up on the platform and the mountain path. Those who hadn't seen it before would never be able to imagine what kind of tragic scene it was. There were countless hands and feet, countless twisted and hideous faces, and eyes that were wide open, unable to close in peace. Li Qingshan was engaged in a battle to the death with Qian Yanyan in the hall, so he was in no mood to pay attention to the battle cries outside. He basically turned a deaf ear to it. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, even though he had personally killed many people in the past and originally thought he had grown accustomed to blood and death, he still felt greatly shocked. Just who was it? What had they done? The moon emerged from the dark clouds. The moonlight coated everything with a layer of silver frost. The surroundings were deathly silent. There was not a single sound, as if the creatures of the natural world were all stunned, afraid to disturb them. However, the person who had caused all of this, Qian Rongji, currently wielded a water-splitting barb, sending the lucky survivors who were still moaning and breathing from the pile of corpses into hell one by one. Qian Ronghui retreated with a struggle. "No, Rongji, there's no grievance between us." He was the first person to be sucked into the frenzy of blood. However, with his strength at the peak of the 1st-layer of Qi practitioner, he still managed to survive. However, his true Qi had already been completely depleted, and he was covered in wounds. He basically had no strength left at all. However, Qian Rongji said, For years ago, on the 15th day of the 8th month, you called me a whore. The water-splitting barb stabbed into Qian Ronghui's head mercilessly. Qian Yannian chased her out of the hall. When he saw this, he immediately froze up. His mind recovered a sliver of clarity. Was the Qian family finished just like this? Qian Rongji turned around and looked at Qian Yannian. There was no fear on her face. Instead, she said with great delight, "Haha, grandfather, do you see this? Your children and grandchildren are all dead." With a wild howl, Qian Yannian sank into an even deeper madness. He ignored Li Qingshan and lunged towards Qian Rongji. Li Qingshan gripped the chipped wind-entwining blade firmly, but he did not swing it. This woman was vicious and capricious. She had done him harm time and time again, so how could he save her? Watching Qian Yannian lunge over, Qian Rongji fished out 3 fire talismans, which turned into fireballs and shot towards Qian Yannian. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 explosions. Flames surged into the air, and the shockwaves swept up the remains of the corpses. However, before Qian Rongji could even celebrate, she saw Qian Yannian forcefully charge through the flames. His sparse hair had all been singed, and his body was covered in charred marks. However, he still charged towards her without any regard for the consequences. A sliver of fear finally appeared on Qian Rongji's face, but she did not flee. She gripped the water-splitting barb firmly and stabbed it towards Qian Yannian with an azure streak of light. Suddenly, a verdant vine sprouted from the ground, wrapping around Qian Yannian like a snake. Gunmetal true qi erupted from his body and tore through the vine, but he was stopped for a moment. The azure streak of light pierced his chest. Blood gushed out from the wound from Li Qingshan's attack, unable to stop it anymore. Qian Yannian took a few more steps forward, and even more vines sprouted from beneath his feet, wrapping around him. He was like a moth trapped in a spider's web, struggling more and more powerless. Before anyone knew it, Dao Fei had returned. He held a seal in his right hand before his chest as he stared at Qian Yannian with all his attention. The vines were a technique he had used. Only now did Li Qingshan realize that Dao Fei did not practice the innate method of condensing qi. This was probably the cultivation method of the Green Vine Mountain. Qian Rongji did not seem to expect her attack to be effective either. She rejoiced madly, but she did not rush up to finish him off. Instead, she took a dozen or so steps back cautiously. "Grandfather, your wives, concubines, and children are all here. Do you see them? They're right next to your feet." "Oops, you've kicked your beloved concubine's head. But it's fine. I've also helped you kill those traitors who betrayed the Qian family. What do you think? I've repaid the kindness of the Qian family." Qian Yannian roared, but he had already reached the end of his rope in his battle against Li Qingshan. That lunge had already been the last of his strength. He relied on a deep breath of true qi to keep himself alive. He stared straight at Qian Rongji as if he wanted to gouge out a piece of her flesh. However, Qian Rongji only said with a smile, "I remember you promised me in the past that you'd let me be the leader of the Qian family. Of course, I know you were lying to me. How could you let an outsider, and a woman at that, become the leader? But now, there's no one else who can inherit the position of leader, so I'll be the only one left." Then she became vexed. "But there's no one left in the Qian family now. There's no point in being the leader, so I'll just return it to you, the first and last leader of the Qian family." Every single word from Qian Rongji was like a sword, piercing Qian Yannian and making him tremble all over. However, with his shattered jaw, he was unable to say anything else. He raised his head and coughed up a mouthful of blood before the vines completely swallowed him. Chapter 142. In this world of blood and darkness, the lush green vines were exceptionally bright. They were full of vitality as they grew and formed a large cocoon. Sacred Hall for a long time, only the rustling of the green vines could be heard. At some point, Qian Rongji had stopped talking and was staring blankly at the large green cocoon. After confirming that Qian Yannian was dead, Dao Fei impatiently walked up and dispersed the green vines. He started searching Qian Yannian's body, but of course, there was no 100 treasures pouch. He couldn't help but turn around to look at the stubborn 16-year-old youth. He was currently standing in a sea of bloody corpses, looking up at the night sky with great concentration. The moonlight enveloped his body, as if all of this blood had nothing to do with him. The stars in the summer night were bright and dazzling. Even the moonlight couldn't diminish their beauty. Li Qingshan discovered that compared to the corpses on the ground, the starry sky was still much more beautiful. He wasn't pretending to think about life. He just suddenly felt a sense of regret. As for what exactly this feeling was, he didn't know. He couldn't help but think of that dream again, the stars sinking into the sea of blood. After thinking about life, Li Qingshan lowered his head. How many did you catch? 3. 2 escaped. Not bad. You praise me too much. After a few words, Diao Fei obviously wouldn't ask where Qian Yanyan's 100 treasures pouch was or ask Li Qingshan to give him a share. He also had his own plans, which were to chase down a few second-layer Qi practitioners who posed no threat and then sneak back to see how things developed. If Li Qingshan was defeated, he would quietly leave and report to Zhuo Zhibue to ensure that he wasn't in any danger. But he never would have thought that Li Qingshan would really be able to drag Qian Yanyan to this point. Diao Fei knew very well that his entanglement of green vines couldn't possibly catch a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. Qian Yanyan was clearly at the end of his rope, and this was all thanks to Li Qingshan. Sacred Hall. Although he seemed to be in an extremely difficult and horrible shape, Li Qingshan had truly worn down a fifth-layer Qi practitioner. It was better to maintain some respect for the strong. As for the Qi practitioners at the foot of the mountain, even though they were quite far away, they had many ways to see the top of the mountain. At this moment, their faces were filled with disbelief. From the beginning until the end, they had not seen any hidden masters of the Hawk Wolf Guard. It was actually just this young man alone. As a second-layer Qi practitioner, he had been able to fight against Qian Yanyan for so long. In the end, he actually won out of the blue. Could it be that Qian Yanyan's body had deteriorated to such an extent that he was taken advantage of? That was probably the only explanation. Gong Lianbai murmured, "How is this possible?" This was also what the other Qi practitioners were thinking. The water-splitting thorn fell to the ground with a clang, and the faint sound of sobbing could be heard. The moment Qian Rongji saw Qian Yanyan's body, her entire body trembled. The smile on her face had completely disappeared. She was stunned for a moment, and a warm liquid slid down her face. It wasn't blood, but tears. She had no idea why she was crying. All she did was suddenly bawl. Li Qingshan and Diao Fei glanced at one another. They said nothing. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and said loudly, "Today, Li Qingshan, Diao Fei, and Qian Rongji of the Hawk Wolf Guard have executed Qian Yanyan in accordance with the law." After a pause, he continued, "And they have annihilated the entire Qian family to serve as a warning to the rest. You Qi practitioners are blessed by the heavens, so you should take this as a warning. If you care about right and wrong and commit atrocities, going against the laws of nature, you will suffer from this." His loud voice drowned out Qian Rongji's sobs, clearly reaching the foot of the mountain and echoing through the entire city. The first cheer rang out from a dark corner of the alleyway. It was just a scholar in dire straits. He could not help but sigh in admiration carefully. 2 years ago, the Qian family forcefully demolished his ancestral home to build a garden. He was forced to live on the streets with his wife and child, and he fell ill from anger, almost losing his life. He finally recovered after much difficulty and rented a shabby room, relying on writing and selling paintings to barely make a living. However, he was unable to settle the knot in his chest. Originally, he thought it would weigh on his heart for the rest of his life, but he never thought there would finally be a day where he would get his revenge. However, the cry was like a rock tossed into a still lake, kicking up ripples before turning into a surging sound wave. The sound wave shot up and reached the platform on the top of the mountain, as if it was responding to Li Qingshan's words. Li Qingshan saw that the ancient Wind City was lit up one after another. Countless citizens walked out of their houses and cheered excitedly. Many of them hugged each other and cried. It was as if they were celebrating a grand festival. The lanterns and firecrackers that the Qian family had forced them to prepare were finally put to use. They were celebrating the destruction of the Qian family. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. Perhaps there were many innocent people among the corpses on the ground. However, he was not an American hero who was obsessed with moral purity. As a man of steel, how could he not bear the responsibility of a few lives? He had destroyed the entire Qian family, so he had destroyed the entire Qian family. There was nothing he would not dare to admit. Why not cry for one family instead of another? Only the Qi practitioners hiding in the dark had their expressions changed drastically. Li Qingshan's threatening words were clearly directed at them. However, they felt angry and humiliated. At the same time, there was an indescribable pressure and even a hint of fear. They subconsciously checked themselves, wondering if they were like the Qian family. Li Qingshan's killing of Qian Yanyan and the destruction of the Qian family was cheered by the crowd. He was like a god of law, standing on the altar and pointing his eyes at all demons and monsters. Who would dare to face him head-on? They could only cower in fear. Li Qingshan did not give these people any face. They came to celebrate Qian Yanyan's birthday, but it did not mean that Qian Yanyan had committed all sorts of evil deeds. They would probably defend themselves and say that they did not understand the Qian family's actions. However, who would not have heard such a loud voice that soared into the clouds? Even if they heard it, they would turn a deaf ear to it. They understood the principle of self-preservation and were unwilling to offend a Qi practitioner family for the sake of ordinary people. The Qi practitioners hid in the dark and left the ancient Wind City. They all remembered a name. Li Qingshan said, "Are you done crying?" Qian Rongji raised her head in a daze. Li Qingshan said, "If you're done crying, then let's go. Our mission is over." Moreover, he had already obtained what he wanted. After saying this, he ignored Diao Fei and Qian Rongji. He only glanced at the treetops in the distance before striding down the mountain. Qian Rongji said, "Wait." Li Qingshan turned around in confusion, only to see Qian Rongji smiling and wiping away her tears. She said, "I haven't taken anything yet." Then, she started rummaging through the pile of corpses, muttering, "You guys left a weak girl like me here. I'll be scared." Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. He had thought that she would be able to relieve the pressure in her heart after getting her revenge. Not only would she lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, but she would also be able to gain some understanding of life and become less narrow-minded and vicious. However, the truth was exactly the opposite. Getting her revenge had indeed released some things from her heart. However, what was released was not the beautiful feelings that the world expected or the suppressed innocence and kindness. She finally didn't have to pretend to be the Qian clan's first miss anymore. Laughing amidst the pile of corpses, she seemed to have fused that aura of insanity into her bones, becoming more and more twisted. Only now did he realize that everything about being enlightened and forsaking evil for good was all made up in stories. The true state of the world was that it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was hard to change one's nature. There were Buddhas and demons in the world, or perhaps this was also the state of the world? Qian Rongji slightly curled her dress. "Thank you for your help today. Only then could I get my revenge. If you don't mind, I'm willing to repay you with my body." Her face was full of smiles, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Li Qingshan's footsteps did not stop. Diao Fei walked even faster, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, leaving Qian Rongji's silly laughter behind him. Qian Rongji paced around the pile of corpses like a pitch-black ghost. She was no longer searching for something. Instead, she was like an artist admiring her favorite work. A tourist strolled through a beautiful garden. She stopped from time to time, holding a familiar face and saying a few words to it. Even if she didn't get a reply, she would still chuckle for a long time. Compared to this purgatory of corpses, she seemed to be even more strange and terrifying. Little and got the hint from Li Qingshan, but he did not leave immediately. Instead, he hid at the side and entered a state of intense thinking. The eminent monk was blessed with both fortune and wisdom. He saw that the world was like a fire, and the house was like a sea of bitterness, and the people were drowning in it. Greed, anger, stupidity, and could not extricate themselves. Even if he cultivated Mahayana Buddhism, he still couldn't save all living beings. He mourned for their misfortune and was angry for their inaction. Mourning gave birth to boundless compassion, and anger gave birth to boundless killing intent. During the great calamity of heaven and earth, at the juncture of life and death, he found that his heart was still hindered. Once again, he saw his heart and understood his nature. Thus, he followed his heart and made the 4 great vows so that his thoughts would not be hindered, and he would be able to survive the calamity. Such as the heavenly demon, his nature was extremely evil. Once he understood his nature, he slaughtered and became free, equal to Buddha. Oh, I understand. That eminent monk was a super genius. He saw that all living beings were stupid and stupid. No matter what he said, they wouldn't listen, and no matter what he said, they wouldn't understand. His heart was traumatized, and he was suppressed by the 4 words, "My Buddha is merciful." He could only keep it in his heart and couldn't release it, so the pressure was as great as a mountain. It is easier to kill him with a single blow than to bring him, oh no, a horrid mass of idiots to the other side. It is like having a swarm of flies around him all day, and he grabs the fly, squeezes its belly open, pulls out its intestines, and puts the intestines around its neck and gives it a good yank. Heh, his whole tongue was sticking out. He raised his hand and slashed down. Whoosh, the whole world was peaceful. In a small inn at the foot of the mountain, Little and wrote down his understanding on a piece of paper and told it to Li Qingshan. After thinking about it, Li Qingshan said so. Little and was dumbfounded. He felt that after Li Qingshan said this, the eminent monk's realm had dropped by more than 1 level. Originally, even if he fell into the path of evil, he was still a white-boned bodhisattva with great wisdom and power. Now, he felt that the pain and troubles this bodhisattva had experienced were no different from those of a commoner. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, Little, and let me tell you, the most important thing to be a person is to be happy. It's the same as being a skeleton. You can't go to extremes. Those who go to extremes are all mentally ill. When you meet someone who can be reasoned with, you talk to him. When you meet someone who can't be reasoned with, you stab him." Chapter 143. Li Qingshan continued, "All right, if you want to be a good person, you have to stretch your right cheek after being slapped on the left. If you can't take it anymore, you become a bad person, killing everyone on sight and disregarding your own family. If the Holy Church can't save the common people, you go and destroy them. If that's not a mental illness, what is it? You should comprehend and cultivate this ability when you should, but don't take it too seriously." As a result, a certain great figure above the 9 heavens was demoted to the level of a mental illness. If Oxen were here, he would definitely clap his hands in praise. It was not that Li Qingshan's words were impressive or that he displayed a great source of wisdom. On the contrary, his words were rather brainless, but contemplating the philosophy of life and the great Tao of the world had never been his forte. He was not a wise person. He did not have great wisdom or wisdom. He was not a benevolent person. He did not have great compassion or compassion. He was a brave person. He had a domineering and fearless spirit. If he could not understand, then he would not think about it. He would do whatever he wanted to do. These words sounded simple, but even great cultivators thousands of times more powerful than Li Qingshan could only carefully comprehend the essence of the ability created by immortals and Buddhas above the 9 heavens. It was impossible for them to be like Li Qingshan and say, "Don't take it too seriously." Humans could not be without respect, but the brave were fearless. No matter what you said, the ability and cultivation method were just tools in my hands. They existed for the sake of satisfying my thoughts. I must not allow any ideology to take over my thoughts. Little and naturally regarded Li Qingshan's earnest teachings as the best. He valued them much more than the essence of the path of white bone and great beauty. Although he felt that there was something off with Li Qingshan's words, it was definitely not Li Qingshan's fault. Perhaps he had not thought it through, or perhaps there was something wrong with that great monk. However, it freed him from his chaotic and profound thoughts, preventing him from being too deeply affected by the ability. Probably no one could have imagined that a half-baked teacher would have such a miraculous effect on an idiotic student. Li Qingshan felt rather proud of himself. No matter how talented and clever he was, little and was still a child. He still needed his guidance like a beacon. The Holy Church, as he said that, Li Qingshan's stomach growled again. He always got hungry easily after a great battle. He went out to eat before closing the door. Li Qingshan held back his excitement and took out Qian Yanyan's 100 treasures pouch. Let's see how we've benefited from this trip now. As soon as he channeled true qi into it, Qian Yanyan's 100 treasures pouch, he could not help but gasp in amazement. The pouch was the size. Qian Yanyan, he could not. As for Zhao Liangqing's 100 treasures pouch, Li Qingshan was afraid of the imprint of the gate, so he did not dare to carry it on him. However, this was fine. He could replace the one from the Hawk-Wolf Guard. Ian 1000, Li Q. The first thing Li Qingshan wanted to collect were pills. Qian Rongji had not lied about one thing. He took out small bottles and placed them on the table. Before long, they filled the table. The Qian family's alchemy skills did not seem particularly impressive. Every single qi gathering pill was the size of a longan at the very least, and each bottle could only hold 3. But even with that being the case, there were over 400 of them. The book was Qian Yanyan's greatest weapon for controlling the Qian family, yet it had all fallen into Li Qingshan's hands now. These pills were enough for him to reach the next level on the path of demons and demons. The Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength should be enough for him to reach the second layer. Afterwards, he could begin practicing the Tiger Demon's Fist of Bone Forging. As for the Spirit Turtle's method of Qi suppression, Li Qingshan practiced it every single day. It was basically no exception, even when he practiced Qi. Most of the effects of the Qi gathering pills had been devoured by him. Although there was still a very long way to go before he could undergo the first heavenly tribulation and become a demon general, he still sped along this path. Over 100 bottles of qi gathering pills were stacked together. Li Qingshan felt refreshed as he looked at them. He beamed like a pauper who had suddenly struck gold. He casually fished out a pill and tossed it into the air. However, he did not swallow it directly. Instead, he held it in his mouth like he was eating candy. The qi-gathering pill refined from several dozen herbs was extremely bitter. It stimulated his mouth viciously. However, Li Qingshan tasted it like he was tasting tea. He tasted a sweet taste. Little and saw Li Qingshan furrow his brows and curl his lips as he counted the qi-gathering pills on the table again. For some reason, he thought of how Qian Rongji spoke to a corpse. There were not just qi-gathering pills. There were a few bottles of pills similar to the Pearl Dew pills. They were more precious pills known as 100 Grasses pills. They were the enhanced version of the qi-gathering pills. Because they required more precious herbs and required more skill in refining pills, there were very few of them. There were only a dozen or so in total. Li Qingshan planned to save them for a critical moment when he was about to break through. Other than that, there were also pills like the blood invigoration pill, used to strengthen qi and blood. Clearly, that old geezer Qian Yanyan knew he did not have long to live and wanted to live a few more years. 27 talismans. This was more than all the talismans Li Qingshan had obtained in his entire life of cultivation. Looking at the winding handwriting, Li Qingshan could only recognize a small portion of them. Among them, there were 5 mid-grade lightning talismans. These talismans were extremely powerful. If they were used outdoors in a thunderstorm, they could even attract lightning from the sky. The killing power was astonishing. Not to mention the other spirit talismans, just these 5 lightning summoning talismans alone. If Qian Yanyan didn't hesitate to use them all at once, he would be able to instantly kill any qi practitioner below the 6th layer. Even a 6th layer qi practitioner wouldn't dare to be careless. If it were not for the toughness of his demon avatar, Li Qingshan would basically be dead for sure if he came to make trouble for Qian Yanyan. However, to Li Qingshan's slight pity, there were not many spiritual artifacts among them. There were only 2 low-grade ones. Clearly, Qian Yanyan was not skilled in forging artifacts. nor was it possible for him to go around killing chi practitioners like the Hawkwolf Guard. Among the two low-grade spiritual artifacts, one of them was a patterned hidden sword over a foot in length. However, after channeling true chi into it, it shone with a light 5 feet long, turning into an extremely long sword. Li Qingshan immediately gave it to Little N. The other spiritual artifact was rather special. It was a round, wooden shield the size of a wash basin. When he tried channeling true chi into it, the round shield suddenly became the size of a millstone and much heavier. Li Qingshan had already known that some spiritual artifacts could change shape, such as the metal ruler in Wang Puxi's hands. However, this was the first time he had obtained a spiritual artifact like that, and it was a defensive one at that. However, this spiritual artifact suited him extremely well. With it, he could wield the huge shield and charge around. If he encountered an enemy, he could just slam down with the shield. Who could stop him? Apart from that, there were some worldly items. The first item was actual gold and silver. 1,500,000 taels of silver notes was slightly less than he had imagined. Qian Yannian had occupied ancient Wind City for all these years, but his savings were actually not as great as Zhao Liangqing's. It made sense when he thought about it. The Qian family was large, so they had many people to support. Most of the money was probably in the hands of the caretakers below them. However, it was not just the silver notes that were money. There were also a large number of property deeds and land deeds. With a casual glance, the Qian family occupied most of the property in ancient Wind City, as well as several thousand acres of fertile land outside the city. According to the law, everything a Hawkwolf Guard obtained from carrying out a mission belonged to them. As a result, Li Qingshan had become a landlord overnight. When he thought about the days he spent in the cowshed back then, he could not help but sigh. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to look for the cultivation method that allowed him to emit sword chi from his nostrils like what Qian Yannian practiced, but he did not find it. However, he did not find it to be a pity. He would earn contribution once he returned anyway, so he could visit the library of the Hawkwolf Guard. And he did not plan on changing cultivation methods before he reached the 9th layer with the innate method of practicing chi. He was in no hurry to find a new cultivation method either. The sounds of celebration outside the window had yet to stop. Gongs and drums filled the air as firecrackers crackled. It actually seemed like it would last for the entire night. Li Qingshan smiled. He ingested another chi-gathering pill and began cultivating. Shaun also sat cross-legged beside him like an old monk. The next morning, a bitter but smiling district magistrate knocked on Li Qingshan's door. When he saw Li Qingshan, he was surprised. He never thought that the great Sir Hawkwolf Guard who had destroyed the Qian family and shocked ancient Wind City would actually be so young. He almost doubted whether he had found the wrong person. Li Qingshan said, "Sir, what business do you have with me?" The district magistrate was extremely familiar with the voice that rang through the night sky last night. He was certain that it was the person before him, so he told him the reason for his visit. Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. The district magistrate wanted to parade him through the streets in red, saying that the sedan chair was already prepared downstairs. Of course, he turned him down. The district magistrate did not dare to dissuade him. Who would be bold enough to force someone as vicious as him to do so? Li Qingshan said, "Compared to this, you should hurry up and get people to dispose of the corpses on the mountain. The weather is scorching right now, so we can't let a plague spread." The district magistrate said, "You're right, sir. I've already sent people to deal with it. Near the Qian estate, there's a pit at the foot of the western mountain. I've gathered the commoners to move the corpses there for burial, but the commoners find it filthy, and it's the corpses of people from the Qian family, so none of them are willing to help." Li Qingshan sank into thought. There should still be quite a lot of gold and silver utensils left in the Qian estate. Send people to search for them and treat them as wages for the commoners. You have to deal with this matter properly today. You can't make any mistakes. The district magistrate beamed with joy and agreed in a hurry. He thought to himself, this Sir sure is considerate of the people. If Li Qingshan did not say anything, who would be bold enough to touch the items in the Qian estate? Li Qingshan had other plans in mind. After seeing off the district magistrate, he returned to his room and said to Little and, "Can you really cultivate like this?" Little and nodded. Li Qingshan asked, "How long will it take?" Little and shook his head. Li Qingshan said, "All right, we'll stay here for a while. It'll be perfect for us to calm down and cultivate for a while. If we return to Jiaping City, we probably won't be as calm anymore." "All right, Li Qingshan." In a small garden in the Hawkwolf Guard's office in Jiaping City, Zhuo Zhibua held a letter. The corner of his eye twitched and his fury surged. He shattered the stone table with a palm strike. Chapter 144. Li Qingshan had no background at all. As a matter of fact, Wang Puxi did not even like him very much, which was why he just sent him under his command. In the sacred hall, if Gu Yenying really cared about this kid, then it was impossible for Wang Puxi to not care about him. It was just like how if Wang Puxi cared about a person, then he, Zhuo Zhibua, would have to serve him carefully. This was the simplest principle, but Zhuo Zhibua had been overly cautious, just in case. What affected him the most was still the kid's attitude. He was just too arrogant, which made him feel like he had a powerful background. When the cruel truth was revealed, all Zhuo Zhibua felt was that he had been viciously toyed with. His face reddened at first before darkening. His fury towards Li Qingshan erupted all at once. "Please calm down, Commander Zhuo." Gu Jian persuaded him tactfully. Zhuo Zhibua said frigidly, "As a Black Hawk commander, I stand above 1,000,000 people. Who knows how many lives I've taken? Who knows how many years it's been since someone has been bold enough to toy with me like this?" Li Qingshan, "Oh Li Qingshan, you're impressive." Gu Jian said, "Though, the kid is in ancient Wind City. He probably won't be able to return. Why must you be angry at a dead person, Commander?" Zhuo Zhibua said, "I just hate that I can't kill him myself. And that Zhou Wenbin. He's not a good person either." Gu Jian said, "He's all alone as the district magistrate. He doesn't even have a single chi practitioner under his command, so why must you put up with him, Commander? Our Hawkwolf Guard is responsible for supervision. Why don't we find some evidence of his crimes and report him as well?" Zhuo Zhibua said, "Shut up. What evidence does he have that you can search for? He comes from the 100 schools of thought, and he has countless classmates. Even the prefect admires him very much. If I fall out with him, I'll only disappoint Commander Wang." Gu Jian said, "Yes, sir. I've misspoken." Zhuo Zhibua said, "Let's just wait for the news of the kid dying in the line of duty now. Afterwards, he would immediately set off for ancient Wind City and destroy the Qian family, avenging Li Qingshan and demonstrating the might of the Hawkwolf Guard. That old man Qian should have saved up quite a lot over all these years. It was about time for him to use his blade." Takhitter, this was Qian Rongji's original evil plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She could eliminate the Qian family and Li Qingshan, and she could also get a generous share of the spoils from Zhuo Zhibua. In the evening, Li Qingshan arrived in front of the sinkhole at the foot of the West Mountain that the magistrate had mentioned. That sinkhole wasn't especially big, but it was more than enough to hold 1,000 corpses. A strong putrid smell came from the sinkhole. Li Qingshan subconsciously held his breath. It had only been a day, but the corpse had already rotted. It was even more unbearable than the thick smell of blood from last night. The gathered workers were moving the corpses over, taking off their clothes and throwing them into the fire. Then, they threw the white corpses into the pit. Everyone frowned and used a wet cloth to wipe their mouths and noses. If the district magistrate had not spent a lot of money and threatened them with a plague, no one would have been willing to come. Not only was the stench unbearable, but it was also very inauspicious. A wisp of black smoke rose from the fire and went straight into the sky. There was not even a trace of wind in the surroundings. The dusky yellow sun that was about to set was still emitting a scorching heat, causing the dirty air to distort slightly. Hundreds of crows cawed and circled in the sky. From time to time, they would fly down and peck the eyeballs of the corpses. All of this was even more inauspicious than last night. And in the world, there was probably nothing more filthy than this. The district magistrate had been hiding far away. When he heard that Li Qingshan had also come, he hurriedly came over and said, "My lord, do you think I've done a good job?" Li Qingshan nodded. Before he could reply, the district magistrate looked at the sinkhole, covered his mouth and vomited. Finally, he left in a sorry state. When all the corpses were thrown into the sinkhole, the workers dug up the soil and filled the pit. This work was almost completed when the sun set and night fell. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment and threw the porcelain jar in his hand into the center of the sinkhole. He let the commoners bury him together with the corpses. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the sinkhole for a long time. The stench did not dissipate even after a long time. Do you know? Where there are corpses buried, flowers and trees will grow especially well. When I was a child, I poisoned a dog and buried it in the greenhouse. Since then, every year, the flowers will bloom especially brightly. Li Qingshan turned around and saw Diao Fei and Qian Rongji standing not far away. Qian Rongji walked forward and looked at the sinkhole. In less than a year, this place will be the most luxuriant. Li Qingshan was not in the mood to reply to her ravings. Diao Fei said, "The task is completed. Is it time for us to go back?" Li Qingshan said, "I still need to stay for a while to deal with the property and the fields. You can go back first." Qian Rongji sneered. "Don't tell me you're trying to run away? You don't know Gu Yenying at all, do you? How could a country bumpkin like you know a woman like that? Zhuo Jibua has probably already investigated everything now. You'll die the moment you return. But how are you supposed to run away? Just the crime of betraying the Hawkwolf Guard is enough for you to find nowhere to hide in the world." Li Qingshan grabbed Qian Rongji by the neck and said calmly, "Do you believe that I'll kill you right now? I'll bury you with these people." "Stop, Qingshan." Diao Fei wanted to go up and stop him, but Li Qingshan raised his left hand towards him, and he stopped. Qian Rongji said with difficulty, "If you want to kill me, you'll have to silence Diao Fei. Will you do that?" Diao Fei's expression changed drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back and raise his guard. After last night, he no longer believed that he was Li Qingshan's opponent anymore. Li Qingshan was expressionless as his hand gradually tightened. Qian Rongji's face was bright red, and fear filled her eyes. Just when she felt like her neck was about to snap, it suddenly loosened. She dropped to her knees and gasped for air. Li Qingshan said, "Don't provoke me." He met Qian Rongji's resentful gaze. "Go back and tell Zhuo Jibua that I'll be returning to Jiaping very soon. If he can't wait, he can come find me in ancient Wind City. I'll be waiting for him at any time." Afterwards, he crouched down and said to Qian Rongji, "If you want to harm me, then you better be fully prepared. You only have one chance. If you fail, I'll stop at nothing to kill you. Of course, you better give up. Otherwise, if I'm in a bad mood one day, I might just kill you to make myself happy." The resentment was gradually replaced by fear. Under those calm words, Qian Rongji felt an indescribable pressure. That feeling of suffocation was even deeper than the feeling of her neck being strangled just now. "What? What good will it do for me to harm you?" Qian Rongji avoided Li Qingshan's gaze and said with a stiff expression. As the saying goes, evil people will be tortured by evil people. When her insidious evil met Li Qingshan's strong and cruel evil, she naturally retreated. Li Qingshan stood up and left the sinkhole, heading for ancient Wind City. Qian Rongji stood up and dusted off the dirt on her body. She straightened her clothes, and a smile returned to her face. She looked at Li Qingshan's back and said to herself, "One chance." Diao Fei felt a chill in his heart and asked, "Are you going back?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "It wasn't easy for me to return to my hometown. How can I leave so soon?" Hearing her answer, Diao Fei actually let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Among the three of them, he was in the third layer of the Qi refinement realm. He was also the oldest and had the most experience in the Jianghu. Even his reputation was much greater. His name, Diao Fei, Master Diao, was also very famous in the Jianghu. It was not something the likes of Black Tiger could compare to. He was famous for being crafty, sinister, and difficult to deal with. However, being between the two of them, he felt like he was between a poisonous snake and a ferocious tiger. At every moment, he felt like he could die a violent death. This was not an illusion. Whether it was Qian Rongji's evil plan or Li Qingshan's unyielding methods, Diao Fei's personal safety was not guaranteed at all. The risk was extremely high. If Qian Rongji asked Qian Yanyan to harm Li Qingshan, Diao Fei would be killed as well. When Li Qingshan faced Qian Yanyan, if Qian Yanyan directly used his killing move and summoned the Gong Metal Sword Qi, or even the Lightning Summoning Talisman, it was also very likely that he would be killed. Although Li Qingshan would not sit idly by, he would definitely not expose his identity as a demon for him. It had to be said that Diao Fei's experience in the Jianghu had not been in vain. His senses were very sharp. And just now, when that ferocious black tiger pressed down the colorful poisonous snake and let out a threatening growl, the innocent Diao Fei naturally became the poisonous snake's bargaining chip. Then, it made the ferocious tiger ponder whether it should be ruthless for once. Diao Fei left in a hurry. In the end, he glanced back at Qian Rongji from afar before completely vanishing into the darkness. He had decided that he would never carry out missions with the two of them again. No, he would maintain his distance from them. The colorful, poisonous snake stood before the pit of 1,000 corpses she had personally created, silently brewing new venom. She even felt rather grateful for the black tiger's threat just now. The moment she revealed her venomous fangs would be her death. Even if she succeeded, she would be torn to pieces by the furious tiger. However, she was not overly worried. Patience had always been the best quality of a poisonous snake. She had been able to put up with the Qian family for over a decade, to the point where everyone believed she had already been completely tamed. She did not resent the Qian family at all. She even made Qian Yanyan allow her to join the Hawkwolf Guard in Jiaping City. That was because she had reached the second layer 3 years ago, which gave her the ability to leave the Qian family. Back then, Qian Yanyan had basically already trusted her. He did not restrict her freedom at all. If she wanted to, she could just flee and leave the Qian family's sphere of influence. Qian Yanyan would not be able to find her. If she were a regular person, they would not have been able to put up with it a long time ago. They would have used this opportunity to flee far away. However, she did not. She was willing to endure 3 more years of humiliation, appearing even more submissive than before. Only then did she earn even more trust. All for this opportunity to stab the venom into the enemy's throat. She would continue to wait silently, waiting for an opportunity that might never appear. However, she felt like there was probably no need for her to do anything. The shadow of a vulture in the sky had already engulfed the tiger. The tiger was startlingly vicious, but it was still too young after all. Chapter 145. However, Qian Yanyan felt that there were many strange things about this whole thing. Holy Church, she had already figured out what kind of person Li Qingshan was. He might be brave and unyielding, but he definitely wasn't lacking in brains. Everyone knew that fighting against a 6th layer Qi practitioner with a 2nd layer was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but he was fearless. Her purposeful probing just now proved once again that he indeed didn't have a background to rely on. Then what did he rely on? That night on the boat, Qian Rongming went to cause trouble for Li Qingshan. He didn't die at Diao Fei's hands, but died at Li Qingshan's hands because he used a special method to hide his true strength. Could it be that his true strength wasn't just at the 2nd layer? Qian Rongji's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Liangqing and Furong's inexplicable disappearance might have been a coincidence. However, she knew Qian Yanyan's strength very well. Even if he dodged those 2 Gong Metal Qi swords, he had many powerful talismans in his 100 treasures pouch. How could they be useless? She closed her eyes and began to recall. After washing away the blood and madness, the scene of that night reappeared in front of her eyes. Qian Yanyan glared at her, but he didn't say a word. Why? His jaw was broken. There were many wounds on his body, but the fatal one was on his chest. That was why her water-splitting thorn could easily pierce through it. When Qian Yanyan came out, he was on the verge of death. Li Qingshan seemed to be in a sorry state after being sent flying, but he didn't have any decent injuries at all. He defeated Qian Yannian head-on. Li Qingshan must have a very powerful trump card to be so arrogant. Considering the wounds on Qian Yannian's body, Li Qingshan's body tempering technique was very likely much stronger than what he showed. So strong that he could instantly take away Qian Yannian's 100 treasures pouch, break his jaw, pierce through his chest, and then pretend to be sent flying. If that was the case, everything made sense. All of Li Qingshan's words and actions became reasonable. As the saying goes, a thief is a villain, but he is wiser than a gentleman. Li Qingshan didn't expect that his actions would be described in such detail. Qian Rongji saw another scene. A fierce tiger crouched in the dense forest, waiting for a vulture to descend from the sky. Who is the hunter and who is the prey, it's still unknown. Zhuo Zhibua, that idiot, claimed the word wisdom in vain. He actually couldn't see the danger hidden within. As expected, he was the same as Qian Yannian. He looked smart and experienced, but in reality, he was rotten and stupid. However, they couldn't be blamed. They had been suppressing everyone with their strength for too long. Naturally, they couldn't be bothered to use their brains. Of course, she wouldn't kindly remind Zhuo Zhibua. She would be happy no matter who died. It would be best if they perished together. For the first time, she felt that Li Qingshan had a higher chance of winning. He was in the dark, and the people in the dark were terrifying. She had experienced this firsthand. If she used this matter to threaten Li Qingshan now, she would definitely die. If she went back and reported this to Zhuo Zhibua, there wouldn't be any benefits. Moreover, if she lost the bet, she would have to be buried with Zhuo Zhibua. Li Qingshan's warning was not a joke. Then, if she bet on Li Qingshan, would she be able to get a share of Zhuo Zhibua's corpse? She seriously considered the various possibilities. Being a cunning villain was indeed much more difficult than being a pedantic gentleman. At this moment, she was absolutely calm and rational. She was even more broad-minded than a gentleman. She completely cast aside her personal honor and disgrace. Everything was for the sake of profit. In the sinkhole, a chilly wind suddenly blew towards Qian Rongji, causing her back to feel cold. Unknowingly, it was already very late at night. She turned her head and saw a ball of dark green willow, the wisp floating above the sinkhole. Even regular people would be alarmed, let alone the culprit behind all of this. However, she only scolded with a smile, damned ghost. Afterwards, she temporarily set aside the matter regarding Li Qingshan. There were even more important matters waiting for her. Now, it was time for her to really make a trip home. She raised her head and smiled at the starry sky. Father, mother, brother, and sister, you must be anxious from waiting. After Qian Rongji left, an astonishing change was taking place under the thick soil in the sinkhole. The porcelain jar cracked like a spider web and shattered with a loud bang. The blood flame of corpse incineration surged like a tide and burned in all directions, devouring all the corpses and filthy flesh and blood, turning them into a part of the blood flame and burning even more fiercely. The dark bottom of the sinkhole turned into a bright sea of fire. The rotten and filthy corpses turned into clear and rising flames. The willow, the wisp on the top of the sinkhole disappeared. Crash! Thousands of white bones fell to the bottom of the sinkhole. Little and sat cross-legged in the center of the raging blood flame, manipulating it while absorbing its energy. The skulls at the bottom of the sinkhole opened their dark eye sockets and looked at him silently. Little and pointed his finger downwards, and the blood flame split into thousands of flaming snakes and pierced into the skulls. The pitch-black eye sockets also lit up with the same blood flame as his. All of the skeletons were shaking violently and colliding with each other, producing rapid banging sounds. Then, they flew up and pieced their bones back together. Thousands of large and small skeletons jumped at the bottom of the sinkhole and danced wildly in the flames. The sound of bones colliding with each other was like music, and the sound of teeth chattering was like a song of joy. They surrounded Little and in the center, as if they were carrying out a grand memorial service. The blood flame of corpse incineration could split off and reside in other skeletons, resonating with Little and being controlled by his will. He knew this a long time ago. However, this was meaningless. These frail skeletons would probably not even be able to defeat low-level cultivators. A skull flew up and landed in Little Anne's hand. Their eye sockets met, and the blood flame burned together. A hint of paleness gradually appeared within the bright red color of the blood flame of corpse incineration. The light of joy appeared in Little Anne's eye sockets. This was a flame that had advanced to the next level of the path of white bone and great beauty, the pale flames of bone incineration. As its name implied, the flame could melt white bones. If it were a regular flame, it would only be able to char white bones no matter how hot it was. However, under the licking of the pale flames of bone incineration, the skull melted like candy. This process was extremely slow and unbelievably slow. After a long while, the skull just now completely melted, turning into a drop of pale white liquid that dripped into his forehead. Then, he raised his hand. A bone arm landed in his hand, and he continued to melt it down. As he refined the white bones, the pale flames of bone incineration grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, it melted Little Anne's body of white bones. This process was 100 times more painful than when he used his blood to cultivate. It was like countless steel needles, saws, and grinds his body. Regular people would go mad from the pain in an instant, or even die from it. It would be impossible for them to persevere, but the flames in his eyes burned brightly. There was no fear at all. Every time he felt like he could no longer endure it, a snowstorm would appear before his eyes, and he would return to that windy and snowy night below the ice-sword cliff. Li Qingshan swatted him to the side with a wave of his hand, telling him to leave. Then, he disappeared into the snowstorm, climbing the ice cliff alone and walking the path of death. He stood alone in the snowstorm for a very long time. He did not hide as he had been told. Instead, his entire body was stiff and bone-chilling. He thought anxiously, "Am I going to die?" Then, he knelt on the ground, his entire body in pain. In the end, he caught up. At the crucial moment, he helped Li Qingshan because he did not know where else he could go. When everything was over, he looked at Li Qingshan and roared at the sky. He could not speak, but he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The impact that night had on his soul was no less than Li Qingshan's. Compared to the pain at that time, what was this moment compared to the pain at that time? The raging pale flames of bone incineration enveloped his entire body, melting away the traces of impurities. At the same time, it merged with even more bone fluid, and the cycle continued. Before he could reconstruct his physical body, he wanted to reconstruct his bone body, become stronger, and keep up with his footsteps. Li Qingshan came to the county office and handed a pile of land deeds to the county magistrate for him to auction. The county magistrate was overwhelmed by the favor. "Milord, I'm afraid this cannot be sold in a short period of time." Li Qingshan said, "I know that time is of the essence. Even if the price is discounted, it does not matter. Consider it a benefit for the citizens of ancient Wind City." With a few hundred qi gathering pills in hand, he did not care too much about the silver. He had thought of burning it all, but that would definitely cause a huge commotion in ancient Wind City. That was why he had resorted to this method. The county magistrate said, "Milord, your merit is boundless. On behalf of the citizens of ancient Wind City, I thank you for your kindness." Merit? Li Qingshan smiled. He did not believe in this. Settle this within a month. Even without a warning, he did not believe that the county magistrate would dare to cheat him. At most, it would be a small profit, and that was natural. The county magistrate said, "Milord, is there anything else?" Li Qingshan turned and walked out the door. "I will stay in the city for a while. Just don't bother me." As the largest landlord in the city, Li Qingshan obviously would not stay in an inn. He chose a small manor halfway up the mountain. It was not far from the Qian Manor, and the surroundings were very quiet. Most importantly, he could see the pit from here. He stood in the courtyard. There were grape trellises in the courtyard, and there was a rocking chair under the grape trellises. There was also a large fire tank to the side. There were a few carps in the tank, swimming freely. A crescent moon rippled on the dark water surface. Although little and did not say it, He could vaguely sense that the path of white bone and great beauty was an extremely impressive ability. It did not require spiritual pills or spiritual herbs, and the cultivation speed was extremely fast. Its power was astonishing as well. However, everything was equal. One needed to possess talent beyond the reach of normal people, and one needed to endure pain that normal people could not. Although little and was only a child, he was a very smart and strong child. There was no need for him to worry too much. The only thing he was worried about was the future, their future. After so many years, little En's family was probably long gone. Perhaps they'll just go back to reminisce about a few graves, and then I'll adopt him. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Haha, it really is a demonic thought, a demonic thought. In the end, he decided not to think too much about it. He just sat on the ground and tossed a chi-gathering pill into his mouth, crushing it. A heavy bitterness spread, but his mind was clear. He then began to cultivate. A ray of sunlight fell on his eyelids. His eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 146. Looking down from here, ancient Wind Mountain City was like a flight of stairs. Rows upon rows of buildings were built on these stairs, and they were all coated with a layer of red light. Holy Churchmany people surged out from the intersecting alleys and streets. There were peddlers, people selling breakfast, people buying groceries, and there were also early morning merchants. It was a bustling scene. Looking down from here, the view was extremely wide, and the mind was broadened. So the scenery here is this good? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He took a deep breath and practiced a set of fist techniques, stretching his limbs. He could feel the flow of true qi in his body. After eating the 9 qi-gathering pills last night, he had grown a little stronger. His cultivation of qi practitioner level 2 was gradually stabilizing. He was not in a hurry to cultivate his demon core and demon body. Instead, he swallowed a large number of qi-gathering pills. He had a feeling that he would be staying here for a while, and the next batch of qi-gathering pills would have to be obtained in Jiaping City. If he took a large number of pills, it would lead to a shortage of energy. It would be better to take it slow like this. The demon core and demon body would naturally absorb a portion of the medicinal effects. He found an old set of clothes that belonged to the original owner of the room and changed out of the Black Wolf uniform. Then, he opened the door and walked down the stairs. He ate a special snack at a shop with the word tea hanging on it. He felt like his great dream of eating all the delicacies in the world had been realized just a little bit more. Then, he continued walking contentedly. He purposely walked very slowly, admiring the scenery along the street. He did not know how long it had been since he had calmed down like this to do something like this. Ever since he began cultivating, his days had been tense and urgent. Even after returning to the human world and returning to the ancient city of Jiaping, he still had to deal with the endless changes. He had to punish evil, assassinate powerful enemies, and defend against enemies. Even if he had some free time, he had to make good use of it to cultivate, not daring to relax at all. He had almost forgotten the taste of leisure. He thought back to the days when he was herding cows on Crouching Ox Hill. He would look at the mountains, play a flute, and avoid the oppression of his brother and sister-in-law. Before he knew it, an afternoon had passed. Holy Church, it was as if they were two completely opposite lives, but each had their own interesting parts. But he still preferred his current life. He would not reminisce about the past. Now, looking at the noisy crowd on the street, unknowingly, there was already a sense of estrangement. Although they were still cultivators of the lowest and weakest level, qi condensation, they had already formed an irreversible divergence from mortals. Mortals were like walking on flat ground, getting married and having children from birth to death. Cultivators, on the other hand, were climbing a peak that they could never reach. Every time he advanced, he would be able to see new sceneries, extend his lifespan, and not be trapped by life and death. In front of the county government, a notice had been pasted, and a literate low-ranking official was specially assigned to read it aloud, announcing that all the fields and properties of the Qian family would be auctioned in 7 days. Hundreds of people surrounded the front of the county government office, pointing fingers and discussing animatedly. Li Qingshan stood in the crowd and looked up for a while. This county magistrate's reaction was quite fast. Then, he made his way through the crowd and entered a small bookstore. He spent 2 taels of silver to buy a dozen or so books, including poetry, history, and miscellaneous topics. Afterwards, he found a music store and spent 35 taels of silver to buy 2 music scores and a jade flute. When he returned home, he laid down on the rattan chair under the grape trellis and casually flipped open a book, reading it carefully. The sun had already risen high into the sky, turning from red to white. Through the dense grape leaves, the scattered sunlight landed on the yellowed pages of the book, as well as his face. Only now did he seem like a teenager, rather than a fearless cultivator or a decisive black wolf guard. The edges on his face that seemed to be carved from stone seemed to have dulled slightly, while his gaze that had always been as sharp as a sword had returned to its sheath, becoming deep and clear. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved slowly in his body with unprecedented clarity and agility. Water vapor surged over naturally, soaking his clothes. His mind was submerged in a great battle in the history books, so he failed to notice it. The sacred church was a state of mind, a form of cultivation. He had to unstring the bow when it was not in use. He relaxed himself from his tense state and nurtured his body and mind, all for the sake of shooting an even more powerful arrow in the future, or perhaps very soon. Not everyone had such leisure. There was a small town several dozen kilometers away from ancient wine city called Shangguan Town, as most of the people there bore the surname of Shangguan. Although there were a few surnames, it was not some clan of martial arts. The people there were only the most ordinary of people. There was a clan in the town that went from an ordinary clan to one of the greatest clans in Shangguan Town in a single leap because they had a daughter with the surname Qian. Their walls were painted white and their servants were plentiful. They sang happily every day, becoming the envy of the entire town. On the official road from ancient Wind City to Shangguan Town, a black-clothed knight was riding a white horse as he slowly moved forward. Qian Rongji gazed at Shangguan Town on the horizon from afar. Her heart that had been as still as water suddenly became a mess. She could not help but tighten her grip on the water-splitting barb on her waist. The icy weapon brought her a sliver of warmth. The sun shone brightly, but her eyes carried a sliver of gloom that she could not shake off. She said in a self-deprecating manner, "Qian Rongji, oh Qian Rongji, you've really overestimated yourself." She had been taken away from that clan. After she achieved some accomplishments in cultivation, Qian Yannian allowed her to return to visit her family. Afterwards, she would return frequently and treat everyone in the clan extremely gently. She wanted Qian Yannian to believe that she was nostalgic and valued relationships. She wanted the Qian family to believe that these people were enough to control her. But now, she had broken free from her restraints, so there was no longer any reason for these illusions to exist. Her heart gradually grew cold. It was time for her to end things. No one deserved happiness from her misfortune. No one. Shangguan Manor. The vermilion door was wide open. Blood flowed out from behind the screen wall. Behind the screen wall, Qian Rongji held the water-splitting barb in her hand. She frowned and pondered. Around her lay a dozen or so corpses. There were guards, servants, maids, and old maidservants. She could call out each and every one of their names. But now, they were all dead. She continued to walk into the manor. She saw more and more corpses. When she arrived at the inner courtyard, she saw the corpse of a noble woman lying dead on the ground. She used to be a village woman. Now, she wore expensive beads on her head. She wore the precious silk that she had brought from the south. However, it was already badly mutilated by the blood. She could barely remember this noble woman's name. She had called her mother for too long. Yet, she felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. She took a deep look at the corpse and stepped over it. Then, she saw more familiar people, including her brothers and sisters. Even though it was noon, the ancestral hall was still very dark. In the heavy darkness, there were many memorial tablets enshrining the ancestors of the Shangguan family. A gray-haired, green-faced old man held a plump, middle-aged man hostage. He stared at Qian Rongji coldly and hatefully as she walked in. He called out, "Shangguan Rongji, I knew you'd return." Qian Rongji said with mixed emotions, "Third uncle." The old man was Qian Yanyan's nephew. He had practiced martial arts for many years, finally breaking through to the innate realm and reaching the second layer of Qi practitioner. He became one of the masters of the Qian family. That night, he had fled from the main hall of the Qian family. Diao Fei did not choose to chase after him, which was why he managed to escape with his life. Qian Rongji said, "Did you do all of this?" Her third uncle said, "That's right." "Shangguan Rongji, you traitor. How dare you mention the word money? You've caused the deaths of everyone in the Qian family. You've destroyed the Qian family. You've destroyed everything I had. I will slaughter your entire family. Rongji, save me." The plump, middle-aged man shuddered. Tears and snot flowed from his nose. Who knew whether he was afraid or sad? It was the person she called father. Qian Rongji said furiously and frantically, "Father, I will definitely save you." "Qian Haoda, release my father." Qian Haoda said, "Do you know fear now? You bitch. Throw down your weapons and kneel." As soon as Qian Rongji hesitated, he crushed the man's shoulder. The man shrieked out and ordered, "Why don't you kneel?" With a clang, Qian Rongji tossed down the water-splitting barb and knelt down. She made her way forward as she knelt. She said sorrowfully, "Please release my father." Qian Haoda smiled madly and complacently. He was reluctant to kill her in a single stroke. Not only did he want to destroy her entire family, but he even wanted to torture the person closest to him before her. Qian Rongji took another step forward and reached backwards with her right hand. True Qi swept up the water-splitting barb and returned it to her hand. She leapt up and stabbed at Qian Haoda as hard as she could. Qian Haoda pulled the plump man in front of him and used him as a meat shield, blocking him firmly. Then he grabbed the man's other shoulder. Once he forced back Qian Rongji, he would torture him viciously. He would definitely make this bitch regret everything she had done. However, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Qian Rongji had no intentions of stopping. The water-splitting barb stabbed deeply into the meat shield, and the tip entered Qian Haoda's chest. True Qi turned into blue light and passed through his body. Yudash, Qian Haoda, and the plump man both stared at Qian Rongji in disbelief. All they saw was that the sorrow on her face had already vanished completely. She had become cold and complacent. Qian Rongji smiled. "Originally, it would have been rather difficult to kill you." Qian Haoda said, "Shangguan Rongji, why, you vicious woman. You won't even spare your own family." Qian Rongji corrected herself. "I'm not Shangguan Rongji. I'm Qian Rongji. Basically, all my family is dead. You're the only one left. From today onwards, I have no family at all." Suddenly, she drew the water-splitting barb. Qian Haoda and the plump man collapsed on the ground at the same time. Qian Rongji did not even glance at the plump man. She removed 100 treasures pouch from Qian Haoda and said sweetly, "Thank you, third uncle." She was just like the obedient girl from before. Qian Haoda raised his hand with difficulty and gathered true qi. The water-splitting barb pierced through the man's head without any hesitation. "There's no need to be so polite with Jier. Rongji, save me." The plump man extended his hand with difficulty and grabbed the hem of Qian Rongji's clothes. Chapter 147. "I'm your father." The plump man spat out blood as he called out, "Do you have a daughter?" Qian Rongji was surprised. She thought about it seriously. "Oh, I did, but didn't I sell it already? Afterwards, I used the money to get a few concubines." The plump man said with difficulty, "I did all of that for you. I gave you a good future. You should thank me. Everything I have right now was obtained through my hard work. Stop taking credit for me." Qian Rongji suddenly flew into a rage and kicked his hand away. The plump man opened his mouth, unable to say anything. Resentment and despair filled his face before he finally breathed his last. You were fortunate because of my misfortune, and now you're unfortunate because of my fortune. It's very fair, isn't it? Qian Rongji said to herself. She walked out of the estate and cast everything behind her. All of her memories had been erased. Qian Rongji held a grand funeral in Shangguan town. She followed the most expensive and complicated ceremony, scattering paper money into the air. She knelt before the memorial tablets, leaning against the coffin as she cried until she almost fainted. However, she forced herself up and thanked every single person who had come to mourn her sorrowfully. Rongji was just carrying out an errand for the empire. I never thought she'd actually cause such a great disaster. Sigh, such a good daughter like Rongji has actually encountered something like this. The people of the Qian family are truly heartless. Deep into the night, everyone dispersed. The main door was firmly shut, and a pair of white lanterns swayed in the wind at the entrance. After turning down the neighbors who wanted to keep watch for her, Qian Rongji leaned against the coffin of her entire family in white mourning clothes. She took out a jar of alcohol from her third uncle Qian Haoda's 100 treasures pouch and a cup from the offering table. She poured away the alcohol that had been offered to the deceased and filled it up again. She raised the cup towards the memorial tablets before drinking it all. The next day, the coffin was buried. She was already a great filial daughter who was grief-stricken. She stayed by the coffin for 7 days. On the night of the first 7 days, a dozen or so wine jars were strewn all over the place. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine. She opened her eyes in a daze. A dozen or so shadows were standing in front of her. They were all extremely familiar faces, and they were staring at her coldly. She laughed drunkenly and pulled out the water-splitting dagger. With a sweep of the dagger, the chilly wind dispersed and the shadow shrieked. As soon as he regained his senses, he took a look at his surroundings. There was no shadow in sight, and he was unable to differentiate between reality and illusion. Bang! The wine jar smashed onto the memorial tablets. The memorial tablets fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over the floor. She held onto the candle flame and gently let go. The flame quickly spread, engulfing the names on the memorial tablets and spreading to the entire ancestral hall. She walked out of the fiery ancestral hall and disappeared into the darkness without looking back. Behind her, the fire spread to the entire mansion. Who was it that made the vow to never return to their hometown? The sound of the flute echoed in the dusk, and it did not stop for a long time. Li Qingshan put down the jade flute. He felt that the quality and intonation of the flute was much better than the bamboo flute he made years ago. He lived a quiet life. Every day, he would read books and play the flute. When he was free, he would wander around the city for a while and eat some fresh food. His life was very peaceful. Splash! The water in the water jar splashed, and the carp swung its huge tail. "Don't be noisy," Li Qingshan said. "I'll give you a bigger pool in a few days." The water jar immediately became quiet. A few days ago, he had crushed a qi concentration pill of poor quality and sprinkled it into the tank. The next day, the carp had grown a full circle, and on the third day, it had grown another full circle. Today, the water tank was so narrow that it could not accommodate the carp swimming around. Li Qingshan stood on top of the water jar and looked at the huge red carp. "Why don't I just stew you?" The carp sank to the bottom of the jar. "It's a pity that my culinary skills are average." Li Qingshan smiled and grabbed at the water jar. The demon core rotated, and the water in the jar surged out. It kept changing shape in the air, and the carp swam in the middle. Li Qingshan brought the carp and walked towards the Qian house. There was a big pool in the Qian house that could accommodate the carp. Climbing over the walls and doors, the huge Qian house was empty. It had turned from bustling to desolate, and there was always something strange about it. It had only been 10 days since anyone had taken care of it. Weeds had grown on the small paths, and daughter had climbed up the pillars. There was a sense of decadence amidst the vitality. On the stone steps, the dried bloodstains that could not be wiped clean exuded an ominous feeling. After so many days, no one in the entire ancient Wind City dared to go near this place. They only dared to look at it from afar and sigh. Although this house was auctioned by the district magistrate, Li Qingshan knew that no one would buy it. It would not be long before it was completely abandoned and become a haunted house. In the lotus pond, the lotus flowers had long withered, but the leaves were still dense. No one will come here to eat you. Splash. Li Qingshan threw the carp into the lotus pond. The carp raised its head and bobbed up and down as if it was thanking him. Then, it opened its mouth. Good. Consider it your good fortune. Li Qingshan smiled and placed a qi-gathering pill in its mouth. Only then did it turn around and swim into the depths of the lotus pond. Li Qingshan was about to turn around and go back when he suddenly saw a flame in the distance. It shone through the shadows of the trees. He walked through the forest and walked towards the flame. From afar, he could smell a thick medicinal fragrance. He pushed the door open and saw a three-legged cauldron in the room. It was spitting out white steam, and there was a thick medicinal fragrance in the steam. A slim figure sat on a praying mat in front of the cauldron. She stretched out her hands and sent waves of true qi into the cauldron. The steam was sometimes more and sometimes less, controlled by the true qi. Li Qingshan recognized her at first glance. Qian Rongji, what are you doing here? Qian Rongji didn't answer. After a while, she retracted her hands just now and slowly played with the true qi. The lid of the cauldron opened with a bang, and steam filled the room. Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with this smell. You're refining pills. He looked around and realized that this should be the Qian family's alchemy room. It was also the source of the 400 qi-gathering pills in his 100 treasures pouch. He had eaten many qi-gathering pills, but this was the first time he saw someone refine pills. He looked at the cauldron again. Although it was covered in green copper rust, it still shone with spiritual light. It was actually a low-grade spirit artifact. Li Qingshan originally thought that all the decent items of the Qian family would be put into the 100 treasures pouch. He didn't expect that there was another world here. This cauldron was so big that Qian Yannian would have to empty his 100 treasures pouch to barely fit it. The runes and spells attached to low-grade spirit artifacts were limited. This cauldron could spit out water, so of course it couldn't be big or small. Qian Rongji said with a smile, "This is my home." Li Qingshan said, "It's mine now. I've already bought it. According to the agreement, everything in the Qian family is mine, including this cauldron. I've really profited this time." Qian Rongji smiled as she took out the deed to the house and the land. "Count yourself lucky." Li Qingshan turned around and left. He didn't feel that it was a pity. If it wasn't for Qian Rongji, he wouldn't have bothered to search this Qian family mansion. Qian Rongji said, "Do you want to learn alchemy?" Li Qingshan stood still and turned around, saying, "What do you want?" Li Qingshan already understood that on the path of cultivation, other than the most basic qi refinement cultivation, there were also a few side occupations, such as talisman crafting, alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and so on. Cultivators would usually master one or two of them, which was greatly beneficial to the path of cultivation. From the things in Qian Yanyan's 100 treasures pouch, Qian Yanyan didn't have much knowledge in artifact crafting and formations. However, he had some knowledge in talisman crafting and alchemy. This was also what he was interested in. "I want you." Qian Rongji hesitated for a moment. Biting her lips, she looked at Li Qingshan with extreme seriousness and shyness, saying, "You must think that I'm a lewd woman, but I've never done anything to a man." She felt that she had more or less figured out Li Qingshan's personality. So she secretly came up with a plan. Although it was a bit unexpected to bump into him today, it was a good chance to try it out. Li Qingshan would most likely reject her. Then, she would make a sad expression and tell him about her tragic childhood. At the crucial moment, she would shed a few tears. She didn't believe that his heart wouldn't soften. They would become a naked couple and make a solemn vow of undying love. With his forthrightness and generosity, she would definitely be able to swindle something out of him. However, just as she was seriously setting up her plot and writing the script, Li Qingshan once again acted freely without holding back. He smiled and interrupted her, saying, "All right, teach me alchemy, and I'll reluctantly sell you out." Although he didn't care about such a person, there was no reason for him to refuse such a good thing. He was a man, so why would he be afraid of her taking advantage of him? Qian Rongji's expression stiffened. Although she had thought of many possibilities, she never thought that Li Qingshan would be so shameless. It was completely different from what she had imagined, so she couldn't continue with the act. She suddenly remembered that the first time she met him, he was drinking wine in a restaurant. It was a huge mistake. The vine wanted to wrap around the tree to absorb the tree's sap and obtain more sunlight. It would be best if it could also wrap around the tree to death, but who would have thought that it would wrap around a metal pillar? As a transmigrator, Li Qingshan's horizons were very broad. Things like what Qian Rongji did in his previous life were practically the norm in society. Entertainment news wouldn't even be bothered to report it. At most, they wouldn't be as ruthless and calculative as her. Qian Rongji laughed dryly, saying, "You really know how to joke." Li Qingshan said, "Since you're done joking, let's talk about serious matters. What do you want in order to be willing to teach me alchemy? By the way, I can personally give it to you for free. I promise I won't despise you at all." Qian Rongji understood that seduction was useless against Li Qingshan. Even if she succeeded, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Not only would she not earn anything, but she would also have to pay something. Thus, she returned to her original self and went straight to the main topic. "I want the 7th Metal Fiendish Qi Manual." Li Qingshan said, "The one that Qian Yannian cultivates? I've looked through it. It's not there. Let's try something else." "That old bastard must have destroyed it," Qian Rongji cursed. Li Qingshan said, "The cultivation method is in the Hawkwolf Guard's library as well. You can read it once you get back." Qian Rongji said, "I've already looked through it. There's plenty of trash that can reach the 5th, 6th, or 7th layer. There's not a single one that can reach the 10th layer." Li Qingshan said, "Where did you get the merit from?" Qian Rongji only smiled. Li Qingshan said, "Forget about me asking. Where else can I find a qi practitioner that can reach the 10th layer?" Qian Rongji said, "Don't you think that's very shameful? That's your freedom. What has it got to do with me?" Chapter 148. Qian Rongji found Li Qingshan to be far too strange. He did not seem like a young man at all. And the more she understood him, the more she found his way of thinking to be different from ordinary people. After a moment of thought, she explained with a smile, "Speaking of methods of practicing qi that can reach the 10th layer, there are 5 most famous ones." "Which 5? Li Qingshan gathered his attention when he heard something so important. Although Qian Rongji came from a small clan, according to the documents, she had once joined a large sect to cultivate, so she was knowledgeable. Qian Rongji said, "Do you know that every single person possesses the 5 elements? The 5 organs of the heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidneys?" Qian Rongji said, "It's not as simple as the 5 organs. The study of the 5 elements is extremely profound. I can't explain it all in a moment, but every single person can choose one to practice. By focusing on one, their speed of practicing qi will increase drastically. There are many cultivation methods for practicing true qi of the 5 elements. The 5 most famous are the gong metal method of sharpening qi, the yi-wood method of living qi, the gui water method of condensing qi, the bing fire method of burning qi, and the 5th earth method of unyielding qi. Apart from a few special sects, such as the sect of clouds and rain, there were also the truly large sections. Many sects would allow their disciples to choose one of the 5 cultivation methods and practice them. Originally, Li Qingshan had been considering which cultivation method he would choose to practice after completing the innate method of practicing qi, but now he had a vague idea of what to do. He did not believe in those secret methods. Although it was not absolute, he believed that survival of the fittest existed in this world. When a cultivation method became famous, it proved that it had been tested and tested by countless people. Who knew how many generations of people had modified it, making it universally applicable? And when he practiced it, he could use the experiences of many predecessors as reference. As the saying went, only when everyone was good would it truly be good. Li Qingshan asked, "Is it possible to cultivate any kind of jinqi?" Qian Rongji said, "Of course not. Everyone has a preference for different attributes. In the big sects, there are ways to test and choose the most suitable cultivation formula for oneself. However, I've heard that there are some talented geniuses who can cultivate 2 or even 3 types of true qi at the same time. The amount of true qi they have is far greater than cultivators who only cultivate 1 type of true qi. Moreover, it is easier for them to break through realms. Why did you suddenly become so kind? Li Qingshan was surprised that Qian Rongji did not make any requests. I'm not a bad person to begin with. Qian Rongji smiled. Li Qingshan declined to comment. Qian Rongji said, if you don't believe me, I can teach you alchemy. Li Qingshan said, you don't want anything? Qian Rongji said, I don't want anything. Li Qingshan said, that's great. But his face did not show that he was particularly happy. Qian Rongji really began to teach him carefully. There are 3 most basic things in alchemy. The first is the materials, ranging from the most ordinary herbs to the most precious spiritual medicines. There are all sorts of strange and wondrous things, including everything. The second was the pill formula. Every pill had its own concoction method, and there were extremely precise requirements for the ingredients and the time needed to concoct it. The third is the furnace or the flame. According to the pill formula, refining the materials is the alchemy. Li Qingshan listened attentively. Unknowingly, for hours had passed. Only then did he have a basic understanding of alchemy. This Tao was indeed broad and profound. Even if one spent a lifetime of effort, he might not be able to reach the peak. He could only be considered to have a superficial understanding, not even a beginner. Qian Rongji said, regarding alchemy, this is about all I know. If you want to continue to study, you can only find another expert. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. Qian Rongji pointed to the furnace beside her. Do you want to try? There are still many herbs. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. He wondered whether she had gone insane or not. However, after hearing so much about alchemy, his hands just became itchy, so he sat down in front of the cauldron and personally controlled it, refining pills under Qian Rongji's guidance. However, because the fire was slightly too intense, he ruined a cauldron of qi-gathering pills. Qian Rongji did not show the slightest sign of pity or blame him. Instead, she encouraged him to continue trying. Li Qingshan did not say anything and continued to try. His qi was extremely pure. Using it was like using a finger. In the process of alchemy, he used it more exquisitely. After another 2 furnaces of pills were wasted, he finally succeeded. He retracted his hands, took a deep breath, and revealed a smile. Qian Rongji also praised him. Li Qingshan saw that the sky was beginning to brighten. Before he knew it, a night had passed. He stood up, took out a few bottles of qi-gathering pills, and placed them on the ground, as compensation for the wasted pills and to pay the tuition fee. After watching Li Qingshan leave, Qian Rongji picked up the qi-gathering pills. Just now, Li Qingshan did not feel happy because of her generosity. Right now, Qian Rongji did not look happy either. Information regarding the qi methods of the 5 elements and basic alchemy were actually not exactly secrets, and the qi-gathering pills Li Qingshan had left behind were even more than the qi-gathering pills he had destroyed. And even if she was the one controlling the furnace, she could not say with certainty that she would succeed every time. So it could be said that she had earned quite a bit. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably feel happy, but she felt something cold from it. It was an extremely cold alienation, a lack of gratitude, and a lack of human feelings. At any time, if she dared to plot against him, he would not hesitate to put her on his kill list. He would not tolerate it. Another failed attempt. This was not a man who could be manipulated by favors. Could it be that he really had no weaknesses that could be exploited? Li Qingshan did not think too much about it. He was just happy that he had learned a new skill. The path of cultivation was vast and profound, and there were endless mysteries waiting for him to explore. Learning from others was not a bad thing. In the pit, the flames were still burning. The pale bone illuminating flame had already taken up a small portion of it. Little N's bones had become as smooth as jade. He was more powerful than ever before. And the white bones in the pit. The bones all over Yulian's body had come to an end, but there were still several hundred white bones in the pit. and little and did not stop refining white bones. The blood flame of corpse incineration and the pale bone illuminating flame were both basic techniques of the path of white bone and great beauty. Their greatest use was not to kill or injure enemies, but for cultivation. The blood flame of corpse incineration was used to perfectly absorb the essence of flesh and blood without any wastage. The pale bone illuminating flame could refine bone fluid to strengthen the body. Aside from this, there was another use, and that was refining artifacts. Cultivators who cultivated the path of white bone and great beauty were different from other cultivators. The artifacts they used were also extremely unique. The path of white bone and great beauty had a section specifically for refining artifacts, which recorded dozens of unique artifacts. Blood sea banner, human skin robes, skull prayer beads. Chapter 149. Little and parted his hands, and hundreds of white bones flew in front of him and gathered into a tight ball. Holy Church, the pale bone smelting flame surged up and swallowed the white bone ball. The surface of the white bone ball gradually melted. Little and put his palms together and looked down. However, everything was empty. He had no eyes, no nose, and no heart. He chanted the Buddhist scriptures, but he could not make any sound. In this extremely strange and terrifying scene, he gave off a dignified and righteous aura. There was no evil or ghostly aura at all. The process of melting the bone ball was extremely slow, but under Little And's control, the pale bone smelting flames grew stronger and stronger. Before he knew it, another half a month passed. Ever since he learned the art of alchemy that night, Qian Rongji came to visit him a few more times. However, in the end, she could not get anything out of Li Qingshan, so she hurried back to Jiaping City. She only left behind a sentence, saying that she would wait for him in Jiaping City. As for Li Qingshan's peaceful life, it was finally disrupted slightly. Even after the Qian family's rule over ancient Wind City crumbled, it could not turn the city into a happy paradise. This world was not a fairy tale world where everyone lived together happily. When there was no tiger in the mountain, the monkey became king. The martial artists, who had been suppressed by the Qi practitioners, started to show themselves. They formed their own cliques and fought for territory. Every day, they had to fight on the streets for the ownership of every brothel. There were also countless martial arts competitions and assassinations in the dark. On this day, Li Qingshan went to a restaurant he frequented and ordered a table full of good food and wine. He had just started eating when a large group of people surged in and chased away all the customers. It seemed that the leaders of the two gangs in the western part of the city had chosen this place to negotiate. A man came to Li Qingshan's table and said impatiently, "Are you done eating? If you are, then scram." Li Qingshan looked at the man, then at the food on the table. He shook his head firmly. "I'm not done." The burly man said, "Brat, don't be tactful and pretend to be tough. These days, I've crushed a lot of bones under my hands." In the face of such a meaningless and unthreatening threat, Li Qingshan couldn't even bring himself to feel angry. He sighed that he had been too lazy recently. The burly man was enraged and attacked without hesitation. He was as simple-minded as he looked. No, his limbs weren't developed either. The brawny man flew out of the shop and crashed into a mud wall. However, when one burly man fell, dozens of burly men stood up and glared at him like tigers watching their prey. They shouted a few equally meaningless words and swarmed over. Then, all of them flew out. The remaining people seemed to have been enlightened. They stood there while trembling and watched as Li Qingshan finished his meal. He placed the money on the table and walked out of the shop while mumbling to himself, "What do you mean by a peaceful life? If I don't have power, I won't even be able to eat to my heart's content." At this moment, the leaders of the two gangs walked over from the two ends of the street under the escort of their respective people. In order to express their contempt for their opponent, they both chose to arrive late without prior consultation, but they just happened to block Li Qingshan at the entrance, or more accurately, they were blocked by Li Qingshan at the entrance. Li Qingshan had just walked down the stairs when he looked up and saw that the sky was hazy. Summer was almost over. "Who are you?" Li Qingshan thought. He really is a boss after all. At the very least, he can ask about his opponent's origins and name. Of course, it's very likely that I've overestimated him. The several dozen men groaning on the ground should have played quite the role. Li Qingshan of the Hawk Wolf Guard, you're their boss. You've attacked a Hawk Wolf Guard in public, so your crimes cannot be forgiven. Today, I'll execute you on the spot. Forget it, I haven't been very murderous lately. You're lucky. With Li Qingshan's words and his rising aura, the faces of the two bosses paled. Even if another decade passed, the people of ancient Wind City would never forget this name. Just why did they have to run into this person? When Li Qingshan said, "Execute you on the spot," his knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. He could not even beg for mercy. He closed his eyes and awaited death. However, Li Qingshan's tone and aura suddenly plummeted. He was like a singer who could not reach the high notes and had chosen to give up helplessly. Only when the figure vanished did the two bosses rise to their feet with the support of their subordinates. They looked at one another, both feeling relieved that they had survived a disaster. In the end, the two of them let go of their past grievances because of this experience. They drank and chatted merrily, establishing a new gang together. It went without saying. Li Qingshan returned to his residence and patted his face in the mirror. I need to buck up, Li Qingshan. Suddenly, he felt like he understood the mentality of a master, like, someone like you isn't worth my time. However, he immediately made up his mind and tossed this mentality aside. You're just a low-level chi practitioner. You're nowhere close to the level where you can say something like that. Yep, if anyone provokes me in the future, I'll step on their shit. Li Qingshan looked at the pit again. Little, and are you still not done? He had already begun to miss Jiaping City. He missed Zhuejibua. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. Compared to these dull days, he would rather be surrounded by powerful enemies and slaughter his way out with everything he had. However, when he returned this time, he should be able to give him a pleasant surprise. Although he was rather lazy, he did not stop cultivating over the past half a month. He swallowed close to 200 chi gathering pills. Not only did his demon chi skyrocket, his cultivation of the second layer of chi practitioner also completely stabilized. Abundant and pure true chi flowed endlessly in his yang heel meridian. He had also touched the edge of the fifth layer of the innate method of practicing chi. In the pit, the huge ball of white bone had already been completely melted, turning into a pure white, crystalline ball. However, one could vaguely make out that it was an extremely vicious skull. Several hundred skeletons had only been refined into a tiny prayer bead. Shaoan pinched the prayer bead between her fingers. She would need at least 14 skull prayer beads if she wanted to make one. Whitebone's spiritual artifacts were actually so difficult to forge. This was also the reason why Little and had chosen the skull prayer beads as his first spiritual artifact. Every single item recorded in the path of Whitebone and Great Beauty possessed immense power. They were not items that he could forge at his current level. However, the skull prayer beads could be forged one by one. There was no need to forge them all at once. He could do it step by step. Little and held the prayer bead in his hand and felt that his mind was connected to it. It was as if this prayer bead was not a spiritual artifact, but a part of his body. The truth was more or less the same. The flames in the pit were extinguished, returning to his skull. Only 2 specks remained. He leapt through the soil, following Li Qingshan's aura and leaving the pit. Having lost the support of that invisible power, the soil above the pit immediately collapsed. The next day, someone discovered that the corpses of the Qian family members had disappeared, becoming a mystery. In the darkness, Li Qingshan smiled as he opened his eyes. Little, and are you done? A little skeleton that sparkled like jade stood in front of him. The flames in its eye sockets were a mix of red and white. Li Qingshan rubbed his head. You really are much prettier. From the perspective of a skeleton. From the perspective of a skeleton, Little and opened his palm and took out a skull prayer bead. Li Qingshan picked up the prayer bead. What is this? The prayer bead suddenly left his hand and flew around the room, drawing out a white blur. With a series of sonic booms, it was actually no slower than Zhou Wenbin's flying sword. Li Qingshan was stunned. This is A spiritual artifact? And it was at least a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Little N smiled. He clenched his bony fingers, and the prayer bead in the air suddenly swelled in the wind, turning into a skull that was as large as a bucket. Its teeth chattered as if it was laughing strangely. Its eye sockets shone with the same red and white flames as Little N. When a child obtained something good, he obviously had to show it off to the people closest to him. When Li Qingshan understood the cause and effect of Little N's artifact forging, he could not help but sigh. This path of white bone and great beauty sure was useful. That white bone bodhisattva sure was thoughtful. If he did not have a weapon, he would still be at a disadvantage against an enemy, even if his abilities and techniques were powerful. As these white bone spiritual artifacts were closely connected to his body, he could control them as easily as he wished. Their power surpassed that of regular spiritual artifacts. Calling them white bone spiritual artifacts was actually not too accurate. Even a single prayer bead was not at the level of a spiritual artifact. However, as Little N's cultivation was still too low and he did not have enough materials, he could only forge them to this level for now. Although the skull prayer beads were the easiest to forge, they were not the weakest. A string of skull prayer beads had at least 14 beads, and there were still 18 beads, 21 beads, all the way up to 1,080 beads. There were 10 different levels, and they could bind immortals and immortals. They had endless uses. Li Qingshan expressed his admiration once again, before asking about the matter he was most concerned about. Do you have any idea how many more sacrifices are needed to restore your body? Little N lowered his head and calculated with his fingers. Afterwards, he raised his head and extended a finger. The flesh and blood of 1,000 more people were needed. Li Qingshan said, "The task is very difficult, but at least we have something to look forward to. Then let's go on a killing spree." When he extended a finger, it was destined that there would be 1,000 less evil people in the world. That night, Li Qingshan went to the county office and asked the county magistrate for the money he needed to sell his house and land. Although it was an emergency sale, it was still more than 1,000,000 taels of silver. It could be exchanged for 10 qi concentration pills from Zhou Wenbin. Before the next day, Li Qingshan took Little and left the city that night. He did not look back at ancient Wind City again, nor did he have any plans to return. Meanwhile, in the lotus pond halfway up the mountain, a red carp swam freely, shaking the green lotus flowers. Fate had formed today, and he did not know if they would meet again. Under the curtain of night, Li Qingshan strode through the air in a straight line. By daybreak, he had arrived at the ferry crossing of the clear river. He boarded the boat and traveled down the river again, heading straight for Jiaping. In Jiaping City, Zhuo Zhibua said, "So you're saying that he really defeated Qian Yannian?" Qian Rongji said, "Yes, I also find it inconceivable. Qian Yannian, that old thing, is old and frail. He's really too useless." He probably didn't expect that Li Qingshan was a body cultivator, so he was careless and fell for it. "It looks like you'll have to do it yourself." When Qian Rongji left ancient Wind City, in order to take the spirit artifact furnace with her, she had hired a large carriage to travel slowly. Now, she had just returned to Jiaping. Chapter 150. Not only did Qian Rongji not warn Zhuo Zhibua that Li Qingshan might have been hiding his strength, but she even purposefully misled him, as if Li Qingshan's victory was extremely lucky. Even if the Holy Church had no interest in it, she still grew tired of this old bastard. She really hoped that he would die a violent death, just like that old bastard Qian Yannian. This kind of silent method was often more terrifying than straightforward plots and schemes. Sure enough, Zhuo Zhibua followed his usual train of thought and sneered. "It's good that he's alive. It saves me the trouble of making another trip. I can even personally kill him and vent my hatred. Are you going to kill him once he returns?" Qian Rongji hid her smile in the depths of her pitch-black eyes. She was prepared to watch the show that was about to unfold. Zhuo Zhibua instead said, "We'll have to think about this at length." Although he was a commander, he was not bold enough to kill a hawk wolf guard so brazenly. Afterwards, he sneered. "Though, Do you think he'll be able to do well under my command? I want to show him whether the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard is surnamed Chua or Li. Qian Rongji said, on this mountain, in this Jiaping city, is there anything that doesn't belong to you? Even I'm the same. Zhuo Jibua laughed aloud. He would continue to watch over Jiaping City, watching over everything like a hawk forged from steel, until the day he died. When he saw the clear river turn around the mountain again, Li Qingshan directly leapt off the boat. Under the cries of the passengers, he climbed up the cliff face. He returned to his residence first and settled little and down before going to see Zhuo Jibua. He was very interested in seeing how this Commander Zhuo's attitude would change now. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Greetings from subordinate Li Qingshan, Commander Zhuo. That was what he said, but he stood with his head held high like a javelin. He showed no respect at all. Zhuo Jibua stopped pretending to be friendly. He asked coldly, why didn't you return immediately after completing the mission? Li Qingshan said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, I obviously had matters to attend to. Zhuo Jibua was even more displeased. A person who was about to die actually dared to be so arrogant. I'll deduct half of your merit points. You may leave. Half of their hard-earned merit points had been casually deducted. That was the equivalent of dozens of qi-gathering pills. Who wouldn't be angry? Li Qingshan suppressed his anger and didn't argue. He turned and left. He also couldn't kill a Black Eagle commander on this mountain. Right now, the tiger harms the man harms the tiger's heart, but because of this same reason, they could not easily make a move, but they were already sharpening their knives. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped out of the door, he bumped into Gu Jian. Gu Jian, on the other hand, had been waiting for a long time. With a face full of ridicule, he said, Li Qingshan, do you really think you're a big shot just because you killed an old man who's about to be buried? You actually dared to speak to the commander like that. Now you're suffering. Li Qingshan said, it is indeed a good dog raised by Zhuo Jibua. His words were full of energy. Of course, he was not afraid that Zhuo Jibua, who was in the building, could not hear him. His expression became more and more gloomy. What did you say? Gu Jian, who had been scolded in front of his face, was even more furious. This was not the first time Li Qingshan had humiliated him like this. Back then, it was because he was worried that Li Qingshan had a powerful background that he had tolerated him. Li Qingshan sneered, you only dare to bark at me here. Gu Jian choked and couldn't speak. He had originally wanted to provoke Li Qingshan. As long as Li Qingshan made the first move, Zhuo Jibua would have a reason to interfere. But it was true that without Zhuo Jibua, how would he dare to provoke Li Qingshan? That was a monster who had killed a fifth-layer qi practitioner. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Come with me to the front and explain things clearly. I'll let your plot succeed this time and see if Zhuo Jibua can save you. How would Gu Jian dare to follow? At that time, even if Zhuo Jibua's plan succeeded, he would still be a dead man. He put on a brave front and said, you, don't be so arrogant. I'll see what happens to you. Li Qingshan did not look at him anymore. He turned around and was about to walk up when the old man guarding the treasure house stopped him. Who said you could go up there? Li Qingshan said, I have merit points, of course I can go up there. Go. The treasure house is under maintenance right now. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Li Qingshan's pupils shrank and his brows furrowed. The old man felt an invisible force pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He forced himself to say, what, you still dare to barge in? Li Qingshan slowly raised his right hand, and the old man's throat skipped a beat. His muscles tensed up. His remaining true qi, which had been eroded by time, began to circulate wildly. He could sense that as long as Li Qingshan struck, it would be a terrifying attack that could collapse the mountains. Under the tremendous pressure, he did not even have the confidence to receive the next strike. However, Li Qingshan only patted the old man's shoulder. You're on your own. Afterwards, he turned around and left the treasure house. The old man immediately became covered in cold sweat. He clutched his knees and gasped for air. He was a veteran of the Jianghu for many years, yet he had actually been frightened by a half-grown junior. He felt utterly humiliated. He roared at Li Qingshan's back, "You're the one who should be on your own." What happened afterwards was basically the same. There were no spiritual artifacts, no pills. The extremely rare merit points had been reduced to meaningless numbers. Li Qingshan wanted to exchange for a new wind-entwining blade, but he was turned down. Originally, the weapons damaged by the Hawk Wolf Guard during missions could be exchanged for free. These people did not refuse to give it to him, only finding various reasons to turn it down. However, apart from beating them up, there was no other way to make them submit. These important places that were in charge of wealth were obviously all under the control of Zhuo Jibua's trusted aides. As a matter of fact, he did not even need to say anything. All he needed was a single gesture, and Li Qingshan would be completely immobilized in the Hawk Wolf Guard. In the end, Li Qingshan arrived before an extremely ancient building. The 3 words "Eagle Hunting Building" were written on it. This was where the Hawk Wolf Guard handed out missions. This was probably the only place on the mountain that was not under Zhuo Jibua's control. It was not that he could not control it, but because he could not obtain spiritual artifacts or pills from here. He could only obtain a pile of troublesome missions, and he needed Zhuo Jibua's permission to exchange the merit from completing the missions for actual items. Li Qingshan smiled. As long as this place was open to him, it was fine. To him right now, whether it be spiritual artifacts or pills, none of them were the items he needed the most. What he needed the most right now was in the Eagle Hunting Building. A few Black Wolf Guards were currently handing in missions in the main hall. As soon as they saw Li Qingshan enter, they immediately fell silent. Their mouths opened and closed silently as they communicated with True Qi, discussing quietly. Li Qingshan walked up to the platform, and the attendant behind it stood up in a hurry. He said politely, "Sir, you've only just returned, yet you're already going out to hunt?" There were no secrets on a small mountain like this. However, although he had heard about the conflict between Li Qingshan and Zhuo Jibua, he dared not show any disrespect to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Let me see what missions there are." The attendant immediately took out a thick book nimbly. "Please have a look, sir." Book of Life and Death. The book was completely black, as if it had been soaked in countless layers of grease, yet it also seemed like the color of coagulated blood. It gave off an ominous feeling with a single glance, but it gave off a faint glow. Holding it in his hand, it just happened to give off a warm feeling. Li Qingshan said, "This book has probably been around for a long time." The attendant explained obediently, "It's been around since the establishment of the guards in Jiaping City. It's probably over 1,000 years old." Li Qingshan said, "Then it really is quite old. Does this book have a name?" The attendant said, "This is only a low-grade spiritual artifact used to record missions. It doesn't have an official name either. However, the people of the Jianghu call this book the Blacklist." Although he was only an attendant, as the guardian of the Blacklist, he obviously showed pride on his face. Li Qingshan said, "Blacklist? Why is it called that? Is there anything particular about it?" The attendant said, "That's because all names that make it onto the Blacklist are certain to die." Li Qingshan smiled. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are unavoidable. If you don't make it onto this book, you'll definitely die. According to his understanding, the White Lotus Mother who had sacrificed 200,000 people should have made it onto the blacklist as well. She even required a mighty White Hawk commander, a golden core cultivator, to personally take action. However, she did not seem to have been apprehended by Gu Yenying. At the end of the day, strength still reigned supreme in this world. Nothing was inevitable. However, to a group of people of the Jianghu, the names written down by Qi practitioners could basically be regarded as a true death list. Afterwards, he thought about it. What he was about to do was rather similar to the White Lotus Mother, except he stood on the side of the law. He was an enforcer, and he was licensed to kill. Although the attendant was displeased with Li Qingshan's joke about the blacklist, he did not dare to argue with him. He guided Li Qingshan on how to use it. Afterwards, Li Qingshan understood why it was called the blacklist. Flipping through the pages, he saw a string of names. There were normal names as well as strange Taoist or Dharma names. The way it was used was rather similar to a mental map. With a single thought, The list would be arranged according to different standards. These standards included the amount of contribution, the level of danger, the strength of the enemy, and even the estimated benefits and so on. By focusing his mind on a certain name, he would receive a complete set of extremely detailed information, including the cultivation method the enemy practiced, the spiritual artifact they used, the area they were active in. Li Qingshan sighed inside. It really was a large organization that had existed for several millennia after all. It was well-organized and well-equipped. The information basically simplified the steps of investigation and interrogation, handing over all the work that regular people could do for them to ordinary people. Afterwards, they would confirm the crimes and compile a list. The Hawkwolf Guard would be responsible for killing them one by one. Every single Qi practitioner was an expert who stood above all. They viewed longevity as their greatest goal, and they treated cultivation and practicing Qi as their #1 priority. It was impossible for any Qi practitioner to spend too much time and effort on these miscellaneous tasks. They would be ordered around like miscellaneous soldiers. Otherwise, no matter how great the welfare of the Hawkwolf Guard was, it was impossible for it to be so attractive to Qi practitioners. Sir, once you've chosen your mission, there will be a document that you can refer to at any time. The information on there is already the most detailed information our informants can obtain, but it cannot guarantee that it's completely accurate. I hope you can adapt to the situation, sir, the attendant reminded him routinely. Of course, Li Qingshan answered. With a thought, the blacklist was arranged according to strength. He glanced at the name at the very top, Zombie Taoist, 6th layer Qi practitioner. He made it onto the list due to capturing living people on a large scale and refining them into zombies. He's assessed as extremely dangerous. The contribution from completing the mission was actually as great as 5,000. However, it was very clear that apart from Zhuo Zhibua and the Black Wolf commander who had never shown himself, no one else could complete this. Of course, Li Qingshan possessed the strength to do so as well. However, he only paused for a moment before directly flipping to the back, arriving at the last few pages. Most of the last few pages of the blacklist no longer recorded the names of people, but the names of gangs and sections. In places like the Black Wind Stronghold, a single name was no longer enough for the Hawkwolf Guard to target them. Afterwards, Li Qingshan chose his mission. The attendant said in surprise, "Sir, do you really want to accept these missions?" Li Qingshan nodded without any hesitation. "Go retrieve the documents. I'll set off right now." The attendant passed down the order in a hurry. Before long, other attendants returned with a pile of documents. Many of them seemed extremely old and gave off a dusty smell. Clearly, they had just been cleaned. Li Qingshan stowed all of the documents into his 100 treasures pouch before turning around and leaving. As soon as he made his way out, the Black Wolf Guards gathered over in a hurry. What mission did he accept? Afterwards, they looked at one another. They were dumbfounded. What does the kid want to do? Uphold justice? Stop joking. No matter how many missions he completes, he won't be able to get any benefits without Commander Zhuo's approval. In the main building, Zhuo Zhibua sipped his tea leisurely. How's the kid? Gu Jian smiled. The kid ran around aimlessly and was given the cold shoulder. It had finally alleviated his hatred slightly. Zhuo Zhibua placed down his teacup. Before I take his life, it's not bad to mess around like this. I'd like to see just how long he can endure it. Gu Jian said, I think he'll have to endure it no matter what. At this moment, a Black Wolf Guard rushed in. Commander, that kid Li Qingshan has accepted a mission and left the mountain. Zhuo Zhibua said, Oh, is he trying to avoid me? Which mission did he accept? The Black Wolf Guard said, more than one. How many? The Black Wolf Guard revealed a strange expression. He accepted 27 missions. What? Let me have a look. Zhuo Zhibua accepted the mission document. There was a dense list of the missions Li Qingshan had accepted, but the contents of the missions took him by surprise. It was not because they were too difficult, but because they were too simple. The Pirates of the Water Snake Gang, the Horse Bandits of Giant Deer Valley, and so on were all missions that the Hawkwolf Guard had accumulated over the years. They did not even bother to complete them. That was because the targets of these missions were all regular people of the Jianghu. They would only be able to get some silver from them at most. Pills and spiritual artifacts were out of the question, and because they were too simple, the contribution they gave was extremely low. Only Black Wolf Guards who had just joined the Hawk Wolf Guard would use them for practice before refusing to waste any more time. They would rather practice Qi and cultivate on the mountain. As the lowest level of organization in the Hawk Wolf Guard, the first grade of Black Iron, they were all composed of Qi practitioners. Their primary targets were Qi practitioners like themselves. As for the people of the Jianghu who practiced internal and external martial arts, they mainly served as a deterrent. As a result, a small vacuum was created. This vacuum was known as the Jianghu. Gu Jian said, with that, he'll have another excuse to leave Jiaping City. Zhua Zhibua snorted. If he's willing to do the hard work, then let him. By now, Li Qingshan had already left the mountain. He silently estimated that there would be around 1,000 people after completing these missions. This was his greatest objective, to help Little and recover his body. For the sake of this objective, he could temporarily postpone everything else. Now, he felt more and more like joining the Hawk Wolf Guard was an extremely correct choice. Otherwise, would he still be able to go around asking around for bad people? And, if a Qi practitioner massacred regular people on a large scale, even if they were all bad people, it would still raise a great deal of attention. They might even end up on the blacklist, standing against the state. It was much simpler now. The information provided by the Hawk Wolf Guard was extremely detailed. Every single person who could make it onto the blacklist of the Hawk Wolf Guard through their martial arts was a criminal who had committed countless crimes. And they had all settled down in a certain place for many years, so it was very easy to find them. What he needed to do right now was find them one by one with a license to kill. Then he would kill his way through until dawn arrived. Li Qingshan placed his hand on the jar on his waist and thought to himself, "Don't worry, Little, and very, very soon, you'll be able to breathe fresh air, taste delicious food, and feel warmth. You'll be able to smile like other children." Li Qingshan did not leave the city directly. Instead, he paid a visit to the government office first. He wanted to exchange the several million taels of silver on him for some Qi gathering pills. He had a feeling that this journey would take quite some time. His opponents would not carry 100 treasures pouches on them to provide him with pills for cultivation. He also came to a better understanding of why no Hawk Wolf Guard was willing to squash these bugs. Zhou Wenbin's eyes lit up when he saw Li Qingshan. "You've already reached the second layer. You've progressed much faster than I imagined." Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. With a powerful enemy right beside me, I obviously can't afford to be careless." Zhou Wenbin said, "As long as you know." "I heard you killed Qian Yanyan in a one-on-one duel." Li Qingshan said, "It was just luck." Zhou Wenbin said, "Even if it was luck, defeating a 5th-layer Qi practitioner as a 2nd-layer Qi practitioner is still an unbelievable accomplishment. I need to remind you again that the 6th layer is completely different from the 5th layer." Li Qingshan nodded. Afterwards, he thought about Xiao An's various abilities. According to the standards of Qi practitioners, he was at least at the 6th layer or above. Moreover, he was as fast as lightning and possessed tremendous strength. Even when low-grade spiritual artifacts landed on him, they would not be able to leave a scratch on him. He was much more powerful than regular 6th-layer Qi practitioners. If he actually faced an opponent, there was no need for him to use the skull prayer beads at all. It was a battle between Qi practitioners or whatever. All he needed to do was charge up and forcefully tear through their protective true Qi, gouge out their hearts, and he would be victorious. The Path of White Bone and Great Beauty was a powerful ability that completely surpassed this world. The higher one cultivated it, the more terrifying its power would be. Zhou Wenbin said, "Although the sect has expelled Zhao Liangqing, they've sent people to investigate. They've probably already targeted you. The people of sects probably have no qualms about what they do, so you need to be careful." Li Qingshan said, "Thank you for your warning, sir. I will be careful." The sect had lost their property in Jiaoping City, and they had also lost an expert who was about to break through to the 6th layer of Qi practitioner, so this kind of reaction was expected. Zhou Wenbin said, "Fighting for a moment of loyalty is useless. Why don't you listen to me and go to the 100 schools of thought to cultivate for a while and avoid him for a while? When you're fully fledged, why would you need to fear a Mirjua Jibwa?" Chapter 151. Li Qingshan said, "Are the 100 schools of thought really that great? For you to constantly think about it, sir?" Zhou Wenbin said, "That's where the foundation of Great Xia lies. It gathers all the young geniuses in the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture, so it's obviously a great place. What do you think about my talent and cultivation?" Li Qingshan praised, "Sir, you've reached the 6th layer at such a young age, and you're the ruler of a district, standing above millions. You're obviously a dragon among men." The sacred hall could not help but sigh inside. The 1,500 kilometers of land was the size of all the countries in Western Europe. Just how imposing would it be to gather all the geniuses in this vast land and cultivate together? Zhou Wenbin shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not a dragon among men. I'm just barely average. As for the ruler of a district, why would the truly talented geniuses need to rely on external resources and waste their time on governing a district? As long as they cultivate quietly, their cultivation will far surpass mine. A 6th layer Qi practitioner who is average?" Li Qingshan was slightly surprised inside. There are many geniuses in the world. There's no need to belittle yourself, sir. He was not surprised that there were people who surpassed him in terms of practicing Qi, as he knew very well that his talent for practicing Qi was nothing special, and he had only started practicing Qi recently. He did not have anyone to guide him, and the pills he had always used were common ones like Qi-gathering pills. Those who truly came from large clans of Qi practitioners might have started cultivating at a very young age. They would have powerful seniors to answer their questions at all times, and they would eat rare pills that he had never even heard of. If their talent for cultivation was just slightly better, they would be geniuses. Whether it be time, resources, or talent, there were plenty of people who surpassed him. There was nothing unfair about those who were stronger than him. This was what it meant to win at the starting line. No matter what world, no matter what era, this would not change. Rather than complaining, it was better to work hard. Kings, nobles, generals, and ministers would rather have the guts. Zhou Wenbin said, "Your Wasungzan Hua might come from a renowned clan, but he's always been studying in the 100 schools of thought. Even now, he still hasn't completely left. Even I have to call him senior brother when I see him. There's a saying that the geniuses of the world all come from the 100 schools. You better think about it. Then I'll definitely go and take a look in the future. When the time comes, I hope you can lend me a hand, sir." Sanctuary. Li Qingshan once heard from Gu Yenying that Wasungzan's cultivation level was at the 10th layer of the aura training stage. Because of this, Gu Yenying even lectured him a little, telling him to drink less wine with women. At that time, he didn't have much of an idea of the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. Only now did he understand what kind of realm it was. He had opened all the meridians and acupoints in his body and was only one step away from the heavenly tribulation. Even if he transformed into a demon, he might not have the confidence to win. Zhou Wenbin said, "This is also my duty. It can't be considered helping. While I'm in Jiaoping City, I'm not bound by any restrictions, and I don't have to do any work either. However, there is only one thing that must be done. Every year, 100 men and women with the aptitude for cultivation must be selected to study in the 100 schools of thought." The conditions were unexpectedly lax. Li Qingshan said, "It's that simple? As long as I have the aptitude for cultivation?" Zhou Wenbin said, "It's easy to get in, but it's not easy to stay there. How long you can stay will depend on your ability." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. "That's right. Does Milord still need money?" Zhou Wenbin said, "Ever since I became the county magistrate, there has never been a time when I didn't need money. Looks like you've gained quite a lot from this trip." Li Qingshan took out the several million taels of banknotes he had on him, saying that he got them from the Qian clan and exchanged them with Zhou Wenbin for more than 50 qi-gathering pills. The number of qi-gathering pills he had on him once again exceeded 300, just enough for him to use for a while. Ordinary qi practitioners had a limit on how many external pills they could take, but for a demon like him, there was no such thing as too many pills. He could only plan carefully. If one day he could eat as many pills as he wanted, that would be great. Moreover, the qi-gathering pills he got from Zhou Wenbin were of good quality. Each pill was small, and although their medicinal properties were equal, they had much fewer impurities than Qian Yinyan's qi-gathering pills. Did you refine these qi-gathering pills, sir? Zhou Wenbin said, I once studied under a renowned doctor in the School of Medicine in the 100 Schools of Thought. I specialized in the art of alchemy, so mere qi-gathering pills were obviously nothing to me. The ingredients for qi-gathering pills were relatively easy to obtain too. As the district magistrate, he only needed to give an order, and countless people would gather the medicinal herbs for him. Li Qingshan thought that if he had the opportunity, it would be nice to broaden his horizons in the 100 schools of thought. It was impossible for him to ask for guidance from anyone he saw about alchemy, talisman crafting, and formations. It would be best if he studied them systematically. Wealth, companionship, law, and land. Companionship was something he could not go without. However, now was not the time. There were plenty of powerful foundation establishment cultivators in Clear River City. If Little and continued to hide in the jar, it would be very easy for him to be discovered. He needed to help him recover his body first. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. He left the government office, but he did not make his way in the direction of Clear River. Instead, he made his way to the west of the city, taking the overland route out of the city. 75 kilometers away from Jiaping City, in the auspicious casino of Silver Mountain Town. Silver Mountain Town was only a town, but it was more prosperous than many cities, as it truly was right next to a mountain of silver. Who knew how many silver mines were buried beneath the mountain, allowing countless people to strike it rich overnight and then die overnight? Although the auspicious casino was a casino in the town, it was no worse than any first-rate casino. Moreover, it was open to all, regardless of wealth. It treated everyone equally. As long as you had silver on hand, you could gamble here and try your luck. Whether it was the mine owners who had struck it rich overnight or the miners who were in a precarious situation, they would all come here to try their luck. Under the resplendent lantern light, curses, laughter, and furious roars rang out. The smell of sweat, smoke, cosmetics, and many other smells were mixed together. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the gambling table. They clenched their fists and widened their eyes. Their expressions changed and twisted with the number on the sieve, showing joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. However, the expressions of the gamblers would inevitably end with sorrow and anger. Only Shi Jixiang could remain happy. He was the boss of the auspicious casino. He held 2 large golden balls in his hands, spinning them endlessly. His chubby face was like the Maitreya Buddha, always full of smiles. Looking down from the 2nd floor of the casino, his eyes were filled with compassion. What a bunch of idiots! 2 burly men dragged a man up like they were grabbing a chicken. Boss, we've caught him. The man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Boss Shi, Hero Shi, Grandpa Shi, I beg you, I'll give you my mine, my family business, all of it. I beg you to be merciful and let my family go. If I let you go, who will let me go? Then, please give me a few more days. I'll definitely raise the money. Shi Jixiang said, it's only right that you pay your debts. Even your wife and daughter are working hard in the brothel. You're a man, how can you be idling around? Go to the mines and work hard. You actually, Shi Jixiang sighed helplessly. You're dead, but the debt doesn't. You ran away without a trace. What can I do? Shi Jixiang, you bastard, you cheated, you lied to me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The man suddenly lost control of his emotions. He owed a high-interest loan that he would never be able to turn over in this life. He could only die in the pitch-black mines. But before he could finish, he was knocked out by the burly man beside him. Shi Jixiang was furious at the burly man. Who told you to hit him so hard? What if you kill him? Are you going to work for me? TSK, look, what a pitiful person. I can't sleep when I see such a pitiful person. Don't let me see him again. The burly man nodded and carried the man out. Only then did a smile return to Shi Jixiang's face. He loved to gamble and was good at it. With his gambling skills, he had ruined the families of several mine owners. Now, he was the biggest mine owner in Silver Mountain Town. He also had a way to deal with those mine owners who didn't like to gamble. Not only was he good at gambling, but he also had first-rate martial arts. He spent money like dirt and gathered a group of good men who could fight and resist. With these two things, he would become the only mine owner in Silver Mountain Town and continue to laugh. This should be the place. At the entrance of the auspicious casino, a youth held a piece of paper and looked at the board above seriously. After confirming the words, auspicious casino, he walked in with large strides. The two guards sized him up and welcomed him with smiles. They didn't stop him at all. After the youth walked in, they smiled and conversed with each other. His physique isn't bad. He can dig down there for 2 more years. Li Qingshan liked to eat and drink to his heart's content. He had also had 1 or 2 unsuccessful experiences of drinking with prostitutes, so he could barely be considered as a prostitute. However, this was his first time gambling. Everything was novel to him. He looked around and arrived before a gambling table. It was an extremely simple game of buying big or small. He casually threw down a banknote worth 1,000 taels of silver and bet on big. This shocked the gamblers. However, they had seen bigger bets before. They just thought that he was an arrogant young master from a wealthy family. Once you've made your bet, open. As expected, he opened big. Li Qingshan accepted the banknote with a smile and bet it all on big. After a while, the clamor gradually died down. The gamblers' mouths were wide open. They looked at the small mountain of banknotes and silver ingots in front of Li Qingshan with complicated expressions. He had won 16 rounds in a row. The dealer had changed twice, but it didn't stop his winning momentum at all. He bet everything on every round. In the beginning, there were gamblers who followed him and made some money. But now, no one had the guts to follow him. A manservant came to Li Qingshan's side. "Brother, our boss invites you upstairs for a chat." Li Qingshan glanced upstairs and said loudly, "If you want to talk, then come down and talk." "What? Are you afraid of people winning when you run a casino?" He slammed the table and left behind a faint handprint on the heavy, marble gambling table. Shi Jixiang finally couldn't laugh anymore. He gave the order in a low voice to clear the place and gather people. This time, a tough guy came. He was at least a second-rate expert. Looking at his posture, he was here to cause trouble. He couldn't be dismissed with money. Li Qingshan lowered his head. The corner of his mouth slightly curled. It was best to clear the place. And of course, the more people, the better. If you can gather 1,000 people, I will burn incense on your grave. If you have a grave. Chapter 152. A moment later, there were no longer any gamblers around Li Qingshan. Instead, there were dozens of menacing men with swords and sabers, either sneering or staring at Li Qingshan viciously. Holy Hall, all the doors and windows were tightly shut, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Shi Jixiang then slowly walked down the stairs with a calm demeanor, as if everything was under his control. "Brother, who are you? Why don't you reveal your identity? Who knows, we might be friends. If you're short on travel expenses, feel free to ask. I, Shi Jixiang, am not a stingy person." Li Qingshan looked around and said regretfully, "Is that all?" Although he had the intention to eliminate evil, he obviously couldn't carry out another raid in Silver Mountain Town after killing Shi Jixiang. He didn't have the time or energy to do so. There were still 26 missions and more than 900 people. But when it came to something as big as challenging the arena, those who should come should come. Although Shi Jixiang didn't understand Li Qingshan's intentions, he could feel that Li Qingshan had no intention of paying attention to him. With an angry expression, he took off his thin shirt, revealing a muscular upper body with a Buddha tattoo. He sat in front of Li Qingshan. "I'll bet with you this round." Li Qingshan saw him take off his clothes and was about to make a move. Hearing him say this, he was slightly startled, then said, "All right." Whoosh! Shi Jisheng shook the sieve fiercely, his beady eyes staring at Li Qingshan. Meeting those clear black and white, calm eyes, he felt inexplicably uneasy. But he had fought and killed for many years, so his mental fortitude wasn't bad. He forcefully suppressed this uneasiness and slammed the color cup on the table, suddenly shouting, "Is it big or small?" Li Qingshan casually pushed, still betting all the silver on the table and still betting big. Holy Shi Jixiang raised his eyebrows and injected a wave of inner force into it. Then, he immediately opened the color cup and laughed maniacally. 1, 2, 4 points small. You lost. At the same time, he circulated all the energy in his body. The surrounding men all stared at him fiercely, ready to attack at any moment. They were all wary of Li Qingshan getting angry out of humiliation and attacking them. Li Qingshan shrugged. And then? Shi Jixiang was stunned. He had thought that Li Qingshan would angrily accuse him of cheating. "What do you mean?" "I'm willing to admit defeat." "Well, I lost. These silvers are all yours." After Li Qingshan finished speaking, he kicked the marble gambling table. None of the people present had expected that the heavy and sturdy marble table would actually instantly possess such a terrifying speed and momentum as it whizzed through the air. Shi Jixiang's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Even an external martial arts master could not possibly have such strength. At the same time, he reacted and leaped upwards with all his might. His lightness skill that he was proud of, the 8 steps chasing cicada, seemed so slow at this moment. He could only watch as the dice and the color cup spun and flew into the air. The marble table crashed into him. Boom! Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The marble gambling table crashed Shi Jixiang into the wall, embedding the lower half of Shi Jixiang's body into the wall. The bones in the lower half of his body were instantly crushed. The surrounding men who were watching from the side did not seem to be able to react to what had happened. Didn't they win? How was it that in the blink of an eye, their high and mighty posture had turned into such a miserable state? Li Qingshan ignored them and made his way over to the marble table. Shi Jixiang really was a first-rate master after all. His life force was tough. Even though his lower half had been crushed, he still retained a clear mind. W. Who are you?" Li Qingshan said. "I work for the Hawk Wolf Guard. I find it annoying when people like you smile. Only an expression like this suits you." He casually caught the falling dice beside him. "Also, size doesn't depend on this." He tossed it backwards without even looking at it. The dice pierced a man who was about to launch a sneak attack from behind. "Why are you betting against me?" Everyone immediately understood the difference in strength, as well as the arrival of death. They charged towards the entrance without any regard, wanting to open the entrance that they had just sealed up tightly. A man looked back in fright. From Li Qingshan's waist, flames swept over like a dragon. Wherever it passed by, everyone was reduced to nothingness. Only a set of clothes remained, drifting gently to the ground. This was basically even more terrifying than any bloody scene. He leaned against the entrance firmly before losing all consciousness. The fire snake opened its mouth, about to swallow Shi Jixiang, but then it stopped and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan waved his hand, expressing that there was nothing else he wanted to say. Shi Jixiang opened his mouth. He did have something else he wanted to say, but his face was illuminated by the flames. The fire snake immediately swallowed Shi Jixiang. The gamblers did not disperse. Instead, they lingered outside. The night had only just begun. They had yet to enjoy themselves to their heart's content. They believed that the foreign kid who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would soon suffer, and then the casino would reopen. However, there were also people who believed that the kid would not be that easy to deal with. Afterwards, they split into 2 groups and gambled. However, they waited for a very long time, but the entrance did not open. However, no one was bold enough to barge in. Only when the next morning did people from the government open the entrance. The large casino was empty. In a small inn in the middle of nowhere, there was only a single lantern. Li Qingshan unfolded the mental map of Qingzhou and planned his destination for the next day. He used an invisible line to connect the 27 points. 27 points, 1,000 people. Little and sat at the side. He looked at Li Qingshan thoughtfully. Li Qingshan asked, "Do you remember the number?" "How much?" Little and dipped his finger in tea and wrote on the table, 57. 26 points, 953 people. Li Qingshan revised the numbers in his mind. He did not deal with the assets left behind by Shi Jixiang. Ever since Little and gave him this clear goal, it had become his #1 goal that he could not wait to complete. The faster he was, the sooner Little and could recover his physical body. However, it was not completely without gains. Shi Jixiang had been engulfed by the flames, but he had left behind a few talismans. They were supposed to be his trump cards, but faced with the absolute difference in strength, they were not used at all. Li Qingshan raised his head and smiled. "It will be done soon. Tomorrow, we will go to Jilu Valley and look for those bandits. What do you think? The route I planned is not bad, right?" Little and wrote on the table again. "But if we continue like this, we will soon alarm these people and they will hide." "That's true. Then we can only move faster and travel day and night. If they all hide, it will be troublesome." Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. He rubbed his chin in thought and found that Little An's words made sense. These people were not monsters in games, waiting to be cut down. After being cut down, they would respawn again. This was because these people could never be killed. Chapter 153. Little and was more than willing to search slowly with him. If they found one, they would kill it. If they could not, there was no need to panic. However, seeing how impatient he was, he did not want him to worry about his matters, so he came up with an idea. "Why don't we find a way to gather them together?" Li Qingshan sighed in admiration. Compared to finding them one by one and seeing if he could invite them to a certain place and then kill them all in one fell swoop, if he wanted to farm monsters, he obviously had to lure them over. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple principle? Momo Little An's head. "I couldn't tell, but your little head is so full of schemes." Little An could not take the compliment and lowered her head in embarrassment. With that, Li Qingshan's thoughts immediately sprang to life. Afterwards, he flipped through the mission information and finally found a name. Shen Shihua lived on an island in a large lake in the south. He called himself the Island Master of Shihua. He was a romantic and had a penchant for sex. According to investigations, he was a pervert who had committed over a dozen crimes in the past. His cultivation was also the highest out of the 27 missions that Li Qingshan had completed. He was a first-layer Qi practitioner and was extremely reputable in the underworld. He was rated as someone with a wide network of friends. To the Hawkwolf Guard, he was perfectly stuck in a situation where he could defeat all martial arts practitioners. He could be described as a master of survival. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, Qian Yanyan only had a birthday and he managed to invite so many people to celebrate. You might be a little weak, but you can't be too bad. Right now, all I care about is quantity, not quality. Of course, he probably would not be able to celebrate his birthday so coincidentally, but there had to be a reason for him to marry and have children. If he did not have a reason, then he would create one for him. Afterwards, he would invite many masters of the blacklist to attend the gathering. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips gradually curled up into a smile. Perhaps there would be even more unexpected benefits. Silver Mountain Town, the third day after Li Qingshan had left. Night, 1 watch. Within the thick mist, a luxurious carriage drove over slowly. The wheels rolled over the stone path, but it made no sound at all, as if it was separated by a layer of sponge. It stopped in front of the auspicious casino silently. A handsome young man dressed in red came down from the carriage and walked into the casino with his head held high. Although Shi Jixiang was gone, only 2 of the 5 leaders under him died that night. The remaining 3 were helping him take care of the mines and other properties, so they managed to escape the disaster. At this time, they were discussing with their subordinates how to distribute the remaining fat of Shi Jixiang to Shi Jixiang's concubines. The 3 of them laughed together, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. But when it came to the ownership of the gambling house, which was making huge profits every day, they immediately changed their attitude. The dispute was so intense that they almost took out their blades to fight each other. At this time, the red-clothed youth walked into the gambling house. His body seemed very thin, and there were no signs of him practicing martial arts or qi. However, he was very arrogant, so he naturally did not receive any kind treatment. "Where did you come from, Uncle Rabbit? This is not a place you should be at. Hurry up and get out." Before the person finished speaking, his shoulder fell off his head. His face was still filled with shock. He did not know how this world had suddenly turned upside down. At this time, a cold snort came from the carriage outside the gambling house, and a skinny finger stretched out of the curtain. The red-clothed youth turned back and smiled. "Thank you, lady. A Xiantian expert." The 3 leaders were shocked at the same time. Moreover, it was a Xiantian expert who was unimaginably powerful. And the real trick was probably only qi practitioners like Zhuo Zhibua, who had opened up their qi si, could see. To be able to directly release qi over 30 meters away to kill someone, even a 6th-layer qi practitioner would need the help of a spirit tool to do so. This was a different concept from using spells. Li Qingshan could also use a suitable spell to attack from this far away, but using qi, 3 meters was the limit. Moreover, it could only be used to slap people, not behead them. And for ordinary 2nd-layer qi practitioners, 1 meter was already considered not bad. After all, if the power was similar to using qi directly, then why would qi practitioners spend so much effort to create spells and then painstakingly condense their qi into spells? An old, shrill voice came from inside the carriage. "You'll answer whatever he asks? If you don't know, then go investigate. If you don't get an answer, you'll all die." Everyone in the gambling house trembled. The red-clothed youth took out a portrait. That night, the person who came to the gambling house, was it him? The face on the portrait was extremely lifelike. It was Li Qingshan. After a while, the red-clothed youth came back to report. "Lady, it's confirmed that the person was Li Qingshan. He left Silver Mountain Town." "Where did he go?" "He probably went to Julu Valley." It seemed like he had completely grasped Li Qingshan's whereabouts. "Then let's hurry." How impatient. This time, it was an old hand that stretched out of the curtain. Its long nails were painted bright red, making it look a little strange. A series of screams rang out in the gambling house. An ordinary long blade suddenly danced in the air, crisscrossing and drawing streaks of white light, killing everyone in the gambling house one by one. Compared to using qi to kill people directly, it was easier to use a tool. Of course, it would be even easier if the tool was a spirit tool. Everyone in the gambling house knew martial arts, and the 3 leaders were second-rate experts. But in the face of the all-pervasive long blade, there was no way they could resist. In a few breaths, the gambling house was littered with corpses, and the long blade finally fell to the ground with a clang. The red-clothed youth was slightly taken aback. He heard the old voice in the carriage say, "You humiliated my Jia, and you still want to live?" The red-clothed youth immediately revealed a look of incomparable happiness. He entered the carriage and threw himself into the arms of an old woman. The old woman was dressed in red, and her hair was white. Her face was haggard, and she hugged the handsome youth like a lover. They weren't just the 2 of them in the carriage. There were 3 other youths in the carriage, and they were just as young and handsome as the red-clothed youth. One of them complained, "Granny is biased. She only loves Jia." Jia said, "We agreed to serve Granny for the rest of our lives. You're not allowed to be jealous. Lady, there's no need for you to personally investigate something like this. You can just send any disciple from the torture chamber. The incident at the Jiaoping Gate Tower is likely related to this person. To be able to kill Zhao Liangqing without anyone noticing, he must be at least in the 6th layer of qi refining. If we send a normal disciple, he'll just be sending himself to his death. There's no point in staying in Clear River City all the time. Granny's title was Grandma Sheeman, but her surname wasn't Sheeman, but Gate. There were 4 grannies in the east, west, and west. Each one of them had opened all 8 extraordinary meridians and was a powerful cultivator in the 9th layer of chi refining. No one dared to call her by her real name, and the people outside had gradually forgotten her real name. All that remained was a title of respect, and that was Grandma Sheeman. Chapter 154. Fong Ben grumbled to the young man. Could it be that Granny has fallen for Li Qingshan because he's so strong? Granny already has us, so she can't be too unfaithful. It was completely the adoration of a lover, without the slightest hint of reluctance. It was just like the men of ancient Wind City looking at Hibiscus. Hibiscus was only at the 2nd layer, but her arts of charm were already enough to drive ordinary people crazy and strike fear into chi practitioners. Just how powerful would the arts of charm of this 9th layer chi practitioner Grandma Sheeman be? How could these mortal youths resist her? All of the chi warriors were doing their best to satisfy their needs. Grandma Sheeman said in a doting manner, all right. I'll kill him as soon as I see him. As long as Granny loves us, what does it matter if there are other men? We're all good brothers. With the passionate voices, the carriage moved slowly and silently, rolling over the wet, stone road. Only at a closer glance would one discover that there was an inch of space between the carriage and the stone road the entire time, as if there was an air cushion. It was the same when the horse's hooves landed on the ground. Some runes silently flickered. The horse that was driving the carriage was originally a fine horse that was used to drive the carriage during the day. However, when it pulled the magnificent carriage, it seemed as if it wasn't affected at all. It galloped forward at an inconceivable speed. The auspicious casino was littered with corpses. Afterwards, the minor caretakers of the minor leaders would gather over and engage in a new round of debate. They would grow endlessly like weeds. Perhaps outsiders would join in, and then there would be killing and conflict. This was the so-called Jianghu. In the end, Li Qingshan still went to Giant Deer Valley, as it was unlikely for the horse bandits to receive the island lord of Cherishing Flowers' invitation. According to the information, the horse bandits were composed of people with the bloodline of barbarians. Every single one of them had a purple beard. And even if the island lord of Cherishing Flowers invited them, it was unlikely for these barbarian horse bandits to ride to the island. As a result, he wanted to deal with them along the way. The horse bandits galloped through the vast wastelands. Giant Deer Valley was only one of their habitats. When Li Qingshan arrived, he missed. He did not give up. Instead, he lay on the ground and twitched his nose to carefully identify the traces on the ground, like a sharp and vigilant beast. As his demon body gradually grew stronger, the world in his eyes also became more and more colorful, full of three-dimensional and layered feeling. This kind of tracking ability was almost instinctive. The smell and marks on the ground were still fresh. They hadn't gone far, and the marks on the ground showed that there were at least 200 horse bandits, which made Li Qingshan's eyes brighten. Then he immediately went on his way. True chi gathered under his feet. He stepped over weeds that were as tall as a man and galloped under the amber night sky. In an hour, he had chased for 100 miles and finally found the group of horse bandits. Amidst the smoke and dust, the horse gang shouted as they charged towards the caravan. The merchants barely managed to put up a defense, but in the face of the rumbling hooves of the horses, they could not hide the fear in their eyes. Their scimitars reflected the sunlight, dazzling white. Suddenly, someone asked, "What's that?" A cloud of smoke and dust came from the northwest direction and pierced into the group of horse bandits. A figure jumped high out of the smoke and landed on the horse bandit leader's carriage. Li Qingshan stood on the saddle, pressing down on the bandit leader's head with one hand and grabbing the reins with the other. He forcefully turned the horse around and brushed past the merchant group. The moment the merchant group brushed past them, the merchants all raised their heads. The expression on the young man's face in high spirits gave them the impression that he was not grabbing the bandit leader's head, but a huge piece of gold. Someone murmured, "That's a person." The horse bandits scolded and hurriedly chased. They did not care about the caravan and went to save their leader. From then on, no one ever saw the infamous giant deer-mounted bandits again. Galloping into a boundless wilderness, Li Qingshan slapped down with his right hand and slapped the head of the horse bandit leader into his stomach. The huge force passed to the horse, and it fell to the ground. The horse bandits caught up, but Li Qingshan's figure had already disappeared. They suddenly raised their heads and saw flames falling from the sky, filling their eyes. The numbers changed. 7:55, on the second day after Li Qingshan had left the Jutong Valley, the carriage arrived. It was the young man in red again who got off the carriage to investigate. "Granny, he's not here. That kid sure is fast." Grandma Shimin unfurled a mental map and pointed at a point on it. "Let's go to the next place." This was the route that Li Qingshan had planned out in the beginning. She knew the mission that Li Qingshan was about to carry out like the back of her hand. They complained that the journey was just too boring. They were used to having fun in the Clear River Prefecture, so they did not like traveling such a long distance. Grandma Shimin said dotingly, "All right. Once we reach the next city, we'll rest up." It was a tiny puddle on the map, but when they saw it in person, it was a vast, misty lake. "This is it. This bastard sure knows how to enjoy himself." Li Qingshan stowed the mental map away and gazed into the distance. Through the depths of the mist, he could vaguely make out an island. The island was shaded by green willows, with red walls and green tiles vaguely visible. The lake was adjacent to the city. The scenery was pleasant, and it was extremely convenient. It was indeed a good place to live out one's days in peace. However, when he thought about how people like that actually had to live out their days in peace, Li Qingshan felt extremely displeased inside. Afterwards, he licked his lips, imagining their faces when they lost their smiles with devilish malice and delight. Using the darkness of the night, he entered the lake before making his way up from the other end of the island. Just now, he could see the luxurious manor clearly. Outside the manor, many armed guards patrolled the area. The security was tight, but to Li Qingshan, this level of security was basically non-existent. Li Qingshan leapt off the ground gently and arrived on the eaves several dozen meters away. Afterwards, he rushed towards the largest house. In the tent, breasts rippled and moans and teasing constantly rang out. "Master, you're so powerful," Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. He seemed to always end up ruining other people's plans. It was so late at night, and all the bad guys were rolling in the sheets, while the good guys could only watch erotica. Yep, live erotica. Amidst the chaos, a light cough interrupted all the sounds. A figure leaped up from the bed and lifted the curtains. "Who is it?" Their eyes met. Both of them were rather surprised. Li Qingshan had never thought Shen Shihua would actually be an old man. Most of his hair had already turned white. Only then did he suddenly remember that it was written on the document that he had committed a crime in the past and had been shelved by the Hawk-Wolf Guard for many years. Even though he was a young man, he had become an old man. However, Shen Shihua saw a young man in simple clothes sitting boldly on an armchair, staring at him covetously. Although he did not give off any special aura, just the fact that he could appear in his bedroom silently was enough to shock him. "Put on your clothes. I have some things I want to talk to you about." Li Qingshan placed something on the table and stood up. Shen Shihua rushed over to the table. When he saw the item, he shuddered and paled. He picked it up carefully and felt a bone-chilling coldness. He shuddered again and his face became even paler. It was a black wolf that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In a small pavilion hidden by verdant willows, Li Qingshan leaned against the railing and gazed at the lake in the distance. Shen Shihua changed his clothes and hurried over, offering up the black wolf tablet with both hands courteously. "May I ask for Sir's name and why you've come to my humble abode?" Li Qingshan accepted the tablet and said, "Don't you know what you've done? You've committed a crime, Shen Shihua." He had watched quite a few detective shows in his past life, so what he learnt was how to be dignified without being angry. Shen Shihua dropped to his knees with a plop. "Sir, it was all because of a moment of foolishness when I was young. Please be magnanimous and spare me. If you have any requests, I'll do it for you." He was a formidable figure of the underworld, a first-layer master of the Jianghu. Before he had even seen Li Qingshan fight, just the sight of the Black Wolf tablet scared him to the point of pissing his pants, begging for mercy on his knees. Shen Shihua was extremely helpless. Who would want to bow and scrape to someone several decades younger than them? When he saw the Black Wolf tablet, he wanted to flee, but he was reluctant to part with his family's business. And if the Hawk Wolf Guard really wanted to find him, how could they not find him? Fighting was even more impossible. Let alone what would happen if he lost. Even if he won out of luck, his entire family would be buried with him, whether it was angering or killing a Hawk Wolf Guard. When Li Qingshan stood before him, he was no longer alone. Instead, he faced an organization of violence that the so-called people of the Jianghu feared. Of course, it was impossible for him to understand the hostile relationship between Li Qingshan and Zhuo Zhibua. To him, that was already a struggle between the upper echelons. However, Shen Shihua was still hopeful. Since Li Qingshan did not directly attack him, it meant he still had a chance. As a result, he mustered his courage and came over to listen to what Li Qingshan had to say. Sure enough, Li Qingshan said, "I have something for you to do." He sat on a stone bench in the pavilion and looked down at Shen Shihua, refusing to let him get up. Li Qingshan could treat regular people with courtesy, but he would be out of his mind if he paid any attention to courtesy when it came to someone like Shen Shihua. Compared to killing and robbing, he found actions like this even more shameless. If it were not for the fact that he had a plan in mind, he wanted to kill Shen Shihua right now. Shen Shihua riled up. "Feel free to tell me what you need, Yamato." Li Qingshan took out 24 documents and tossed them before Shen Shihua. "I want you to invite all the people up here, including their subordinates and their disciples. Anyway, the more people, the better." Shen Shihua's expression changed drastically. He immediately realized what Li Qingshan was trying to do. This young Hawk Wolf Guard actually had such terrifying thoughts, as if he wanted to capture all the masters of the underworld within a range of several hundred kilometers in one fell swoop. Li Qingshan said, "For a birthday, for having a child, or for some other reason, for obtaining a supreme cultivation method or a divine weapon for everyone to appraise. As for the specifics, I'll leave it up to you." Shen Shihua said, "Sir, you're trying to make me feel unjust." Li Qingshan sneered. "Do you think a rapist like you is worthy of mentioning the word unjust?" Shen Shihua's face reddened. He argued, "It's all in the past. I left behind quite a lot of wealth for those women. They might not necessarily be unhappy." Chapter 155. Li Qingshan stepped on Shen Shihua's head and sucked in a deep breath. He growled, "Of the women you mentioned, 3 have committed suicide. I don't know about the others, but I'm warning you. Don't provoke me." Yes. Shen Shihua stammered. He was willing to face a second-layer Qi practitioner with his strength at the first layer. Even if he could not win, he would be able to escape. However, only now did he discover he was wrong. The stomp was so fast that he could not react at all. The heavy killing intent was even more suffocating than the pressure on his head. Li Qingshan slowly removed his foot. Think about it. Shen Shihua lowered his head for a long time before raising it again. "Will you let me go like this?" Li Qingshan said, "I'm not here to negotiate with you. Do you accept or not? You can try your luck." Under Li Qingshan's disdainful gaze, Shen Shihua said, "I accept." Li Qingshan smiled and personally helped him up. You should have said that from the start. However, he had never planned on letting Shen Shihua go in the first place. Since he planned on using him, he could not display a will of, "I will definitely kill you." That would not be chivalrous, but foolish. Shen Shihua's expression eased slightly. Li Qingshan saw that his facial features were regular and his appearance was dignified. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. You can be considered to be from a noble clan, so why would you do something like this? Shen Shihua said, "I was young and ignorant. Sir, when would you like to summon those people?" Li Qingshan said, "The sooner the better." Shen Shihua said, "I don't have much of a relationship with a few of them, and a few of them have long cherished wishes. Even if I invite them, they might not come. Li Qingzhan said, "That'll depend on your abilities, Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers. Also, it doesn't have to be them. If you have any evil or heartless friends, feel free to invite them all. The more, the better. If there are too few people and the gathering is too quiet, I will inevitably be a little unhappy." Shen Shihua's heart trembled. Although the person in front of him was young, he was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Otherwise, he would not have thought of such a terrifying thing. Right now, he could only brace himself and continue. He invited Li Qingshan to stay in the lakeside house for the time being and instructed the servants to serve him carefully and not to disturb him at will. The next day, an invitation was delivered to Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan nodded, it was divided into dozens of copies and distributed to the experts on the blacklist. News of the Jianghu, the ambitious and ruthless figure of the underworld, the Island Lord of Cherishing Flowers, has obtained a bottle of pills that can allow acquired cultivators to reach the innate realm. He wishes to sell it to a group of masters. Please come to the Island of Cherishing Flowers on the 8th day of the 8th month, the beginning of autumn, and bid for it together. It's called the Pill Seizing Assembly. Li Qingshan sighed inside. This was basically the same as what had happened when he had obtained the spiritual ginseng in the past. Shen Shihua was already an innate master, so he obviously had no use for the pills. However, to the other first-rate masters, this was basically an irresistible temptation. Even if they were doubtful, they still had to try it. After throwing out the bait, all they had to do was wait for the fish to take the bait. From that day onwards, Shen Shihua greeted him every day. He was extremely considerate. Li Qingshan meditated and cultivated every day, never leaving his room. The people on the island only knew that he was an esteemed guest of the Island Lord, so they dared not disturb him. Coupled with the fact that he would mutter to himself from time to time, it seemed extremely eerie, which made people even more afraid to approach him. As a result, Li Qingshan decided to meditate and refine his qi day and night. He swallowed the qi-gathering pills like water, converting them into demon qi and true qi. In less than 10 days, he had swallowed 200 pills. The effects were also extremely obvious. On the 2nd of the 8th month, his innate training of qi formula finally broke through the 4th tier and reached the 5th tier. His true qi became increasingly powerful, and it flowed endlessly in his yang heel meridian. The fengqi meridian at the back of his head also became more sensitive to the qi of heaven and earth. It was like a blurry picture that gradually became clearer, and he could slowly discern the meaning of the picture. Although he did not reveal his demon form, he must have grown by quite a bit. Li Qingshan walked out of the little hut. The sky was overcast, and it had been drizzling since 3 days ago. The summer heat gradually receded, and the cool air gradually rose. It was almost autumn. The 8th of the 8th month was an auspicious number, and the Autumn Lord's murderous aura made it a good time to kill. Li Qingshan could not wait any longer. With a punch, his true qi broke through the air, and the surface of the lake exploded high into the air. He turned his head and saw Little and leaning on the railing. He could not help but smile. Looking at his skeletal body, he had an idea. Before this, he still had to make some preparations. On the morning of the 3rd of the 8th month, Shen Shihua came to pay his respects again. Li Qingshan said, "Can you prepare some clothes?" Little and had reconstructed his body, but of course he could not reconstruct clothes as well. He needed clothes to cover his body. Although Shen Shihua was puzzled, he did not dare to ask, "Clothes? What size do you want? A boy or a girl?" "A boy, about 7 or 8 years old." "The size is fine." As Li Qingshan spoke, he felt a little excited. He felt like a father welcoming his child into the world. The next day, Shen Shihua sent over a dozen sets of clothes. They were all of different colors and styles, and they were all made of the highest quality silk. There were even many children's toys. Li Qingshan smiled. He thought, it's not like Shaoan is a regular child, so why would he play with these pieces of wood? He did not say anything more. He ordered Shen Shihua to continue preparing for the pill-seizing assembly. He had already made up his mind to turn it into a life-seizing assembly. However, when he thought about it, such a great conspiracy that could topple the world seemed to be the prerogative of villains. His idea of killing everyone in the assembly really did make him feel like a great villain. However, he felt that it was wonderful. In this beautiful moment where Little and was about to obtain a new life, he sighed emotionally like a poet. Death is new life. Then, he gained some understanding of the true meaning of the path of white bone and great beauty. After Shen Shihua left, Little and walked out from behind the curtains. His bony fingers caressed the beautiful silk, imagining himself wearing it. He raised his head, and his eyes met Li Qingshan's. They were momentarily speechless. There was only the sound of rain outside the window, but there was a quiet joy flowing in their hearts. Then, Little and happily played with the toys, the windmill, the spinning top, the bamboo dragonfly. This left Li Qingshan rather stunned. Then, he reflected on whether he did not care enough for Little and, if he thought about it more carefully, ever since he was with Little, and it seemed like the thing he did the most was kill people. Killing people was not a bad thing. In this cruel world, it was probably a necessary skill. There was a need for adult beasts to teach their young how to hunt. That was how Li Qingshan comforted himself so that his conscience would not suffer too much. Then, he sat there and propped his head up with his hand. He began to think deeply about the problem of Little Anne's education. In the future, he would bring him out to sightsee and experience nature more often. Then, he could not help but smile. He felt warm. Although this world was very cruel, he was not alone. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. On the day before the 8th of the 8th month, Li Qingshan finished all of his qi-gathering pills, adjusting his body to its peak condition. Tomorrow, when those bastards gathered together, what would he say as a prelude? For the sake of the beauty in my heart, I ask all of you, ugly ones, to die. He seemed more and more like a great villain. Do I look good? Grandma Shimin asked. Yes, you look good. The man with the 9 dragons tattooed on his body lowered his head and said in fear. His companion's blood had just spread to the soles of his feet. Just because he saw this ugly old woman, he smiled and then split into pieces. Then why don't you look at me? Grandma Shimin said darkly. The man slowly raised his head and then was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Cold eyes, noble, it made his heart beat faster, and he could not control himself. Suddenly, a man's portrait appeared in front of him. That sweet voice, like the singing of an oriole, asked, "Have you seen this person before?" He shook his head blankly, blaming himself for not being able to help her. Then die. His shriveled lips spat out cruel words. The man immediately smashed the top of his skull with a backhand. Before he died, he looked at Grandma Shimin in a daze, a smile still on his face. Originally, he thought he would only be a pirate for the rest of his life, but he never thought he would be able to die for the person he loved. He felt happy from the bottom of his heart. My life was worth it. Leaving the water snake gang, Grandma Shimin said furiously, "Just where did that brat run off to?" In the past few days, she had searched according to the best route that Li Qingshan should have taken, but there were no traces of Li Qingshan at all. She had completely lost track of Li Qingshan. In the end, she could not hold it in anymore and went on a killing spree. Behind her, the corpses of the good men of the water snake were strewn across the ground. They could no longer cook dumplings in the river anymore. They all smiled happily, dying for love. The red-clothed young man found a vermilion invitation card from the gang leader's bosom and handed it to Grandma Shimin. Grandma Shimin looked at the invitation card and thought for a while. She smiled eerily. "I see. This brat does have some brains. I've underestimated him. Come, let's go to Lakeside City." The 8th of the 8th month, Lakeside City, island of cherishing flowers. Li Qingshan tidied himself up and took out the chipped wind-entwining blade, hanging it on his waist. Looking out from the window, he saw many small boats sailing over in the wind and rain. They stopped at the dock and many people emerged. Most of them carried weapons, and their faces were ferocious. He could tell with a single glance that they were not good people. They matched the information on Li Qingshan's documents. These unorthodox masters were worried that this was a trap, so they were on guard against one another. They all gathered their best subordinates, just in case. However, they had no idea that there were people counting like sheep in the shade of the willow trees. 281. 342. 557. By nightfall, the number had already surpassed Li Qingshan's expectations. The island was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and a great banquet was held in the hall. Under Qin Shihua's hosting, the unorthodox masters all gathered together. It really was a grand banquet. Qin Shihua spoke cheerfully, showing no flaws at all. Chapter 156. Qin Shihua smiled. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please drink a few cups of wine. I'll go get the pills. Retreating into the darkness outside the hall, his smile immediately disappeared. It was obvious that he had a lot on his mind. Sir, Island Master invites you to the back hall. A servant respectfully said outside Li Qingshan's door. Li Qingshan followed the servant down the long corridor. Two swift and fierce men jumped out of the dark thicket and blocked their way. Who are you? The servant hurriedly said, Two heroes, are you our Island Master's guests? The two looked Li Qingshan up and down. How come I've never seen you before? Li Qingshan said, It's not like they're all people you can see. What did you say? The two were furious and wanted to draw their swords. With two muffled thuds, the two fell back into the dark thicket, turning into two corpses. Go see the King of Hell, Li Qingshan said to the servant. Continue walking. The servant trembled and hurriedly complied. In the study, Qin Shihua rubbed his hands uneasily. Suddenly seeing Li Qingshan come, he quickly invited him to a seat and poured him tea. Li Qingshan said, Island Master Qin, what do you want to say? Hurry up and say it. I can't wait any longer. With his hearing, he could clearly hear the clamor in front of him. His blood was faintly boiling. Qin Shihua lifted his lapel and knelt in front of Li Qingshan. I've already done as sir instructed. I beg sir to let this lowly one go. Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had never been willing to promise him that he would spare his life, which made him unable to eat or sleep well. Li Qingshan said, How do you know I'm going to kill you? Sir, are you really going to kill me? Qin Shihua raised his head in shock and stared closely at Li Qingshan. His gaze faintly showed the determination of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. Li Qingshan said, It's not that I don't want to spare you. It's that what you've done cannot be forgiven. Qin Shihua said in a hoarse voice, But this lowly one has already turned over a new leaf. Li Qingshan said, Turn over a new leaf? 6 months ago? Where are you? Do you think the Hawkwolf Guard can't find out? The Hawkwolf Guard did not have many core members, but as an organization of cheap practitioners that did not care about money, they had countless informants and spies in the various major cities. Although no one had asked about the mission to kill Qin Shihua for all these years, the information had never stopped changing. This was to ensure that any Hawkwolf Guard who thought of him would know where he was and what he was doing on any given day. Qin Shihua suddenly recalled that half a year ago, he drank some wine and saw a beauty passing by in Riverside City. He brought her to the island and forced himself on her, reminiscing the romantic days of his youth. He argued, but I've already taken her as my concubine. Then how many more concubines do you want to use this method? Why don't you tell us about it? Li Qingshan's tone was very calm the entire time, but his anger was like scorching lava flowing beneath a frozen mountain, ready to erupt at any time. Qin Shihua's expression changed again and again. He pressed down, and a tile sank in. A series of springs rang out from the ground, and a huge metal cage sprang out, trapping Li Qingshan inside. The place where Qin Shihua had invited Li Qingshan to sit was actually a trap, and it was extremely well designed. From the moment Qin Shihua pressed down on the tile to when the mechanism was activated, only the blink of an eye had passed. Qin Shihua barked, Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. Since you won't give me a way out, then I'll die with you. The bars of the cage were as thick as an adult's arm. They were forged into a single piece, and there were many inscriptions carved into them. When Li Qingshan's fingers touched the bars, he immediately felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. At the top of the cage, there was a strange beast that looked like a tiger, but wasn't. Shen Shihua said, "This was made by a Mahist mechanism master. It's called the Bian Demon Trapping Gate. Even a powerful demonic beast can't easily escape. Just give up. I'll ask you again, are you willing to give me a way out? If you agree, I'll let you go, and I'll even help you kill people. If I say I'll let you go, you'll believe me?" Shen Shihua was also struggling. "I'm willing to gamble. I believe that you're a man." Bian. Li Qingshan was silent, and he slowly shook his head. Shen Shihua shrieked, "Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You're currently in my hands. As long as you nod, we can all sit down and make friends. Although your cultivation is high, there might be a time when you need me." Li Qingshan laughed loudly, and his voice shook the entire room. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the room. The calligraphy and paintings were swept to the ground, and the porcelain shattered. Shen Shihua covered his ears and circulated all the internal energy in his body to resist. He was shocked. Was he really only at the second layer of qi refining? The underworld experts in the front hall only stared at the wine cups on their tables. They couldn't stop trembling. The entire hall seemed to be swaying slightly, alarmed by the noise. What happened? Who's laughing? What a powerful internal energy. It came from behind. Didn't Island Master Shen go to the back to retrieve the pill? Could it be that he's here to steal the pill? As soon as he said this, no one could sit still. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who's blind enough to dare steal food from the tiger's mouth. Li Qingshan stopped laughing and said to Shen Shihua, "You're just a pig and a dog. Do you think you're worthy of making friends with me? Even bad people had dignity." Shen Shihua said, You're going too far." A group of underworld experts rushed over and asked in shock, "Island Master Shen, what happened? Who is this person?" Those who could enter the study were all first-rate masters. Those with weaker martial arts, including their subordinates, could only watch from outside. "You forced me to do this." Shen Shihua's face twisted. He said to everyone, calm down. I want to talk about something that concerns everyone's lives." Everyone fell silent. Shen Shihua said, "This person was sent by the Hawkwolf Guard to kill us." Everyone paled in fright when they heard the 3 words Hawkwolf Guard. Although they regarded themselves as masters of the blacklist and acted as if even the Hawkwolf Guard could do nothing to their subordinates, they actually feared the terrifying organization that controlled the blacklist the most. In other words, there aren't any pills. Damn Shen Shihua, you've actually worked with the Hawkwolf Guard to screw us over. Everyone began to consider retreating. They looked at Li Qingshan like he was a man-eating tiger. The young man sat boldly on the armchair. His hair draped down, obscuring his face. Even though he was trapped in a cage, he gave off a terrifying sense of dignity. Shen Shihua tossed down a stack of papers. "Take a look. These are the official documents of the Hawkwolf Guard. He's come this time to kill us. Which one of you doesn't know what happened to the auspicious casino in Silver Mountain Town? It was all because of this kid. Do you want to be next?" They all picked up the papers on the ground and found their names. Afterwards, they trembled in fright. The honor of being a master of the blacklist had now become a life-threatening talisman. "Island Master Shen, what do you want us to do?" "In for a penny, in for a pound. Kill a Hawkwolf Guard." "You're mad. If we don't kill him, he'll kill us." Just as everyone engaged in an intense discussion, Li Qingshan coughed gently and attracted everyone's attention. He said, "Those who should be here are all here." Tian Zhonghao. A short, coarse, middle-aged man shuddered. "What do you want?" "In the past, you learnt martial arts under the tutelage of the Fist Master Wang of Bamboo Willow Village. It's all because he found you to be devious and refused to pass on all his martial arts to you, so you poisoned him, stole his secret manual, and became a bandit. Over all these years, you've blocked roads, killed people for their goods, and feasted on the hearts and livers of living people, isn't that right?" Under everyone's gazes, and with Li Qingshan in the cage, Tian Zhonghao refused to lose face. He said rudely, "So what?" Li Qingshan ignored him. He continued, "Zhao Ruyong, You like to kidnap the children of wealthy families the most, and then force them to pay ransom. If they dare to report you to the authorities or refuse to pay the ransom, you'll cut off their ears or fingers and send them back. Am I right? Zhao Ruyong's eyes and ears were sharp. His expression was cold as he sneered. Those little bastards were born luckier than others. Of course, they deserved to suffer. Li Qingshan did not speak further with him. He continued to call out names one by one until the end. Those whose names have not been called out have joined the bandits, done evil deeds, committed countless crimes, or conspired against the law. According to the laws of Great Xia, their crimes cannot be pardoned and will be executed on the spot. And you, Shen Shiwa, pay the price for what you've done. Everyone laughed. You? Is he crazy? Yes, we have to kill him. The laughter gradually faded. Li Qingshan stood up from the armchair. He grabbed the railing of the demon trapping lock with both hands and pulled forcefully. His blood and chi surged, his muscles bulged, and his clothes were torn. The railing flowed with a blue light that resembled electricity, all concentrated on Li Qingshan's hands. He felt as if hundreds of needles were pricking him. Of course, he did not care about such a small matter. However, under his enormous strength, the railing did not move at all. Shen Shiwa was shocked, but he relaxed. It's useless. You can't break my demon trapping lock. A mocking smile appeared on the blacklist expert's face. He looked at Li Qingshan as if he was looking at a stupid beast. Li Qingshan's long hair was scattered, covering his face. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. This is... Shen Shihua was the first to sense the change in Li Qingshan's aura. This kind of change was something that only he, a qi practitioner, could sense. However, immediately after, everyone saw the change in Li Qingshan's body. Li Qingshan's originally tall and sturdy figure seemed to have grown a bit taller. His jet-black hair flashed with a hint of scarlet under the light. His bronze skin seemed to have darkened. His arms, in particular, had actually become as black as iron. Creak. The metal cage let out a painful squeak. The blue electricity became more and more intense, but it could not stop the arm-thick railing from being pulled apart. Shen Shihua took a step back. This is impossible. You are. Then he shouted, everyone, attack together and kill him. Chapter 157. Ships of all sizes were docked at the docks. A light drizzle continued to fall, creating thousands of ripples on the surface of the lake. A thin layer of fog appeared on the surface of the lake. The light from the glass cover of the boat illuminated a faint yellow circle. Everything appeared to be extremely calm. Many of the experts had been left behind to guard the ships in case someone cut off their escape route. They were all discussing in their cabins. Just now, a loud laugh came from the island. With a loud boom, a two-masted ship seemed to have been hit by something. It shook, and then began to sink at an extremely fast speed. The experts who had stayed behind all heard the commotion and walked up to the deck. They saw that the sinking ship belonged to the Green Wolves gang. Other than the Green Wolves gang members who were flustered and exasperated, everyone else stood on the deck and laughed, watching the show. But then there was another loud boom. Another ship began to sink, and then a third. Everyone felt that something was wrong. They shouted, "What's going on?" "Not good. Water ghosts are sinking the ships. Those who can swim, go down and take a look." The water ghosts they were talking about were obviously not real ghosts, but people who had dived into the water. Immediately, more than a dozen vigorous figures jumped into the water. Their eyes tried to adapt to the darkness at the bottom of the water, and then they revealed astonished expressions. They saw that in the pitch-black and ice-cold water, there were actually two large flames burning, red with a hint of white. No one had ever seen such bright flames that were full of life. The flames quickly grew larger, and they could finally see where the two balls of fire came from. They couldn't help but stare in shock. It was a giant skull taller than a human. It looked like the skull of a giant, but at this moment, it seemed to have come alive from the abyss of hell. Its eye sockets were bursting with vitality as it looked at them with a burning gaze. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed them. The mouth was also burning with flames, as if the gates of hell had been opened. Little and stood in the pitch-black water, his hands clasped together, manipulating the skull prayer beads to swallow these people one by one. Then, it rammed into the remaining ships. The giant skull rammed into the bottom of the ship, immediately creating a large hole. With a series of dull thuds, the ships sank one by one. On the pier, everyone's faces were filled with unconcealable fear. The boat had been destroyed, and the people who had gone into the water never came back up. They didn't know what was in the water, but they were trapped here. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of soft sounds, the people standing on the shore fell to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Enemy attack!" Where? Come out, come out! No one saw the white shadow that cut through the rainy night. The skull prayer beads had already returned to their round and smooth shape. It was shuttling through the rain as if a sixth-layer chi practitioner was using a weapon. It was not something that these Jianghu people could detect. More people fell to the ground. The more cowardly waved their weapons and looked around, but all they saw was the dark night. Some of the calmer ones tried to check the cause of death, but soon found that there was a finger-sized hole from the chest to the back, but there was no blood flowing out. Just as Zhang Shen was deep in thought, someone exclaimed, "It seems like there's fire." The others also noticed that there seemed to be a little flame in the small hole. The wound continued to expand, and the small hole became a big hole. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. The flames silently devoured the flesh and blood of the dead. Every single person who had the right to be invited to the island of cherishing flowers was a ruthless desperado. However, people constantly died beside them. They could not see the enemy, only the strange sight. They were all frightened out of their wits as they retreated step by step. The flames devoured all the flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, only a skeleton was left. The color of the skeleton became brighter and brighter, and it was full of vitality. Then, as if unsatisfied, it exploded with a bang, emitting thousands of sparks that scattered on the bodies of these underworld experts. The flames passed through his clothes and did not leave a single burn mark. However, as soon as it came into contact with a bit of fresh blood and flesh, it was like fire meeting oil. It quickly spread and burned into a raging inferno. Cries of anguish rang out on the pier as dozens of people were set ablaze. In the blink of an eye, there was no more sound, only dozens of skeletons were left. Little and emerged from the lake water and calculated silently. 697. The remaining skeletons were covered in a layer of pale flames. The skeletons melted like snow very quickly, turning into several dozen droplets of bone fluid that merged with his body. Little and was just about to make his way to the manor and assist Li Qingshan when he suddenly sensed something and turned around. His eyes that burned with flames pierced through the thin mist and crossed an extremely great distance. He saw a huge, black ship sailing over slowly. After a moment of consideration, Little and still chose to make his way to the manor. Huh! Li Qingshan sucked in a breath and bellowed. Pure true chi mixed with demon chi turned into the tiger demon's fierce roar with a violent gust of wind. It landed on the experts of the blacklist, and they immediately flew backwards as they vomited blood. Their faces and chests were reduced to a bloody mess. It seemed like they were done for. Although this was only the tiger demon's fierce roar that had been weakened countless times over, it was still not something that mere masters of the Jianghu could withstand. In a single clash, several first-rate masters had been slain by a single bellow from Li Qingshan. These first-rate masters who were used to using their powerful martial arts to rampage around and do whatever they wanted witnessed the difference in strength between them and true hawk-wolf guards. With the sound of twisting metal, Li Qingshan ripped open a huge hole in the iron bars. The inscriptions on the demon trapping cage dimmed, and all of its spiritual chi vanished. Li Qingshan walked out from within. He was like a vicious tiger that had emerged from a cage, giving off a threatening aura. The masters of the underworld all took a step back as they stared at Li Qingshan in shock and fear. Li Qingshan's body and hair returned to normal. Under the circumstances where he could not ensure that everyone was present, he would not reveal his demon form before so many people. The first person he needed to eliminate right now was obviously Shen Shihua, who could sense demon qi. Oh no, the ships have all been destroyed. A lackey suddenly rushed in from outside and called out. What? Who did it? Tian Zhenghao grabbed the lackey by the shoulder and called out. I don't know. The masters of the blacklist all looked at Li Qingshan. Although they had heard what Shen Shihua had said, only now did they clearly realize that this young hawk wolf guard actually wanted to make them all stay here and kill them all. Li Qing'an smiled and began moving as well. Afterwards, his eyes narrowed, and he looked past everyone, landing on Shen Shihua, who had hidden himself in the crowd in an attempt to flee. He called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Shen Shihua shuddered inside and turned around in shock. Li Qingshan's figure had already arrived with his voice, rushing towards him with a fierce gust of wind. A few unorthodox masters were unable to react in time. They stood in front of Li Qingshan, but like a stampeding herd of elephants had collided with them, they were directly knocked several meters away. All of their bones shattered, and they died without a single sound. With a flash, the talisman was burnt to ash. A golden figure rose up from Shen Shihua's body. His reactions were not slow either. In the face of imminent danger, he used a strength talisman of the Guardian Kings before forcefully turning around and swinging his two golden fists at Li Qingshan's chest from above. Li Qingshan did not seem to hear him at all. His right hand extended like a tiger's claw, reaching towards Shen Shihua viciously. Die! The tiger demon digs out the heart. His 5 fingers were like 5 steel rods, wrapped in true qi, forcefully stabbing into the golden light. True qi and the light collided violently. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Shen Shihua was utterly shocked. He had never thought a strength talisman of the Guardian Kings would be torn apart by a person's bare hands. However, he knew that his life was in danger, so he furiously gathered all of his true qi into his 2 fists and threw them at Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan took the 2 fists head-on, but his figure only swayed slightly. His right hand shattered the golden light and seized the opportunity to grab Shen Shihua's chest. He pulled out a bloody heart. The scene suddenly quieted down. Shen Shihua, who had the highest level of martial arts, had not even been able to exchange a single blow with Li Qingshan. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the many experts of the underworld. They could no longer care about anything else. They all took out their life-saving talismans and bit the tip of their tongues to spit out fresh blood. The talismans were activated and shattered one by one, giving off a bright light. However, all of them ran away at the same time. They did not even care about their subordinates. No one came up to fight Li Qingshan. When a fierce tiger descended the mountain, all the birds and beasts scattered. Talismans, I have one too. Li Qingshan casually took out a cool breeze talisman from his 100 treasures pouch and activated it with true qi. A whirlwind wrapped around his legs. His body seemed to become much lighter. He took a step forward, as if he was stepping on a cushion of air. He soared into the air. In the air, he pulled out the chipped wind-entwining blade and swung it horizontally. The expert with the best qigong had already jumped over the wall. He was cut in half by the wind blade. Blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. After Li Qingshan used the cool breeze talisman, his already swift figure became even more ghostly. A string of figures flashed out and blood splattered everywhere. A tiger entering a flock of sheep was not enough to describe its might. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Under the absolute difference in strength, techniques were meaningless. He only needed to wave the wind-entwining blade lightly, and heads would fall to the ground. With every step he took, he killed from the study to the courtyard, and then to the main hall. It was as if Azura had appeared in the world. The experts of the underworld fled in all directions like a swarm of bees. They hated their parents for not being born with 2 more legs. In their hearts, they cursed Shen Shihua's parents 1,000,000 times. One of them turned around and saw Li Qingshan's figure flashing towards him. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "I'm a spy from the Yamen." In the blink of an eye, he saw Li Qingshan standing in front of him. The long, jagged saber stopped in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan was somewhere else. His whole body was exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground, rolling and crawling to hide in a corner. Many people followed suit and knelt on the ground, shouting, "I'm also a spy." For a moment, there were spies everywhere as far as the eye could see. Li Qingshan did not have accurate information about these minions, so he was hesitating. On the distant surface of the lake, dozens of sparks lit up in the thin mist. A mournful cry sounded in the air as it rapidly approached. Boom, 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 boom. Within the deafening booms, the island of cherishing flowers immediately became a sea of fire. Chapter 158. Quite a few people stood on the deck of the ship. There were both monks and Taoists among them. They gazed at the island of cherishing flowers in the distance with worried expressions. Part 2. If the people of the Jianghu were present, they would definitely cry out in surprise, as basically all the decent masters of the orthodox path within several hundred kilometers of Jiaping had gathered here. There was black and white in the world. The so-called orthodox path was not necessarily pure, flawless, and chivalrous, but they were a group of people who obeyed the law and maintained order. There were quite a lot of people who treated benevolence and etiquette as their family rules. You could call it hypocritical, but most people in the world still liked to stand in the sunlight. This was the principle of humanity. The hypocrite Yu Buchuan had done many good deeds like purging evil and helping the weak at the end of the day, while the true villain Tian Buguang had truly harmed countless ordinary people. However, the conflict between the orthodox path and the orthodox path had never stopped for a single day. To put it simply, from the very beginning, if a martial artist wanted to live a luxurious life of luxury, the simplest and most direct way was to become a thief, steal money, and steal women. There were also many people who were unwilling to do this, but they also wanted to live a luxurious life of extravagance. They wanted to become young heroes, so killing a nest of mountain bandits was obviously a good choice. They would have money and women, and they would gain something else as well, fame. If a young hero managed to kill countless mountain bandits without dying, he would become a great hero, while a petty thief who managed to steal countless money and women without dying, he would become a great thief. The two of them obviously had a lot of enemies, but that did not matter. They had quite a lot of friends too. With this, they formed two groups of people who constantly fought with each other. To put it in simpler terms, there were countless grievances and grievances between generations. The grievances could go back several lifetimes. Every single one of the unorthodox masters who came to the island of cherishing flowers had enemies on the ship. When the news of the pills seizing assembly spread, not only were the unorthodox masters restless, but the people on the ship became restless as well. When they thought about how their enemies would break through to the innate realm and appear before them, kill them, and then steal their money and women, they could not just stand by and watch. And, if there were such great pills, who would want them? Thus, they secretly planned this operation. However, this group of orthodox experts was vaguely led by a little girl, and they respectfully surrounded her. The little girl was only about 13 or 14 years old. She stood at the bow of the ship, dressed in plain clothes that fluttered in the wind. Her face was calm and mature, but because of her baby face and her young age, she looked a little funny. An old monk with white hair and brows bent down and said, "Miss Hua, do you think so?" The little girl stared at the island of cherishing flowers in the mist like a general. She did not respond at all. The old monk raised his head and looked at the others helplessly. Then, they all looked at the young lady in purple beside the little girl. They were all renowned figures of the Jianghu, yet none of them could do anything to this little girl, as not only was she a second-layer Qi practitioner at such a young age, but she also came from a renowned clan. When she went out for training, she became acquainted with great hero Yu's daughter, Yu Zijian, who was also the girl in violet, which was why they agreed to assist her. As soon as they arrived by the lake, she took out a small boat from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it into the water. It turned into a huge ship, which left everyone amazed. With her assistance, the operation this time was basically in the bag. The evil followers would definitely die a horrible death. Yu Zijian said, "Chunlu, say something." Hua Chunlu raised her hand with composure, telling Yu Zijian not to say anything more. Afterwards, she waved the small flag in her hand and ordered, "Turn the ship around and prepare to fire." The ship slowly turned around, facing the island of cherishing flowers on the port side. Afterwards, several dozen small wooden doors opened, and several dozen pitch-black cannons extended out. However, because the ship was a mechanical puppet, it was not controlled by the crew at all. Instead, it was completely controlled by the flag in her hand. As a result, the mighty order did not seem as mighty anymore. Instead, it was rather comical. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Yu Zijian whispered, "Chunlu, are the fire dragon cannons really that powerful?" Due to being doubted, Hua Chunlu's composed face became furious. She pointed at the island of cherishing flowers. "Watch me flatten this place." Afterwards, she ordered loudly, "Fire." The pitch-black cannons sprayed with several dozen sparks, like the roars of fire dragons. They planted several dozen mushroom clouds on the island of cherishing flowers in the distance, destroying most of the structures on the island in an instant. The island of cherishing flowers, the magnificent hall collapsed, and the small, exquisite building burst into flames. The island of cherishing flowers that Shen Shihua had managed for so many years was reduced to ashes with his death. The orthodox masters on the deck were all shocked. They believed that, even if they were on the island, they would not be able to escape alive. Compared to true innate abilities, acquired cultivators were just too weak. Yu Zijian murmured, "So powerful." A sliver of complacency appeared in Hua Chunlu's eyes, but she did not show it on her face. Yu Zijian asked in worry, "Chunlu, are there any innocent people on the island?" Hua Chunlu lectured earnestly, "Zijian, those who want to achieve great things shouldn't be bothered by trifles. You're still too young." The other orthodox masters all felt that this little girl truly was the descendant of a renowned clan. They did not take Yu Zijian's words seriously. As long as they could blast these bastards to death, who cared if they were innocent or not? Standing on the boat from afar and watching their enemies turn to ash, there was nothing more delightful than that. "Great hero," you smiled warmly and generously. "Zijian, even if there are innocent people, they've sacrificed themselves for the sake of the martial arts society. The people of the underworld are all cruel and cunning. If we can't be more decisive and smarter than them, how are we supposed to defeat them? You need to learn more from Miss Hua." Yu Zijian curled her lip. She dared not argue back. She only felt like her father had changed. In the past, "Great hero," you would have scolded her sternly and scolded her if she dared to speak like this in front of the other members of the martial arts society in the past. If she dared to disobey him again, he would directly draw his sword. Although he had never actually cut her down, he was nowhere near as gentle as he was right now. Because of his daughter's acquaintance with Hua Chunlu, "Great hero," you received the respect of the other members of the martial arts society. He basically laughed even in his dreams. Not only was Yu Zijian's future bright, but even he, her father, could benefit from it. Obviously, he was kind to his daughter. In particular, before Hua Chunlu, he was basically the epitome of a benevolent father. Under the flattery of the orthodox masters, Hua Chunlu smiled like she did not care. She waved the flag in her hand and launched another volley of cannons. The entire island of cherishing flowers was enveloped in flames and smoke. The shockwave struck a huge shield and dispersed as a whirlwind. Li Qingshan lowered the spiritual artifact shield and looked at the surface of the lake in surprise. What was going on? He was not surprised that there were firearms in this world. He was just curious as to who would, but in like they wanted to flatten the island of cherishing flowers. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. It had instead helped him out. Cannon fire at this level posed no threat to him at all. With the table-sized shield, he walked through the cannon fire like it was flat ground. He was unscathed. However, to the unorthodox masters, it was basically the end of the world. Not a single supermaster who shouted, "You have cannons, I have divine arts," appeared. They were all blasted to pieces as they wailed for their parents, saving Li Qingshan the trouble of finding them one by one. Little and passed through the cannon fire easily and arrived before Li Qingshan. Within the endless booms, Li Qingshan nodded. His voice was swallowed up by the booms. His lips moved as if he was saying, "Let's begin." Both of their eyes seemed to be shining brightly. Little and brought his palms together and held the skull prayer beads in his palms. Afterwards, he lowered his head and chanted. The flames flowed like water, silently spreading through the heavy smoke. They crept from the collapsed walls to the burning buildings, devouring the corpses one by one. 427, 311, 225, 131, he silently calculated in his heart. Suddenly, Little and raised his head. His eyes shone with joy. All the flames began to flow back to his side. They coiled around him like snakes and turned into a large cocoon, wrapping him in layers. Gradually, Little and could no longer be seen. All that was left was a large crimson cocoon made of flames floating in the air. Li Qingshan stared at the flame cocoon. He did not look away for a moment. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly became nervous. The bombardment continued. At this moment, a cannonball pierced through the thick smoke and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's left hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the cannonball. Boom! The cannonball exploded in his palm, charring his hand. He continued to stare at the cocoon as if he did not feel it. He did not even turn his head. Time passed by slowly. Before he knew it, the cannonball had already stopped firing. Li Qingshan just sat down in the rubble and leaned on his hand. At that moment, apart from Little and, there was nothing in the world, no one, that was worth his attention. Even Xianwei and Gu Yenying were no exceptions. His ambition of venturing beyond the 9 heavens was temporarily set aside as well. On the deck of the ship, Hua Chenglu smiled. "It's done." She waved her flag and ordered, "Let's go and take a look." "What's that?" Someone suddenly called out, pointing behind the ship. Everyone turned their heads and became extremely stunned. A carriage tore through the mist, rapidly crossing the water and arriving before the ship in the blink of an eye. It stopped slowly. Grandma Shimin lifted the curtain and frowned. This was the Hua family's wave cutter. She had seen it in the Clear River Prefecture before, so she could not be wrong. The mechanical ship had been forged by a few great masters of Moism. The fire dragon cannons on it were powerful, and it carried several hundred mechanical puppets. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a low-level Qi practitioner, so it was extremely expensive to build. Her sect was powerful, but she could not ignore the Hua family's influence in the Clear River Prefecture. As a result, she called out, "May I ask which fellow from the Hua family is here?" Hua Chenglu leapt onto the railing and said, "Hua Chenglu is here." Grandma Shimin said, "So it's you, brat. You stole the family ship and ran off to play? You better be careful of getting spanked for mixing around with these riffraff." The orthodox masters all had no objections when they were called riffraff. Regardless of gender, they all stared at Grandma Shimin in a daze and sighed in admiration. There's actually such a beauty in the world. Even her wrinkles seem to contain an extremely enchanting radiance. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.